Welcome to Gamescom, live from the Xbox booth.
In just a few minutes, the team from Star Wars Outlaws will show off some gameplay from one of the most anticipated games of the year. Then we'll tell you how to get into the newest chapter of World of Warcraft, even if you've never played before.
I'm so excited for that, but later it's time to talk updates as the squad from Elder Scrolls Online stops by to unpack what fans can expect from this latest chapter and show off some game-changing features.
Plus, we've got more from Microsoft Flight Simulator, Fallout 76, and Towerborne, not to mention a new sim that literally lets you date everything. Intrigued? Stay tuned to find out more about these and many other titles.
But first, it's time to throw it to the latest from Star Wars Outlaws.
Kay Vess, the underworld's favorite new scoundrel. This is your one shot. A safe filled with 157 million credits. And I can get you inside.
Get in. How about getting out? This job, it's a death wish.
Your lives are over. Your family, friends, gone. There's nowhere in the galaxy you can hide.
You want to live? Get in with the underworld's most dangerous syndicates. And pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen.
I'm in.
I am so in, because that rowdy trailer belongs to Star Wars Outlaws. And joining me now to talk through this very epic space adventure, please welcome creative director Julian Garrity. How you doing?
Hello, excited.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, that's a hell of a trailer to cut. I mean,
You know what? That's the first time I've seen it.
No.
And it's
What do you think?
it's awesome.
Oh,
yeah. The music gets me every time. I love the characters.
Yeah.
The locations look great. So, from a point of view of somebody who's just discovering it, I'm very happy.
Good. I mean, can you set the scene for us a little bit? Because although that did give us a little look at what we're going to be getting up to,
Yeah.
what is Star Wars Outlaws exactly?
What is Star Wars Outlaws? So, it's the first ever open world Star Wars RPG game that features scoundrels, outlaws, my favorite archetype of Star Wars. So it's really giving you the keys to be part of the underworld, part of the galaxy of Star Wars on your terms.
I love the sound of it, because you're right. This is a brand new experience for a lot of players. We've had tales about Force Wielders before, but the Scoundrel is so important to Star Wars in general, and now to finally play as one is incredible. And we've seen a bit of Toshara, we've seen a bit of Tatooine. You've picked some great locations for the game, but now we're going to get a little look at the planet Akiva, right?
Yes, absolutely. So this is the first time we really dive into Akiva. And Akiva was only ever featured in a series of books called Aftermath. So we're the first to take those words and to transform them into something lush, beautiful, complex.
Yeah.
And complex not just in scenery, but also in the politics, the dynamics that are happening. You'll be able to see while Kay runs around the streets of Mira, the main city.
It's very beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But it's also corrupt. And you'll see that there's stormtroopers, there's an Empire presence, and the Pikes and the Hutts are also fighting it out. So Empires and Syndicate presence within the city, within the planet as a whole.
Well, we'll get onto the Syndicates in just a sec, but as I've heard from you before, speaking about the game, one thing your team's really proud of in particular with Star Wars Outlaws is those hubs of where Kay can get her intel, and that all starts with cantinas. Now, the cantinas that we have on Akiva, very different to the ones we have on Tatooine. Tell me a bit about how you go in designing these to make sure they feel like Star Wars cantinas, but also reflective of the planet or moon that they're on.
Absolutely. So the cantina is this flashpoint of everything that makes Star Wars special. And the approach, the design philosophy that we worked with Lucasfilm Games really allowed us to understand the simplicity, relatability, and yet difference that all of these locations can take. So, for example, in the real world, you have jazz bars, you have Korean barbecues, you have all of these different types of location. So each one of these had to have a different type of vibe. Here in Akiva, it's a tropical tiki bar. So that's the vibe that we were going for there.
Sounds great, and it's obviously a great place to meet up with these crime syndicates and get some jobs. How do they make an impact on the game?
So, of course, this is a game about the underworld of Star Wars. And there are 4 main syndicates. There's maybe more, but there are 4 main syndicates that you'll be dealing with. The Pikes, the Hutts, the Ashiga clan that we created with Lucasfilm Games, and the Crimson Dawn. And you, as an outlaw, are going to be able to work on your reputation with each one of those. Doing jobs for some, betraying others, and building your profile accordingly. So very, very involved in your personal story throughout this adventure.
That's incredible. So they will form a general structure that Kay can live out this story in, but how much agency do players have to maybe go off the beaten path, maybe take Kay down some slightly darker routes, or playing the good guy a bit?
100% up to you. So for example, here, this is the first time we ever show this quest. And it's a quest where you've landed in Akiva, your main focus is to go pick up a droidsmith. A droidsmith that you need to pull off this heist that we've been talking about. 157 million credits, that's a lot of credits.
Not bad, yeah.
And to do that, you're going to have to upgrade your equipment, which we're doing there. We're making sure that your loadout is the right one. You jump on your speeder, and you'll be able to be distracted by curiosity on the way. So you're speeding off, you're on the way. It's quite a journey, and on that journey, you're going to be able to do jumps, tricks.
Nice.
The bike is based on a motocross, so it feels visceral as well.
Right.
And you'll be able to come across different things. Like here we have an Imperial shuttle landing. Do you go and mingle with those people? Do you mess around with the Empire at this point? Or do you save it for a little bit later on? Because guess what? That droidsmith, he's going to be located in an Imperial compound.
Oh, just our luck. Just our luck. Well, how well equipped can the player be to tackle? That's not a compound, that's a fortress. I mean, what does Kay bring to the table to be able to deal with these kind of scenarios?
Well, she's got to have the equipment to be able to do that. And that starts off with things like your binoculars to be able to scope the different opportunities. There's not just one way in, there are several ways in. The surest way to meet a very certain end is to go in guns blazing, because this is the Empire we're talking about.
Yeah.
So it's a massive force in front of you. We're going to go stealth.
Okay.
And binoculars, one thing, blaster, another, Nyx, incredibly important. Let's just have a taste of how Kay uses Nyx.
Okay.
She's going to be sending me across and attacking, clawing the hell out of that stormtrooper.
I feel bad for the guy.
You shouldn't. He's there. He's built for this.
Okay, true.
You take out the second stormtrooper, and now you have to hack through that laser barrier to be able to get into the gooey good stuff in the middle of that fortress.
So there's quite a few different ways of engaging in a mission like this.
Absolutely.
What would happen if we did go in all blasters blazing? Would it be a big problem for us on this particular mission?
This is an Empire compound, so that's going to be a real problem.
Okay. I'll take your advice on it.
One of the conditions is that you don't set off the alarm, because if the alarm sets off, you're going to shut down that compound.
Fair enough.
You may revisit the compound later on to be able to steal more stuff and to really find all of the treasures. And there, you can do it the way you want. But ATSTs, guarding the door, you've got a blaster and Nyx. Do you really want to put yourself in that sort of situation?
could take my chances, honestly. Earlier on, though, we did see with Kay's using her blaster now, but before that, she was working on it a bit on her workbench.
Yes.
Inside the Trailblazer.
That-
What is that all about? Is that like upgrading? Or?
Yeah, that's absolutely upgrading your weapon.
Okay.
Because we want this to be about a resourceful underdog. And a resourceful underdog, they have one main tool that you can upgrade. You can have a charged blast, which is like a rocket launcher.
What?
And, plasma, which is the regular blaster,
Right.
with speed mode to it, so it feels like an automatic weapon. And you have one function, which is the shock function, which we'll see a little bit later on.
Nice. I love the way that she even moves around. Like you mentioned before, Scoundrel archetype's one of your favorites, but the movements of Kay, the mannerisms, the swagger really communicates that so well.
It's something that we worked on Division 2.
Right.
And those are trained military agents,
Yeah.
civilian agents, but with military training. Here we wanted a resourceful underdog. So you have to have that different movement. But all of those mannerisms and that sort of swagger that you see
Yeah.
there, that's Humberly, who brought that to the character, and she'll be able to tell you all about it.
Okay, great. I'll make sure to. One thing that I want to point out as well, we did just talk about the blaster a little bit. We're getting to see some of the action over there. Nice shot, by the way. The sound of it, too. I mean, in Star Wars, there are so many sounds that are iconic. Players, when we listen to them, it makes the hair on our
If you
arms stand
close
up.
your eyes and think TIE Fighter,
Yeah, TIE Fighter, I'm thinking like the seismic charge.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah. But Kay's blaster also has a really satisfying punch to it. So tell me about the process for making sure that you're designing a weapon sound-wise, the feel of it, the look of it, make sure it's authentically Star Wars, but also brand new, something that you've created.
we have to get inspiration from the past, get inspiration from the original trilogy, because this adventure happens in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
Right.
So we had access to all of those things. And then the pleasure is looking at that, working with that, and coming up with something that sounds new and that become its own sound. And that extends from the sound design to, the music of the piece, which I think is remarkable. We heard it
gorgeous.
in the trailer. It's fantastic.
Anytime I hear the horns, honestly, I'm goosebumps. It's crazy. So we finally find our droid smith here then, I guess.
Yeah, who's not particularly happy to see you. So I'm not going to spoil the story, but the droidsmith, Gadik, has a past with you.
Okay.
And he's ended up working with the Empire, so he's made some really bad decisions.
Oh dear, yeah. It's not great. I mean, he's already got a protocol droid firing a gun at us. I never thought I'd see that. But
I got a problem with a gatekeeper droid.
now that's caught his interest.
That's caught his interest.
Interesting.
There's a real challenge. There's a real opportunity. It's not motivated by the credits, but tinkering around with some new tech.
I like
That's
it.
what catches his eye.
I could get on with this guy. But the problem is, once we extract Gadik, we have to get out as well, right?
And that's where the blaster comes into its full
right.
use.
Nice.
So this is going to be part of one of those main quests.
Mm-hmm.
It's a linear quest, and there's a whole path where you explode into the combats, and you use all of the tools at your disposal.
Right.
Before we edited a little segment, which was a puzzle room.
Right,
we didn't want to spoil the puzzle. We didn't want to spoil the traversal. We wanted to focus on the real action of this piece.
Great. And now we're getting some serious combat because there was no chance to sneak there. Everybody's just whips over and saw us immediately.
Let's just escape.
But this is where Kay sort of comes into her own, because scoundrels, they love to improvise. They're good under pressure. And so I guess you're encouraging players to make sure they look around them, identify bits that are useful, send nicks out, play around with it a bit.
All of those tools, you've got an adrenaline shot. If you recognize that, it allows you to slow time, pick your targets, and it's an automatic kill.
Nice. That's a bit more of a problem, though.
This guy's got a shield, and one of your modules will be able to disable that shield, opening them up for the deadly shot.
Absolutely stunning.
And that's it. You grapple hook out and escape the base.
You make it seem so easy. I'm gonna try it, and it's not gonna be that.
I
easy.
wish I was playing this one. There's a whole team, and they've done an amazing job at capturing this one.
Yeah, I mean, right at the end there, we also got a little sizzle, a little taster of the rest of what's to come in the game. And one thing in particular I spotted there was some sabak happening as well.
Yep, sabak.
So you got to tell me about that because I love it.
Sabak is a big part of the scoundrel lifestyle.
Yeah.
So we wanted to create our own rules, which gave us this depth of play and being able to collect special cards that change the rules of the game while you go along. So there'll be tournaments, there'll be high stakes games, there'll be a lot of credits to win as well.
Great. Well, I'll have to get practicing on that, definitely. But so I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. This has been incredibly insightful. Cannot wait to play the game, and it's not too long until launch. So
next week.
Buckle up. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, Julian. Next up, though, to celebrate the launch of Star Wars Outlaws, we decided to test some lucky fans on their Star Wars knowledge. Let's see how they got on.
Welcome to the home of Star Wars Outlaws here at the beautiful Xbox booth. And it's time for a massive giveaway. So we've rounded up some fans for a chance to win some very fabulous prizes. How will they earn this sweet loot, I hear you ask? Well, Star Wars trivia, of course. So here's how it's going to work. Each fan will be given a Star Wars Outlaws trivia question, and if they answer correctly, they will win a beautiful Nyx plushie. Isn't it adorable? Wow. Then they will be given a more difficult Star Wars Outlaws question. And if they answer that one correctly, they will win one of these custom Xbox Design Lab Elite Series 2 controllers and be entered to win one of our grand prize Star Wars Outlaws Xbox Series X and S consoles. Are you ready? Let's go. I'm here with the lovely
Citron.
And where are you from, Citron?
I'm from Cologne.
Amazing. Are you ready to win some prizes?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. First question. What is the name of the main character of Star Wars Outlaws?
It's Kay.
Yes! What's her last name?
Bess.
Yes, let's go! That's a Nyx plushie for you. Well done. That's yours. Something to color. Okay, are you ready for your next question? It's going to step up a little. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
What is the name of Kay Vess's starship?
Oh, God.
You can do this, Citron.
I don't know.
Take a guess.
The Falcon?
Oh, so close, but it's not correct. Well, we still got your Nyx plushie, so well done, though. Yay! He's done good. Yay! Okay, I am here with
Jan.
Jan, lovely to speak to you. And where are you from today?
I'm from Switzerland.
Stunning. Are you ready to win some Star Wars prizes? Yes, let's go. Okay, question number 1. What is the name of Kay Vess's main companion?
The little guy called Nyx.
Yes, it is! And here he is now. Congrats! Way! Good. Okay, are you ready to step up a level now?
Yes.
Okay. And how can Nyx help Kay in battle in the game?
So he can attack people and pull levers and stuff.
That sounds good to me. I think that's correct. Let's go. GG's. Well done. The Star Wars controller is yours. I am here with
Marcel.
Marcel, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Are you ready to win some Star Wars prizes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. First question. What's the launch date of Star Wars Outlaws?
It's the 30th of August.
Yes, it is. GG's. Woo! A Nyx for you. Let's go. Not long at all as well. Are you ready for your next one?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Between which 2 classic Star Wars movies do the events of Star Wars Outlaws take place?
The Empire Strikes Back and the Return of the Jedi.
Let's go! Well done, Marcel! You win the controller. A true Star Wars fan. GG's. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm now here with
Ilga.
Ilga, how are you today?
Thank you very much, fine.
Awesome. Let's win some Star Wars prizes together. You ready?
Yes, I am.
First question. What is the preferred weapon of Kay Vess?
It's a blaster.
Yes, it's a heavy blaster. Let's go. A Nyx plushie for you. Well done. Are you ready to step it up a level?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Next question, a bit harder. Where did Kay grow up?
On Tatooine, but I have forgot the exact place.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was Cantonica and Canto Bite, but so close. Well done. Enjoy the next plushie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go. Woo. Yay. Woo. Okay, I'm now here with
Thomas.
Thomas, lovely to chat to you. Are you ready to win some Star Wars prizes?
I hopefully do, yeah.
I believe in you. Okay, first question. Yeah. Who is the publisher of Star Wars Outlaws, the game?
It's Ubisoft.
Yes, it is! And next plushie for you. Woo! Let's go. Okay, next question, a little bit harder now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying.
What type of droid is ND5? K's pal ND5. What kind of droid?
It must be a PX Commander.
Yes, it is! PX Commando droid! Yeah!
Thank you.
Jeez! Well, that's it for us here at Trivia Gamescom. But if you think you can do a little bit better, you too can enter for a chance to win a custom Star Wars Outlaws Xbox Series X with a controller stand or an Xbox Series S. All you need to do is head over to twitch.tv/Xbox and follow the prompts in chat to enter this question. What species is Nyx? Good luck. Remember to answer in chat. And now is over to Henry with one of the beautiful voices from Star Wars Outlaws.
Hey, they did pretty good. But joining me now is K-Vest herself, Humberly Gonzalez. How you doing?
Happy to be here. Exciting.
They did pretty good on the quiz.
They did. I was answering along with them.
Yeah, you got them all right, obviously.
Obviously. Nyx did too.
He's got his drink. He's happy.
He's so good.
Yeah, it's perfect. Great. Now, I'm the sort of person that loves to know a Star Wars fan in particular. So before we get into talking how you're actually in the game, break down for me. What was your first what was your Star Wars awakening? How did that come about?
Well, I grew up in Venezuela, so it was all in Spanish, and it was Guerra de las Galaxias. So, that's something I love about Star Wars, is that it doesn't matter the color of your skin, what language you speak, where in the world you are, you all have a Star Wars story, and mine just happened to be on the other side of, South America. So it's exciting, when I got to share about it with my family and friends. I got to relate to it in my language, in my culture.
What was their reaction when they first found out that, by the way, I'm actually going to be in it now?
Unreal. I mean, there was a lot of questions. I think my family also, especially my parents, they started watching all of the movies, especially when I shared that it was in the original trilogy between Empire and, Return of the Jedi. So I did too. I think I blasted the Star Wars theme song, and I watched the movies, and anytime I see anything Star Wars, I just have this Star Wars.
That's part of it.
I'm like,
that's us. In terms of Kay and playing the role of a scoundrel, where did you have to go for that? What did you have to reach into to sort of conjure up this character?
I mean, obviously, we've seen scoundrels in this timeline, like the likes of Han Solo and Lando Calrissian, but they're so confident. They have the expertise. They know what they're doing because they're out there in the galaxy. Unlike Kay, she's a rookie. She's not an expert scoundrel, but she's a survivalist, and her and Nyx, survive off of odd jobs and Canto Bay, and they're dreaming of more. I love the attitude, the charm, the witty banter, the swagger that they have. And, those characters were obviously inspiration, but I got to try to bring my own heart to it. K-Vest has flaws. She's imperfect. She has a vulnerability that I feel I brought to the role even from the first tape that I sent in back in 2022, So that's something, it's a collaboration from the whole team.
Well, the whole team's really important to it, because when you're playing through it and you even hear the banter between Kay and ND5, and you're like, God, I really am a K-Vest. This is so relatable.
Yeah,
it's awesome. Yeah. What's it like working with a wider team then on building a new cast of characters to put into a franchise like Star Wars? Did you have to work together too much, or?
Absolutely. I mean, when you walk into a franchise that's already established, I guess you understand so much of it, the tone, just kind of the general vibe of what we're making. But because it's motion capture, you require so much aid in visualizing what the world is going to look like. I don't have the luxury of relying on sets and costumes and hair and makeup. I mean, we're in the mocap studio in these cat suits, wetsuits with these markers. We're in a volume surrounded by hundreds of infrared cameras that are capturing our every movement. It's a lot more intentional. You have to have this awareness of your body and your instrument. And you rely so much on the director, the writer, the storyboards. Sometimes they say, okay, we're about to do this kind of scene. So they pull up, inspiration from the TV shows, from movies that have previously been done to capture just the air of what we're trying to make, because we have to create it in our mind's eye.
So that must be a completely different way of bringing characters to life compared to like film or television, which you have done before. And you have worked in games before, but this is clearly the most involved project that you've ever been on, right?
From top to bottom. I mean, I'm there every day in almost every scene. I've recorded over like 11,400 lines for the game. So I hope you enjoy my voice. You're going to hear a lot of it. It's expansive, and it takes years to create it. They've been working on it for a couple years before I jumped on back in 2022. So it's a long process. It's an incredible journey. I truly have grown alongside KVS. So even though I've done video games before, leading a game requires a lot more responsibility. But I was ready for it.
Totally. I can't wait to play the game, honestly. It just looks absolutely incredible. Surely they had a real-life Nyx, at least, to help with that.
Obviously, we had him on set.
Yeah, of course. The inspiration's there. Well, Humberly, thanks so much for joining me. I cannot wait to play the game. It's not too long till it launches either, so
I know.
You're going to get to see how other people react. It's hitting people on August 30th. I'm going to get my Sabak face ready for it so that I'm good to go.
Keep your cards close.
Very close.
You can use Nyx to cheat, but don't tell anyone.
He's great for that, right? Well, I'll let you enjoy the rest of your Gamescom. Thanks.
Thank you.
But coming up, we celebrate 20 years of World of Warcraft with the new War Within expansion. We're going to find out what fans can expect from the latest Elder Scrolls Online update. And next up, we're catching up with the team from 2 Point Studios on their latest title, 2 Points Museum. But first, the die has been cast, and that is only the beginning. Check out the new expansion coming to Lost in Random.
The Queen enters the board.
What in random? We're not dead, Fortune.
A dice wielder. Oh, luck has finally turned.
Anyway, what you having?
Let's make this one count.
Come here, girl, and accept your punishment!
Greetings from the amazing CSUN Games, developers of the upcoming cross-platform online multiplayer game Mecha Break, launching in 2025. Let's showcase some gameplay through Mecha Break's core mode, 6 vs 6 squad missions. We'll demo the Eye of Mizra method, where the goal is to earn points by capturing and uploading launch keys. The striker we're featuring is Falcon, a lightweight mech that excels in aerial combat. Players can maneuver during their dive into the fight, controlling their landing spot at the match's start to open strategic options that can turn the tide of battle. For example, Falcon excels in aerial strikes and reconnaissance. Pilots must be agile, coordinating hit-and-run tactics with teammates while staying under the radar. We've refined combat to ensure it feels satisfying both in the air and on the ground, with each mech having unique attributes distinct from other shooters. Each striker has unique speeds, inertia handling, and specialized combat capabilities for seamless transitions between aerial and ground attacks. When implementing that, our main challenge was balancing air and ground mechs, given the varying visibility, traversal paths, and cover types across our maps. We addressed this by carefully assessing each mech's strengths and weaknesses in multiple scenarios. On the Mercury Shipyards map, the goal is to move a payload to the finish line. Seizing checkpoints along the way speeds up the payload. Brace yourself and face threats from both the air and ground with your squad. Showcasing another striker, Tricera. Wielding dueling Gatling guns, Tricera is a ground-based striker that often serves as the tank for a team, boosting efficiency when pushing the payload. Tricera's Fortress Room features an anti-missile system that uniquely protects the payload, or control points. Another powerful ground striker is Stego. When transformed, Stego specializes in long-range fire support as an ultra-heavy striker armed with the big guns. On the Krob Sinkhole map, the goal is to collect mining data by capturing data nodes, making teamwork and strategy essential. Panther is a brawler equipped with a powerful lance and shield booster kit. Panther's devastating charged attacks and defense capabilities make it a fearsome opponent in close combat. But Panther isn't the only brawler in Mecha Break. Be prepared to face Aleseness and Welcome, two melee machines with unique abilities that can take out enemies both at a distance and up close. The brawlers have unique finishing moves that keep the action intense. Sky Raider is a powerful and swift air attacker that can transform into a bomber to rain fire on enemy forces. The elegant yet lethal Narukami rules the battlefield with pinpoint sniping and advanced optical camouflage, making it almost impossible to capture the sniper. We invite you to join us on this exciting journey with Mecha Break. Stay tuned for its commercial release in 2025.
Welcome, esteemed guests, to 2 Point Museum's Coastal Deep Dive. The Marine Life Museum in 2 Point County is, just as you'd expect, situated along the coast and boasts a treasure trove of Wetlandian exhibits. Or at least it will do once you've hired some experts and sent them on perilous expeditions to unearth rare, but sometimes soggy sunken treasures. Discovering and maintaining the happiness of aquatic life is also a big attraction of the Marine Life Museum, and fish have a surprising number of requirements to meet if they're to stay happy and, swimming. Guests will be wowed by the remnants of Wetlantis, and the more impressed they are, the more they will donate. The more donations means more funds to keep your facilities clean, everything nicely decorated, and vending machines well stocked. Once you uncover the Marine Life Museum, you can then hire Wetlandian experts in all your other museum locations. From there, you can grow your aquatic collection throughout your 2 Point Museum empire. Thank you for attending this Coastal Deep Dive.
If you've ever dreamed of running your own museum or just really enjoy the 2 Point series of games, then listen up, because our next guests have the game for you. And me, here to tell us all about 2 Point Museum, please welcome 2 Point Studios Design Director Ben Huskins and Executive Producer Joe Kurla. Welcome to Gamescom, to Cologne.
It's great to be here.
Great to be here.
How is Germany treating you?
Oh,
wonderful.
absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. It's
The weather
such a
is
great.
good?
The atmosphere is incredible.
Yeah.
It is.
A little bit too warm, but that's okay.
That's okay. And the halls are cooled, so everything okay. And today's the first consumer day, so we're really excited to have you here. So, 2 Point has taken on education with campus, on medicine with hospitals. So now, Ben, how did you come up with the idea, the theme of museum, and why should fans be excited about this game?
Yeah, well, the thing that's great about museums is that they have these amazing collections of completely unique exhibits. And as soon as we started talking about museum as an idea, we got really excited about what if we let players build up their own unique collections of exhibits. And that got us thinking about, well, like, how do the players get these exhibits? They can they can send their experts off on expeditions around the county. They can basically explore and discover. We really love this idea of getting across this sense of exploration and discovery and anticipation about what might come back when your team comes back from an expedition. And this just got us really excited about, getting these exhibits, and then of course once you've got them, putting them on display in your museums, and actually that whole side of it as a museum manager, you deciding how you lay things out, and you deciding where do you put your most impressive exhibits, where do you want to channel your guests through the museum, and how do you give them the best possible experience?
I've got some ideas, but I've also saw in the trailer that you welcome families. I saw a lot of little children climbing on very precious exhibitions. So what do we need to look out for when we're welcoming those visitors?
So we were really excited to introduce children to 2 Point County, and I think it's just felt like such a natural fitting, a natural place for them to be. And with children, we've introduced family groups, we've introduced school trips, and all sorts of, they're kind of like little agents of chaos, and they make a right mess of the museum, don't they? But we've also introduced a lot of other character types, like the professor. He's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So he likes knowledge, doesn't he?
Yeah. So when professors come in, you need to focus a bit more on education, because they're going to donate money based on how much they learn about all of your exhibits. And then if you've got frozen items, you'll get
the Yetis. I love them. I love the frozen exhibits particularly. So you also have to maintain your exhibits. So with frozen items, you need to have your freezer cooler, and then you'll get Yetis come to visit.
So if I have all these visitors, how do I keep them happy throughout the game?
So I particularly love decorating. So for me, I keep my visitors happy by making a beautiful museum. So I look into the customization options, the lighting, decorative items, and try and make a really incredible space for them to enjoy.
Yeah, Joe's museums are usually a work of art, whereas my museums, I guess my philosophy is more, fill their minds with wonder, empty their wallets. That's more my approach.
Yeah, that's straight on.
my museums tend to end up being a bit of a hellish labyrinth where visitors have to go through about 5 different gift shops before they can escape the museum. Don't get me wrong, they still have a good time, they just leave with no money.
So in another world, you would be managing a theme park also.
Well, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
I get it. So is each museum restricted to one exhibit type?
So you can actually put any exhibit in any museum. So we designed the game like this because we wanted the players to really have freedom to build and design the museum however they wanted to.
And I saw definitely something new, which are unique fish in the game. So can you tell me more about the creation of these artsy creatures and how we can enjoy the fruits of that labor?
So we had lots of fun coming up with the ideas for the fish. I think with the exhibits in our game, sometimes we kind of pull on pop culture references, sometimes it's an idea for an animation, a joke or a pun, but with the fish, we kind of leaned quite heavily on real life reference, but then tried to inject 2 Point humour and charm into it. So, like for example, we've got the pufferfish. He's my personal favourite. He's very cute, he's got goofy eyes, puffy cheeks, and you can actually get him as a plushie in the gift shop, which is super cute. We've got the clownfish, he's small, he's got a red nose, so that's quite on the nose. We've also got the bull shark, who's kind of scary looking. He's a shark with a bull ring, and you actually have to keep him separate, or I do, because he does eat the little fish.
Okay, so talking about fish, let's talk about fish romance. I always wanted to say that on an Xbox broadcast. No, but seriously, how do we keep the fish population healthy?
Yeah, so I mean, the whole aquarium management feature as a whole, there's quite a lot of depth to it, really, because there's all these different types of fish, and they all behave in different ways, and they all have different characteristics. And you're having to think about, like, do I have enough filters in the aquarium to keep them going? Do I have the right types of food for the different fish that I've got in there? Is the aquarium the right temperature for them? Because all the fish have different needs, different requirements. So there's quite a lot of depth to it. Like, the aquarium management as a whole, it's almost a game in itself. And so, yeah, you're having to think about how do I keep them healthy, because, you know, you can even name your individual fish and get quite attached. You know, it's Clive the fish. That's my favourite fish.
Don't get me attached, please not.
Yeah, and then, you know, while you're nurturing them, you know, if you give them a nice little secluded area to hang out with, then maybe fish romance will blossom, and maybe you'll get, you know, nice little baby fish.
Okay.
Exactly.
Just one follow-up question. The name of my fish is called Bartholomew. If I want to know what he needs as food, what he really likes, where do I find it? Like, is there a fish tab or?
Oh yeah.
Ah, okay.
There's lots of info. Yeah.
Lots of information.
Yeah.
Interesting. And then how do you actually level up the whole museum?
Right, yeah, so as you begin to expand your museum, you're going to want to go on more expeditions to find a wider variety of exhibits to have in your museum. And of course, as you get more to add to your collection, you're having to think about where should I put them relative to the things that I've already got? How's it affecting my layout? Maybe I need to reorganize my whole museum layout. And as you get more things, the visitors will want to stay for longer in your museums. You're going to need to put down, you know, cafes and you know, other facilities to keep them happy. Otherwise, the kids will get bored, and then they'll leave, and the parents will be really angry. And so, yeah, you need to build up your collection of exhibits. And just keep those guests staying as long as possible. And the thing we were really keen to do with museum is what we found is people get quite attached to their museums over time, because as you build up that collection, and you're having to look after them, right? Because you don't want your fish to die.
Bartholomew. Yeah.
You don't want your frozen caveman in ice to melt, because that'll ruin it. Then you get quite attached to your museum, and you know, all of the hours you've spent noodling around laying things out. And so what we do is we keep giving you reasons to come back to each museum, which is great, because I think you do really feel like it's become your own thing.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for coming. And everybody who is here at Gamescom can play the game, actually, either at the Xbox booth or at the Sega booth, which is in the same hall, Hall 7. I love that we're neighbors. But then last but not least, I think you can wishlist it at home as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, to the newest chapter in the Life is Strange saga and the supernatural murder mystery it revolves around. Check out what you can expect from Max Caulfield and the gang in this new gameplay walkthrough.
Max Caulfield, the girl who could rewind time, is back.
Let's thrash, Chakra.
But when one of her new friends, Safi Llewellyn Fayyad, is murdered in the grounds of Caledon University, Max finds that her chaotic power has changed. Now, Max must shift back and forth to reveal the truth of her friend's murder, in an attempt to save Safi before it's too late. Once Max's new power manifests, she can send a pulse out from her fingertips at any time. While Pulse is active, she can peer through to the other world, seeing the differences between the timelines clearly. People and objects in the other timeline appear as dimensional echoes, allowing Max to avoid watchful eyes when shifting.
Good thing I can keep an eye on Alderman from here. Wouldn't want to show up right in front of him.
What the hell?
While Pulse shimmers around her, she can also see places where the veil between the two timelines is at its thinnest. These shift points are where she can push through to the opposite timeline to help her investigation in a multitude of ways.
Oh.
Do you need me to hold something, or?
Actually, yeah. I need an Allen wrench.
Got one around here?
No, I borrowed one from Carla, but I think she took it back. If you can go grab that from her, I'll owe you.
This could be to solve a puzzle, convince a character to reveal a secret, or retrieve an object lost in one timeline by borrowing it from another.
Better give this wrench to Moses.
Shift points work in both directions, so you can shift back and forth from the same spot.
So I found this guy named Alan, but he didn't know anything about a wrench.
No, Max, not literally Alan. It's... Oh. You are a lifesaver, Max. Dad joke aside.
I'll never apologize for my dad jokes.
If you're worried about losing track of which timeline you're in, well, Max herself may get confused too.
Have you talked to Reggie since yesterday? Reggie? Crap! Wrong Loretta, Max.
In the options, you can toggle a UI indicator every time you shift, confirming the reality you've just arrived in, as well as there being visual cues such as cheery Christmas decor in the timeline where Safi is alive. Most importantly to Max's investigation, everyone you meet has an increasingly divergent duplicate in the other timeline. Depending on which timeline you're in, they'll react to Max and her probing questions very differently. A grief-sodden conversation in one timeline may unlock an unexpected heart-to-heart in the other.
Grief is hard. The trick is not to let it change your character.
Everyone at Caledon is hiding something, and Max is the only one with a viewpoint unique enough to unravel those secrets, and the determination to reach the truth at all costs.
Everybody's talking about her like she had a heart attack or a car accident. But she was murdered. Someone murdered her. I don't know how we're expected to just be okay with that.
Max has never been so powerful or in so much danger. The fates of her friends and of two timelines are at Max's fingertips.
World of Warcraft has had a massive impact on the gaming world, as well as myself, since it launched nearly 2 decades ago. And here to give us a glimpse into their plans for the latest expansion, The War Within, the 3-part World Soul Saga, and the next 20 years of World of Warcraft, we have 2 excellent humans, and thankfully not orcs, sorry Horde, from the team at Blizzard. Please, Ian and Tina, introduce yourselves.
Hi, I am Tina Wang, Associate Art Director on The War Within. Super excited to be here and getting to chat with the Xbox community.
Hi, and I'm Ian Hazzikostas, game director on World of Warcraft. Really hyped to be here in Cologne at Gamescom, and excited to be part of the Microsoft family. Even though we're just a humble PC game, we've been welcomed into the Xbox fold, and it's wonderful.
No, I'm so excited for you guys to be here, especially as today is such a huge day for World of Warcraft. Can you tell us what's going on?
We got a little thing or two brewing. I think in something like 8 hours and 10 minutes, but who's counting? We're going to be launching early access of The War Within, to be followed a few days later by the global release.
No, I'm so excited for it. And to kind of get it hyped up at Gamescom on the booth over here, we have got one of the coolest experiences I think I've ever had at any gaming booth. It is the Escape from Dalaran, and as like a big WoW fan, it was incredible. Have you had a go?
Yeah, it's like, so this is a 4-minute VR experience. You're like, strapped in to this motorized device. You have air jets blowing in your face to simulate air rushing by you. And you are soaring through Dalaran in the middle of a surprise attack launched by the forces of Xal'atath and the Nerubians that very much mirrors what players are going to experience at the start of the War Within in the days to come.
Yeah, and you did mention that this is the start of a brand new era for World of Warcraft. Can you tell us the new features and what we can expect with the War Within?
Yeah, so the War Within is our 10th expansion, and I'm biased, but it's going to be a banger. It's the beginning of the World Soul Saga, which is the greatest story we've ever tried to tell. And it's a story so big that we needed to make 3 expansions to tell it fully.
Insane.
And so the way this kicks off, champions and heroes around the world have been seeing these troubling visions, hearing things that sound like the world herself crying out for aid, crying out in pain. And as they investigate the source of this phenomenon, that journey leads them towards a land that is known as Khazalgar, a mysterious island off the coast of Kalimdor, where they may come under surprise attack and begin to see the face of their foe, and that is one Xal'atath. And so it starts out as a mystery, and that mystery will lead players into the underground of Azeroth, towards the heart of the world itself, into just fantastical environments, and it's just going to be an incredible adventure.
No, I can't wait. And Tino, I know you've got a load of brand new features that are going to be coming with the expansion. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, Ian mentioned the zones. One of the things that we really love about World of Warcraft is that the world is such like a main character of it, right? So one of the key things coming out is these zones, and they're definitely some of the most ambitious and unique that we've ever created for World of Warcraft. For instance, delving underground, that's a unique challenge. And so while we have zones that meet player expectations with like the ringing deeps, where we have ancient forges and lava and these beautiful caverns, we also have an incredible zone called Hallowfall, where we have this crystalline ceiling and the crystal that shifts from light to dark. And then our deepest zone, Azj-Kahet, this is where you will find Queen Ensrek herself, in partnership with Xal'atath, and you get to see the height of the Nerubian Empire.
Yeah, no, and also there's of course, one of the big things with World of Warcraft as well, dungeons. Can you tell us about a few of the new dungeons that we're going to have in the War Within?
Oh yeah, so one of the fun ones that you get to experience as part of the story is this one that's the rookery that you find on the Isle of Dorne. And so you get to experience part of the culture of Khazalgar and seeing these riders, these storm riders. So that one is super fun. And then in Hallowfall, another favorite would be one where you're actually on an airship. So you get to fly around, there's epic battles, and you see that glowing crystal just in the backdrop.
Is that crystal? Oh, sorry,
I was going to say, when we were setting out to build these underground environments, one of the challenges was making sure that it didn't feel claustrophobic, didn't feel oppressive. And, the zone of Hallowfall, it is so vast an underground space that the inhabitants need airships to traverse it. And so it's when you're down there, it's you're in this underground world unto itself.
No, and it was really one of the really cool things, we were talking about it a little bit earlier on, was that the crystal changes, doesn't it, to impact the gameplay?
Yeah.
Which I'm really excited for. What other features do you have coming with the expansion as well?
So one of the things that we've built is Delves, which is a new feature for the expansion. And something that is a priority to us for Delves is that it really caters to a group of our audience that historically has been a little underserved by the end game progression loop that we have for those who maybe raid or do Mythic Plus. So these ones, they're outdoor world players, as we call it. We want them to feel like you're adventuring through the world and you come across just this mysterious location, whether you're diving into a sinkhole or seeing some tracks lead into a dark cave. We want you to be able to encounter these and still increase the difficulty level as you play so that you can progress your item level week to week.
So delves are they're handcrafted experiences.
Yeah.
There are 13 locations around the zones of the War Within, and they're really meant to be a new alternative to dungeons, raids, and PvP as like a new pillar of endgame progression. Whereas before, as Tina mentioned, if you're someone who's mostly a solo player, you have maybe one or two friends, you don't do the larger group content, you could, enjoy the story, you could quest, but at some point your journey would unfortunately feel like it came to a stopping point. And we want to make sure that all playstyles feel welcome and feel like they have progression. And that's something, as we think about the features that we're offering in our new expansion, a lot of it is about playing the game the way you want to play it, having that flexibility to, that caters to your playstyle. So like a couple of our other major features are warbands, which for once unifies the progression on most facets among your alts. So instead of having every character needing to earn reputation separately or their own currency, all of the characters in your account are now part of a warband. So the first thing you see when you log into World of Warcraft, the War Within, is going to be not just one character standing there stiffly, but multiple characters huddled around a campfire representing your band of adventurers that you're taking into Azeroth.
All that grinding, getting all your characters ranked up and leveled up, just seeing them all together would be amazing.
It's honestly quite sentimental to see them all hanging out.
I have to make sure I do all the transmogs all correctly and just make sure they all look great.
Exactly. And then we've already seen people taking screenshots and sharing them of this is your lineup. And then we've reimagined the way flying and traversal work in World of Warcraft. There's a dynamic physics-based system called skywriting that's more than double the speed of what flying used to be back in the day. And so just getting from point A to point B should feel exciting. It should feel like an adventure, and that's what we're trying to offer.
I always used to love that. I still remember the first time Burning Crusade where I got my flying mount for the first time and I had 60% move speed, and I was like, I'll get there eventually. Just give me some time.
Yeah, these are more 600%.
Oh yeah, that's going to be way faster. Just do some tricks and blitz
just
across.
A bit.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. One of the other big things with World of Warcraft is there was a perception for older players and players that people have never played before. The War Within, you've kind of aimed to change that. Can you tell us a little bit more? What can players expect when they log in for the first time?
Yeah, really, it's features like what we've just been talking about. It's making sure that there is a deep solo experience if that's what you want. If you only have a little bit of time to spare, those delves take 15 to 20 minutes. Of course, if you want to, if you have hours on a weekend, there's an entire world to explore. We have hardcore raids to challenge, the boldest of adventurers and their friends as they coordinate to overcome these challenges. But I think, World of Warcraft is a game that can be played in so many different ways today to suit your, preferred content, play style, available time, and that's something that we really want to just keep doubling down on.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, a lot of people when they think about World of Warcraft, they think, oh, it's too big, there's too much stuff to do, but really it's it's a world and that everyone can play the way that is fulfilling to them.
Yeah, and there's also opportunities just to hop straight into the new content as well. It's one of the things that I've always liked. Our whole Xbox One team, when Classic came back out, we all hopped back in for one of those reasons.
Exactly. And I think as any WoW player knows, a new expansion is the perfect time to come back to WoW. I think the War Within in particular, because of the fact that, it's kicking off this brand new story arc, we've also revamped the new player experience, the level up experience from 10 to 70 that gets you to the War Within to be our latest expansion, Dragonflight.
Yeah.
So if you're coming back or you're coming in for the first time, you are playing the latest, newest content WoW has to offer, learning the ropes, and joining the rest of the world in the War Within.
No, I'm really excited. And also, World of Warcraft, I can't believe I'm saying this, is coming up to its 20th anniversary. What does that feel like being a part of the WoW team and for all the players?
It is humbling, truly. I've been playing the game for all 20 of those years. I've been on the development team for 16 years now. The large majority of my adult life has really been shaped and formed by this game, and it's an honor. And I think I'm so excited to celebrate that 20th anniversary coming up, but also kick off many, many years to come.
Yeah.
I'm also a long-time veteran in the game, playing since the beginning, playing since Warcraft 3, and been on the team like 14 years now. And there are so many of these stories on the World of Warcraft team, and you can see that in what we put out there. Just people putting like their passion and their history with the game into everything that we make.
No, it's amazing. Like, I personally love it. I can still remember growing up playing from the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, and it's so exciting to hit that 20-year mark. But for players that are looking to get involved in World of Warcraft for the first time and become part of the community, what can they do right now?
Yeah, I mean, so, we're talking about an expansion, but the basic World of Warcraft experience, you can play for free in our starter edition. You can level up to 20. You can experience the start of Dragonflight. And, just go to worldofwarcraft.com, download Battle.net, install it, jump in and check it out.
No, I'd really recommend it. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and it's no surprise it's coming up to the 20-year anniversary. Do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share with the fans?
It's just such an exciting moment, really. I think coming up on 20 years, but also beginning this next step in our journey. The team has been working on War Within for years. We have so many years of content ahead that we have mapped out, that we have planned out. It's going to be this incredible journey narratively, in terms of the world we're building, in terms of the features. And just we're excited to welcome everyone in to begin it with us, and buckle up, because it's going to be a heck of a ride.
Yeah, no, I honestly, thank you so much. I've got one also final question. Horde or Alliance?
Depends on my mood that day.
Safe answer.
That is a safe. What about you, Tina?
My mood is more often Horde. Put it that way.
It's shifted over time. Currently, I'm more playing Alliance.
See, that's what I like. Always the Alliance. I've been Alliance since day one. Right, and I will stick to that with the War Within. But honestly, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it, you taking us through the War Within. But here, also, just a pro tip to avoid your own War Within. Please check out World of Warcraft, the War Within expansion, when it launches August 26th. Also, coming up, we'll give you a tour of the Xbox booth right here at Gamescom. Check out what studios have in store for fans here. And also, we celebrate a decade of Elder Scrolls Online with a look at the latest chapter, Gold Road. We also unveil the real name of Project Birdseye. But first, it's time for a cinematic horror experience. This is the casting of Frank Stone.
This place is like super duper creep town, right? Everything's still so fuzzy about what happened, but there's one thing that always just stuck in my mind.
Right where my dad came face to face with Frank Stone.
I think you're starting to see what we're up against.
Your call, Chris.
Drugstore. I don't want to risk missing our chance.
Sure. Curiosity Shop does look pretty cool.
We can check it out after.
Fair enough.
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this.
After 40 years of pain, why would you choose to live with me?
You're not okay, are you?
I'm sleepwalking through a nightmare and I just can't seem to wake up.
There's no reward for me when I've done what I've got to do.
This is insane!
I can't live like this anymore. I can't live in this nightmare. Come on, come on, come on.
It's a prison. Something far older.
What is that?
That is Frag Stone.
Welcome everybody to the Xbox booth.
This is our home for Gamescom 2024.
There is so much to do here. There's so many experiences. We've got Xbox, Bethesda, Blizzard, and Activision all under one roof.
We have so much to see, so I think we should just split up.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Over here at the Age of Mythology Retold section, you can get your photo taken with some certified gods and goddesses. But over here's something even cooler, because we've actually got some game stations set up where you can play test the game right here at Gamescom.
Behind these walls, fans are experiencing, I think, the most anticipated expansion of this year, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. I can't wait to dive into the Dark Citadel and slay swarms of enemies if I manage to do so. I think only time can tell, and speaking of time,
it's time to check out Diablo Immortal, because we just can't get enough of it around here. At the Diablo Immortal section, you'll be able to play the game itself on the little setups here, but also set a leaderboard time where you can potentially win an incredible Inarius statue, which looks unbelievable. But hey, what's that over there?
the Doomslayer has already graced many an Insta story as he lords over the booth of Doom: The Dark Ages.
Fans can also celebrate 10 years of the Elder Scrolls Online by checking out the latest chapter, Gold Road, as well as catching a rare glimpse of an Elder Scrolls replica. There's only one of two in the world. If you're feeling brave enough, you can even grab a photo with Athelia herself.
World of Warcraft, the war within, takes on new meaning when you strap yourself into one of these ultra-immersive devices. Let me tell you, it's my third ride in a row and I'm really baffled by this experience. So make sure to check this out and check out the expansion.
And of course, it just wouldn't be Gamescom without the Xbox Game Pass and PC Game Pass experience, where here our attendees can actually win themselves some prizes by slapping that big green button, which I think I'm going to have a go on while you guys enjoy the rest of the show. Come on. This year, the Elder Scrolls Online celebrates 10 years. I should have brought some sweet rolls. But here to give us the latest from the franchise, please welcome the Elder Scrolls President Matt Fyror and Creative Director Rich Lambert himself. How you doing?
Great.
Great. Yeah.
Great to be here. It's great to be here in the Xbox booth here at Gamescom.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are no strangers to Gamescom in general, so you're aware of the behemoth scale of everything. But I mean, this is something else for the Xbox booth. It's great to have like a whole team together for it, which is awesome. And you guys are on the booth as well, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But what I want to get into is the fact that it is 10 years. That's really special for a game to go for that long. And you guys thought, well, let's make a big deal out of it. Let's celebrate. So how are we doing that in-game?
Yeah, well, you know, it's been 10 years since we launched, but it's been like 18 years since we founded the studio. So we've been working on this game a long time.
Forever, yeah.
And Rich and I were both here in the very beginning. So, but yeah, we're celebrating. Obviously, we're here at Gamescom. We've done some great community events outside the game. We had a huge one in Amsterdam that you were at.
It was a lot of fun, I got to say.
Oh, yes. Well over 1,000 people. Just a couple weeks ago, we had another big one in Germany.
Yeah, the Tavern.
The Tavern, also huge with live music and just a huge multi-day festival. And then we've done other stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, it's countless, right? We've got new things planned, in the future. We're going to be at TwitchCon, and then also we've got an Australia event coming up too. So.
Yeah, and inside the game, we've had just back-to-back events, just celebrating 10 years. So we're giving lots of free stuff away to players in the game, and it's all a lot themed around different chapters that we've had over the years and different characters and everything. So it's just, we're really trying to do, pull out all the stops and have a great inside the game experience, but then also bring it out to the fans out in the real world.
Well, let's talk about that outside of the game perspective, because you do have pretty substantial little segment over there. Why did it feel right to make sure that you guys were here at Gamescom?
Well, Germany is a huge player base for us. I think it's the second biggest after the United States. So we've been coming over here for many, many years. I mean, it's I think 2013 before launch was our first year here at Gamescom, and we've had community events here longer than we've had community events in America. Seriously. So Germany is, and Europe as a whole, is a very, very important, in our hearts and to the success of the game, and we like to come out and thank them in game. But yeah, we got a huge presence in the booth.
It's unbelievable. Like, there's people lined up all around. We've got some cosplayers here. It's just this really amazing feel and vibe. And then, of course, we get to meet the players, hang out with them. Some players, Matt said, we've been here at the tavern since 2013, and I remember, it started really small and it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and there's people that come every year that we get to see and just see how they're doing.
And it just feels great to see people being jumping so deep into it as well, and it's a huge part of their lives. This is how they've met some of their best friends, that they've spent countless hours in the game just experiencing the incredible tales that you've been able to tell through it. So that it's a really nice way to connect and meet genuine friends here.
Yeah, and it's important here that we've been talking about this for a few minutes now, and we're talking about the community, because the community is the game in many ways. For a game to last for 10 years at this level of success, right? It's just more about the people that play the game at this point than the people that make it. So we never forget that. We very much appreciate it. And we always know when we do have community events and like hands-on and things here at Gamescom, players like to come here to meet each other more than even to meet us. Like their best friends are in the game sometimes, and just to meet them in the real world is awesome.
And we just happen to be here, right? Like that's the thing, right? Like so it's really cool.
So 10 years, you've not just been like sitting around letting people enjoy the game. You've been working hard. There have been new content updates. Yep. You've had a new chapter released this same year as well. Do you want to talk a bit about Gold Road and what's there for players to experience with that?
Yeah, Gold Road is the continuation of the story that we started last year with Necron. So it's this story about a new Daedric prince who's been long forgotten, Athelia. She looks different, she acts different than everybody else, and then it's a bit of a nostalgia trip through the West Weald, which was also in Oblivion, Test for Oblivion. So it's just been really cool to be able to do that, and then add new systems as well. We added the scribing system, which allows players to essentially build their own abilities. And really kind of mix and match, those abilities with their builds, and then, just change the colors and whatnot to really match their role play.
Yeah, because that's such an important part for your players. It's not just about being able to get the DPS meter up. It's so much more than that, right?
Yeah, it's like I joke with Rich a lot. We're talking about scribing, but we have a roguelike game. Infinite Archives inside our game, right? We have so many different things you can do in ESO, and in fact, years ago, I think 3 or 4 years ago, we started calling it a virtual world, like a fantasy virtual world, because that's really what it is. It's much more than a game at this point. You can log in and play a card game. Now you can decorate your house and share it with others, and antiquity system and PvP, and right. So there's just so much to do in this game that you can really play all week and do different things every day.
You guys were Metaverse before people even were thinking about Metaverse. I mean, you had them beat. Speaking of housing, you do have a current update available for PC players with the update 43. Console players are going to be able to get hands-on with that pretty soon, but give us a brief overview of what they can expect with that.
So the big new system is home tours, right? It allows players to share their creations with other players, and our housing system is incredible. It's super deep. It is free form, so there's no hook points. There's nothing along those lines. Whatever players can dream up, they can build. They can put chairs on the ceilings. They can cobble together a bunch of things to create new assets, and they do, and they make these really cool creations. And now home tours allows them to share that with other people. and those people can go in and view these homes and like them, and like it's really going to open the doors for our community.
Yeah, so to speak. But
That's good. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
The people watching the stream right now, I think, are seeing some housing in game.
Yeah.
And I just want to reiterate, everything they're seeing is in game in our housing system. Like it could be created by the players.
Yep.
And in fact, some of the ones they're going to get to soon are actually created by players themselves.
Amazing.
And it's unbelievable what they can do with the tools we've given them.
Well, it's a good thing you never asked me, because mine just always looks like some midlife crisis bachelor's pad.
I'm not very good with it either,
there's like
so.
monster trophies on the wall, like one chair in the middle of it. It looks really sad, but with this update, I think I'm going to have to try and up my housing chops and make something look good.
Just going through and exploring and seeing what other players are doing is just so inspiring, right? Like, it's amazing.
It's not just the only thing that's getting updated, though, because we mentioned the roguelike part of it as well, Infinite Archives. That's also having a few new flourishes added to it as well, right?
Yeah, so we've added a bunch of new bosses into there, some new monster types. We've added in 2 new arena types, so there's a fire and ice arena in there. We've added new verses and visions, which are the buffs that players earn while they're kind of progressing through. And then, of course, there's tons of new loot, new class sets and whatnot.
Amazing. Community being at the heart of your game. We know that they can also be vocal too, which is a good thing, because that's passionate. I like it. And that's the way that we can make great games even greater. So there must be some improvements on the way, some feedback you've had lately that you're looking to include in the game pretty soon.
Yeah, we ship updates to ESO every 12 weeks, and we've been doing that since 2015. So, and every one of those has had a fix, a bug fix, or balance tweaks, or some kind of quality of life fix, based on feedback we've gotten from the community. Nice. And we can't get to everything quite as fast as the community would like us to, I am sure. Yeah. But we were responsive, and we would not be here right now if we didn't take the feedback the community gave us and acted on it. And so things like home tours, right? There's a huge segment of ESO now of the player base which really does primarily housing. So we gotten some feedback from the other players in the game, like, why are you doing a housing feature?
I see people say housing is endgame. Like that is the end goal.
It's fashion and housing, right? Like that's what you hear a lot. And to Matt's point, sometimes they're not big things. Sometimes they're just small things. Like one of the, I think, is a big thing that's coming in is probably one of the smallest things, and it's we now remember the last guild you posted in for the guild stores. So now you can be in 5 guilds in ESO. And what oftentimes would happen is it would reset back to like that first guild that you joined. So you're posting stuff to the guild store in the wrong guild, and so that's just a pain point, and we were finally able to get around to fixing that.
Awesome. I do want to make sure that I give you guys a shout out for possibly one of the most memorable trailers from Showcase, because your 10-year one was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so good. Like, we were all watching it, doing a little mini watch party in the Xbox On studio, and we were like, this is great stuff.
And I think over the years, this is an Elder Scrolls game, right? A lot of the videos we've done are a lot about combat and fighting giant, monsters and huge, demon Daedric princes, right? But that video, the We Belong video, is more about the heart of the game, and that's from what the players experience. That's much more what the game is to them than just going on quests. Because of course we have that, but you're doing it with friends, right? You're doing it with people that you meet in the game, and you're starting out, and you can't do much, and then you get really powerful, right? That's the heart of the game right there in that video.
Amazing. Well, when update 43 drops on console, I'll make sure to spruce up my home. Maybe you could tour it, see what you think. But thank you. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Gamescom. The Elder Scrolls Online update 43 is launching September 4th, 2024, so pretty soon. For details on that update, the 10th anniversary plans, and more, make sure that you do tune into the ESO Gamescom live stream, which is kicking off in just over an hour at 6 p.m. CEST, 12 p.m. EDT at twitch.tv/Bethesda. Now for a refreshing change of pace for the hero shooter genre. That pace is fast, by the way. Here now, enjoy the wildly colourful and furious world of Frag Punk.
Yo! Hate rules? Frag Punk's here to spice them up. We're the 5v5 FPS that lets you bend the rules with cards. Cards can literally do anything. They can beef you up. They can change the weather. They even interact with each other. blast people up even more. Or find foes when they try to be sneaky. Crush them with massive force. But remember, they've got tricks of their own. If you're down on luck, then you better have a good team with you. Too close to call, then be ready to duke it out one-on-one till the last one stands. Bend the rules in Frag Punk.
I like it. I'm a cut piece if I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm not the carbon copy. I'm the original. Dropping things like heartbeats. I like it, I like it. I like it, like it. I like it. If it's got speed on the track, we just take some island. I like it, I like it.
Another prison guard. Good luck, mate. You're gonna need it. There's one escape pod left, but you're not the only geezer bolting after it. There's a lot of wankers between you and the sweet taste of freedom. Just a bunch of psychos gunning for the same prize. A lot like me. Better luck next time, mate. You might make it farther than the last pig I murked. He even took down some big boys along the way. But the last guard, well, they ain't exactly dead. Looks like one of you guards finally put some big boy pants on. Brilliant. 'Cause it's just getting started. Close. Maybe the next guard will do better.
Well, Redacted looks absolutely amazing. We're super excited to be officially revealing the game today. It's from the minds behind the Callisto Protocol, and it's a frenetic roguelike with a darkly comic twist. Here to tell us more, please welcome the head of Striking Distance Studios, Steve Papoutsis, and creative director Ben Walker. Guys, welcome to Germany. How are you?
Thank you so much for having us today. It's great to be here.
Awesome.
This isn't the first time that we've actually seen the trailer. We've seen it where it was under the code name Project Birdseye. Can you tell us a little bit about the secrecy and about Redacted now?
Sure. So when we first started thinking about this project, we started prototyping from the controller out. We were really interested in creating fast, responsive controls that worked for melee and shooting and our energy mechanic. And so as we were developing that, we then talked about the types of games we liked, and we found ourselves playing a lot of roguelikes. What we liked about that particular style of game was the replayability and the experimentation that occurs. So you have strategic and tactical choices. So all of those things kind of came together, and as we were prototyping it, we thought, well, let's see what people think of this. So we released that trailer that you mentioned for Project Birdseye, and that was met with positive reception. So we're here today with you, thank you, to announce the official name of the game, which is Redacted.
No, it's amazing to see it, and I know we're going to be going through a load of gameplay as well for viewers to be able to check out. But it looks amazing.
So good. I mean, you guys mentioned it there. It sounds like you had a lot of fun making the game, and certainly it's a wee bit of a departure from the Callisto Protocol and what players might expect from you guys. But as we look at some of the gameplay, can you tell us a bit more about Redacted, and then what can we expect to look forward to?
Sure, absolutely. So again, it's a roguelike style game, and it's focused in a prison. So one of the things that we thought would be really fun was developing the story around what it would be like when a zombie outbreak occurred in a prison. So not only are there workers at the prison, but there's also inmates. So we thought that was an interesting idea, so we started developing along those lines. And we also included some of those key elements of roguelikes that I mentioned, which are the experiments that we have, which are our upgrades, and the various skills and meta currencies that you can use in-game to really change your play styles as you go through the experience.
You mentioned a load of the prisoners. They're called rivals in the game, aren't they? Can you explain to us what rivals are and how that's going to affect the gameplay?
Absolutely. So the idea, again, with the rivals was, hey, you know, there's other people in this prison, so what would they be doing during this outbreak, right? So we thought it would be interesting if there was a race to one escape pod. So not only are you racing against the rivals, but you're also having to deal with them. So they can do things like have room modifier attacks where they can slow you down or impede your progress. But you can also counter back to them, and you can use your own environmental control attacks and try to slow them down and impede their progress. Not only that, but then you can also square off against them in one-on-one fights. So think of them as like bosses as you go through the experience. And so not only do you have the challenge of the various monsters within this game, but you also have to deal with these rivals who are trying to escape.
Yeah, and you can kind of see their progress along the bottom of the screen on the gameplay, can't you?
Yeah.
And like if they're still standing and what's kind of happening to them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Catch up as well. Nice. I mean, going back a little bit, I understand it's a roguelike, and when I think of that, I think permadeath, but maybe, Ben, you could show us how that's going to be quite a core part of the gameplay in Redacted.
Sure. So this is actually the area where you start when you die and you come back. And on the team, we like to say death is the opportunity to come back stronger.
Nice.
And so, you know, we have our punching bag here. As you can see, these are all our terminals where you buy your permanent upgrades. On the right, we have all of our currencies. The top one is the credits, which is only spendable and remain used inside the game.
Yep.
And then we have our contraband here, which is for our permanent skills. So I can purchase one of these and then equip it on the side. So you actually build your own kind of loadout here, and I can actually buy more slots as I progress as well. So we have about 45 of these across 5 pages, so there's really a lot to dig into here.
Yeah.
That's a lot of different combinations for you to use. What other meta currencies have you got on the right hand? Because we can see them on the right hand side of the screen. What are they, and how do we what do we spend them on?
Yeah, so over here we have the security IDs, which you purchase suits with. And as you can see, we have lots of suits to choose from.
They look so cool. Have you got a favorite one?
This is one of my favorite ones, the pilot suit.
Pilot
so
suit, nice.
I'll purchase it now. And then every suit has an initial buff that it gives you. And then also you can go and increase the upgrades to it as well. And so clearing 30 rooms, I'll get to reload my weapon faster.
Okay, sick.
So there's a lot of progression opportunities as well. So if you find like your own particular playstyle that you really like, you can hone in and focus on that and be like, all right, this is how I want to approach the next round.
Exactly, and your skills and your suit and then your guns all play into how that build works out for you.
So what else do we have? What else do we have here?
So we have 5 melee weapons and 8 ranged weapons, and players can mix and match those any way they like. These are some of my favorites, the dual blasters.
They look nice.
Yeah, and then once the player escapes for the first time, they'll be able to unlock the upgrades for the weapons as well. So it keeps going, and you can keep going farther, keep getting stronger.
Yeah, and what else is there in the hub for players to get involved with?
So this is where we can transfer currency and also buy things like the first aid station in between levels, which is very, very important. So here, let me purchase the environment control.
Let's get going.
So as Steve was talking about, this is how you attack rivals remotely. So you purchase the upgrades here.
Yeah, because we saw this happen a couple times in the gameplay that we saw a little bit earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. And this will slow them down, it'll stop them, it'll do damage. And then once you buy all of them, you get the next tier of it. So you just keep upgrading and upgrading.
Okay, sick. There's on the screen there was something about a combo with the rival attacks. What was that about there?
Yeah, so when you actually do your rival attack, you select the rival, and then you have to you have a limited time to kind of punch in this code.
Sick.
So there's a little bit of a rhythm to it.
Yeah, rhythm game, love that.
Yep.
Okay, sick. That's so cool.
And then the final two we've got are the redaction map and the performance review center. What are those?
Yeah, so the performance review is a summary of your run. So here you can see what experiments you used, how many meta currency elements that you collected, the schematics and the fabrications. So this is a good way to kind of strategize as you go through, see what you did before and see what you might try to do next time. In addition to that, we have the Watcher log, which actually provides a lot of deep statistics for you. It's fun to kind of min-max and see how you did against the various rivals, which experiments you tend to gravitate towards, and you can see that all here. So it's fun to kind of dig into the statistical element of the game.
It's also where I can see people getting so competitive. That's like going like, no, I can get a faster time than you. I can do better with this setup, and see like all that kind of comparison. Like I know, like us at the Xbox On team would do that an absolute ton on stream.
How many Stumbatons kills have you got or something?
Yeah, exactly.
And then we've got the redaction map.
Yeah, so this ties into kind of the mystery of our game. So here you're going to find out about the rivals. As you go through the game, you're actually going to find these computer rooms. And when you interact with the computer room, you're going to see these dossiers. And as you go through and unredact the information here, you'll actually be gaining positive buffs for yourself. So you're going to be increasing the damage you do against the enemies. You're going to be creating vulnerabilities for them. And so you'll also be doing all that. And in addition to that, you're going to find out more about the rivals and a little bit of their backstory. So it's a key component to really being able to deal with and handle the rivals.
Oh, that's awesome. What I do know is we've got a lot more gameplay to check out, because it'd be amazing to see all these different like weapons and upgrades in action, so you can talk us through it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Let's check out some more gameplay. But honestly, one of the things I love so much about games is when there are so many options for you as a player, and that's what Redacted has for you to progress and improve. So Bex, what do you think as well?
I mean, yeah, I'm really enjoying this kind of like secret element to the dossiers and these rivals, and I really like some of these headings that we've got. There's some interesting topics that I'm excited to explore later. Oh, who's this guy?
All right.
Got a little outline here.
Yeah, so this is a mysterious figure that we call Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
He's a bit of a cleaner, and he's at the prison. We don't know why. Hopefully players are going to find out. But he'll be interacting with you and kind of providing you some insights as you progress through the experience.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I don't want to give away too much,
No.
but Mr. Green is a shadowy figure.
Okay, seems like we can trust him right now, but given all of the rivals and all of the other people that you've told us about so far, I'm not too convinced.
I don't know
yet.
if you can ever trust a shadowy figure. That to me is just like, especially one in a prison, that just doesn't seem to work. But because there's so many options of how to play the game, can you kind of run us through some of your favorite builds? I think this is us going up against one of your rivals right now, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Like Steve mentioned, we call our upgrade trees experiments.
Yeah.
And so we have a total of 115 of those in the game, split up against across 7 categories. A couple of my favorites are the biotech, and mixing that with the electricity or the energy build. Speeds up rates of fire, and then biotech has a great skill called Rot, which enables enemies to explode on death.
Nice.
So you can see we're using it right here on his main fire.
Oh, cool. I love an area of effects. That's always helpful.
Yeah, there's also like constant combination of using melee and ranged attacks, isn't there, throughout the gameplay?
There is, and since you don't get to choose which upgrades you get to pick every time, you'll find yourself exploring and finding new ones that you weren't expecting that turn out to be really fun. And so we've had a lot of people start to play different ways just because they stumbled on a really fun build.
Yeah, it's always going to be one of the funny bits. It's like, you're going to go, no, I'm going to go use these guns because this is what I want to use. I love them. And then you'll be like, wait, no, that's like the most powerful melee weapon in the game. I'm just going to go melee build or something like that.
Yep.
I like it. So Ben, yeah, you're much more of a corrosive kind of area of effect and rapid fire build. I like that. That's
Absolutely.
cool. I'd probably go for something like that over like a strength build or like close combat. kind of build or whatever. What do you think you would do?
See, I've always been, right, I was like, keep a distance, like,
Yeah.
I played as, like,
Calculated.
yeah, no, I was always like an assault rifle player and like FPSs, I was like, kind of keep a distance, kind of like kite people. But one thing I want to point out here is there is a glowing corpse which you see throughout the game. They pop up in certain locations. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so that's actually your last corpse, exactly where you died on your last run. And he has the exact same build you do. So at the end, once combat's over, you can choose to fight him and get back one of your skills, but at an increased power level. So, but it's always risky, right? Because if you had a really good build before, it might be a hard fight to win. So you got to kind of pick and choose your battles. But it is a way for you to get something back that you had on your last run that you really liked.
Yeah.
No, I can just imagine though. I just Bex is never going to see the glowing corpse. I know.
That's like the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Oh,
What do you
thanks, Penny. I mean, yeah, the glowing corpse sounds great. I love that element of, it's almost like Soulsy. You get that reward for going back to the same place, and especially in roguelike atmosphere. I love that as well. I mean, we're seeing so many sick-looking visuals here. I can notice some of the symbols from your game's Callisto Protocol and lots of this new art style that we can enjoy as well. They're eyeballs, which is great. But what was your philosophy behind this, and like, I guess kind of moving away from Callisto Protocol too?
Right, so we wanted to create something that was different and lean into things that we really enjoy. So we're big fans of comic books, graphic novels, and we also wanted to have more of an irreverent, fun tone to this game. So we gravitated towards the style and look that you see in the game. It's a little bit more vibrant, colorful.
It's gorgeous.
And it allowed us to really experiment and play around with the variety of enemies. I think we have over 34 enemies in the game. So we really wanted to just kind of go all out with the colors and everything. So that really worked well for us, and we think it definitely looks different than the previous game. And the other thing that we really liked about this particular game this time was we partnered with a group called Mutato Musica.
Okay.
And we wanted to create our own unique music for the game. So we came up with this idea for future punk. So the soundtrack is kind of got this arcadey punk kind of vibe going on. And we really enjoy it, so we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, no, Future Punk is definitely something I think I could get into as well, and I love the art style. But Ben and Steve, like, big thank you for joining as well. But if you've got any last words for everyone watching about Redacted?
Well, we hope everyone enjoys playing it as much as we enjoyed making it. The team had a great time doing that.
Yeah, and I'd like to say thank you very much for allowing us to reveal the game name today with you. And I want to thank the team at Striking Distance for all the wonderful work they did for this project. Thank you.
Heck yeah. I mean, yeah, thank you for letting us be included in this honor as well. We'll definitely be watching out for more Redacted. I cannot wait to get my hands on it when it comes out on October 31st. Very scary. Pre-orders are open right now. So coming up, we've got a sim that is unlike any other sim we've seen before. But first, fans of the first Descendant have been not so patiently waiting for more on Season 1. Well, guys, the wait is over. Let's have a look.
Turn the ship around. We'll put it back.
We managed to fend off our enemy's large-scale attack, but the war is far from over. The Colossus still threatens us, and our enemies are plotting new strategies. Can Ingress ever find true peace? Has Corel really given up on the war? After Corel's fleet disappeared, the Vulgus began moving from deep within the dungeon to raid the Ancestors' facilities in Ingress and reclaim the outpost. Detecting this, Ingress immediately dispatched a scout. That scout's name is Haley. Haley, who rose from a supply soldier in the guerrilla unit to a legendary sniper, is now a newcomer in the Descendant Corps. Ruthlessly eliminating enemies with her anti-material sniper rifle, she dominates battles with her ability to drop her body temperature and emit cold air when her emotions run high. When shooting from a distance, her weapon's critical hit multiplier increases, making her an excellent fit for sniper rifles. She possesses sub-zero bullets that fire multiple shots in an instant, and a storm snare that pushes back and rapidly cools down enemies in front. Above all, Haley's specialty is switching to her anti-material sniper rifle and firing a single, incredibly powerful shot, stronger than any other attack. In Season 1, the Vulgus launches a new strategy, The Invasion. Invasions occur randomly in 2 dungeons of the hard difficulty infiltration operations. Players can choose to enter between the existing operations or the invasions. Invasion dungeons are only available for solo play, testing the strength of the Descendants. 3 Vulgus legions will block the Descendants with different defense mechanisms. The quantum field creates an immortal state, impervious to physical attacks. The Resonance Shatterers cause massive explosions with the energies of RK and the Iron Heart. The Keeper Tile encryption device maintains a powerful security system. Invasion dungeons present new mechanics that disrupt the Descendants' operations. Solve these enemies' mechanisms and swiftly eliminate them. Invasion dungeons are designed for speed runs, and the faster you clear them, the greater the rewards that await. After coming in contact with the Iron Heart, Descendants experience an RK resonance phenomenon. This resonance grants the Descendants new powers. It's the season growth inversion reinforcement. Inversion reinforcement is a new growth system that resets at the start of each season. It includes 5 types: hunting, attributes, recovery, survival, and seasons. Through the inversion reinforcement, Descendants gain beneficial effects for progressing through seasonal content, and can also obtain effects that compensate for their weakness. Each season, we plan to tailor and replace the inversion reinforcement effects, providing effects that perfectly fit the seasonal content. In addition to a new Descendant, a new Ultimate Descendant will be introduced in Season 1. Ultimate Freyna, who has evolved RK's toxicity into a more powerful weapon, will make her debut. In Season 1, you can discover Freyna's exclusive story and uncover the tale behind the name of her skill, Room Zero Trauma. Excava is an assault rifle with powerful versatility. It can be obtained through the Battle Pass and is also available as a free reward. Excava charges voltage when attacking enemies and has a unique effect of firing the charged voltage as an energy grenade. It is a versatile weapon that combines the inherent versatility of an assault rifle with a powerful shot. Frost Watcher is a scout rifle that can be farmed through the Season 1 content. When hitting enemies from long range, it reduces chill resistance and enhances the damage of one's chill skills, making it a perfect fit for Viessa and Haley. If you've prepared a new Descendant, ultimate weapon, and inversion growth, it is now time to face the most powerful Colossus, Deathstalker. Deathstalker lurks in the darkness of the void, targeting the life of Descendants. It is stronger than any Colossus encountered so far. To protect Albion from the threat of Deathstalker, we must once again venture into the void, unravel the mysteries within the darkness, and intercept Deathstalker. The first Descendants first season begins on August 29th with Haley, a new Descendant, Ultimate Freyna, and the new Ultimate Weapons. New episodes, dungeon content, and void intercept battles await you in Albion, Descendants. The first Descendant, Season 1 Invasion. Play for free.
It's a crazy, crazy game. But no matter what you do to make your dreams come true, the choice is up to you. 'Cause everything leads to love.
This is my scooter, Il Ragazzo Pazzo.
You know the gentleman goes around cleaning the house with his vacuum hose.
Name's Hoover. My friends just call me Hoov, though.
Besides, we both know you're cheating on me, so it's only fair.
I wish I was cheating on you.
Everything leads to love. You can gain everything. Everything leads to love.
As developers of the relationship testing epic that is the Overcooked series, if you know, you know, it seems fitting that they would take on a dating sim in a rather unusual way. Here to tell us more about the quirky home furnishing dating fever dream, this is Date Everything from Sassy Chap Games. Please join me in welcoming co-creative lead and executive producer Robbie Draymond, writer, producer Amanda Hufford, and lead writer and designer Ray Chase, all the way over there. Hi Ray, how are you doing? Thank you so much for joining me. How are you all doing? Are you having a great Gamescom?
Really, the best Gamescom. And you know, just so you and everybody at home knows, I know my name said Amanda, but I'm actually Tiago today. I'm sporting our lead programmer's jacket because someone stole my jacket out of my mailbox. So if you're watching this, if you could please bring my jacket back to me, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So all good, maybe aside from Tiago and the missing jumper.
Poor Tiago.
There we go. Now, I most likely confused people in the intro of what exactly I was talking about with the game. So for those who don't know the premise of Date Everything, tell us more. What exactly does that mean?
Sure, this is an absolutely bizarre game that has never been made before. You start out, it's almost a first-person shooter, as it were. You get a job as a customer service agent doing some remote work. You are immediately on your first day replaced by AI, but there's nothing to fear because your entire existence will be changed when a mysterious package comes to your front door, which holds these glasses called the Dateviators, which allow you to directly acknowledge a thing's existence or date everything in front of you.
Because that's the first thing I would want to do if I put special glasses on. Is like, who do I want to date?
Exactly. It's very intuitive.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like you've made the game of my dreams. What about any other things to add, or is Ray basically just nailed that?
No, Ray's our lead designer, hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, sure,
It's perfect. Yeah.
But the idea just came from a random day when Robbie and I were joking around.
Well, I like our game. The idea is a joke at the beginning, but underneath there's so much more. And yeah, we just pitched it out during a voiceover session we're doing together, and then a couple days later, Ray came to me and says, "I think I want to make this a thing."
There's something here.
And the next thing we knew, we were filling out contracts to start a video game company, and here we are 6 years later. It's wild.
Wonderful. Okay, well, we can't talk about a dating simulator without asking what we're dating. You see where I'm going here. So tell me a little bit more about who it is we're going to be interacting with.
Ooh, yes, absolutely.
Well, it's everything. It's the name of the game. It's literally
Finish the segment. That's the game.
Thanks so much, everybody. Really appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
We put the trailer out in the world a couple of weeks ago, and one of the most fun parts is like going to the comments and seeing like the people guessing who is going to be out there, and almost always would go, yeah, you can date. It's the name of the game. Yeah, but I think we all have our favorites too. Definitely, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, do you want to talk about your favorites now?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you have anyone in mind?
Oh, so many.
I
Too
looked
many.
out of the bag on Twitter a couple of weeks ago when we got to reveal Ben Starr as Dorian the Door. Massive fan of his work, and what an interesting character. This is a character. In this game, you can get love endings, friend endings, or hate endings with every one of the characters. And Dorian stands up for those who are looking to just be friends. For that playthrough, that's a middle of the road, not really looking to date everyone, and he's an absolute champion of friendship more than anything.
We should say that for the people that don't know, because it's not directly revealed in the announcement, is that every character has 3 different relationship statuses that you can get an ending with.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is date everything, but you can also befriend everything, and you might just hate them too.
Hate everything is my kind of game.
Maybe there's a way to play it as hate everything. We'd be remiss if we didn't do it.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I was going to say Tiago then, but that's...
Yeah. Tiago, if you could jump up here. I'd have to go with, I think, Vod Trap. Hilarious character, and probably one of my favorite sessions that we did. It's so funny. You can't go through Von Trapp's story without laughing, crying, sobbing. It's so good.
We had an amazing writing team of about 30 individuals,
wow.
and they all put their unique perspective on it. And then the voice actors came in
and added another layer, right?
And when you're talking about a character like Von Trapp, which is Dana Snyder, who you might know from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Master Shake, a ton of other comedic stuff, he just kind of went wild. And Tiago, our poor programmer, had to deal with all the changes.
The real Tiago.
Okay, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it is such it's a great character. My favorite is kind of our mascot, Skylar Specs. She's plays the actual Dateviators themselves, and though they're a mechanics character that sort of show you how to play the game, the writing is she's so lovely, so fun, so
the writing is so good.
Please,
the writing.
Well, okay, falling in love with me, I guess.
That has been the nature of our friendship for the last 10 years, pretty much. I can't resist a good beard. But then we brought in nerd icon Felicia Day to come in and play Skylar, and she brought this whole new level of charm to it. So yeah, we've all got our favorites, but I think those are our top 3.
I love it.
We might change this someone asks us next week.
Don't worry about
every single day, I feel like every playthrough you'd find a new reason to love
They're
someone else.
all my children. I can't actually pick.
There you go. I'm sorry I made you do so. I do want to stay on the topic of voice actors, though, because obviously yourself, you've done quite a lot of work here at the table. So what's it like moving from performance to development on a title and being behind the scenes a little bit more?
Oh, absolutely. We were unprepared for the amount of work it is to make video games. One of those things that looks like so much fun on the outside, and yes, obviously we've had a blast, but way more spreadsheets than you ever thought possible. But we've all learned a ton of lessons. We've all upped the amount of hats that we wear making this game, and it's something that's absolutely the high point of my life. I'm so proud of our team and where this game has come from the original inception to actually being able to make 100 characters that all are different, that all have different playthroughs and styles, that you can really play this game for a really long time. I can't believe that we actually achieved that.
Yeah, as actors, we're in a really unique position because what we do is very forward-facing, but it's very low man on the totem pole when it comes to actually being the creative force driving whatever you're making.
Yeah.
So for us to come together and be able to make something of our own and then put it out into the world, not only is one of the most rewarding experiences, it's also terrifying. But that part of it was over. We gave the world the conceit, the idea, and from what we can tell, they said yes. So we're so excited for everybody out there, you all, to play it. It's the best.
Do you think it's maybe changed your perspective the next time you go to voice something that's someone else's game of like, I suddenly understand everything that went into this one, actually?
It already has. I think the very first session that I got into post being like halfway through production in this, my outlook on the entire script was completely different. And if I do say so myself, I think the session went even more smoothly.
I'm going to be more judgy now.
I learned also how hard it is to schedule actors, and so I will make myself more available to everyone. Yeah.
Actually, I want to mention the actors a little bit because we've already heard a couple. Felicia and Ben, I'm on first name basis here, clearly. There's a humongous roster. Are you just going into little black books and just messages like, hey, do you want to just come do a voice? Like, what was that process like?
For us, diversity has been a key part of this, not just in the stories that we're told and the appearance of the and the background of our characters, but also in like the level and the background of our actors too. We have a lot of AAA names, household names that everybody knows. We have a lot of up-and-comers that we really like and wanted to give them a broader stage. We have non-traditional actors who are coming in and doing roles. We got to run the gamut on our casting.
We have film and television actors. We've got video game staples. We've got people who did we've got Broadway actors who did one of my good buddies did his first ever video game ever.
I bet that's a fantastic performance as well for Broadway.
He might sing a little bit.
That'd be a big one.
Yes.
But there was a lot of texting. It was literally like, hey, would you come be a chair?
Are you free on Thursday?
But the funny part is word got around. We recorded for about 5 months, about 180 sessions or so. There's 70,000 fully voiced lines in this game, 1.2 million words. It's a monster. Wow. But word started to get around that the sessions were fun. And then it went from less of a, will you please be a chair, to be like, can I be a lamp?
I'll be a carpet. Just let me in.
A coffin?
A carpet.
I thought you said a coffin.
No,
that's the mortuary DLC.
Spooky DLC.
Halloween update.
Yeah.
I'll do that one. More. Anyway, yeah, wonderful. Right, we're going to go down the bench here.
Okay.
I want to know who you are in the game because it's worth mentioning that you're going to write the theme tune, sing the theme tune, like you're in it. You're all over it.
Just so you know, this is an Xbox exclusive then, right? Because we have not revealed who we play in the game.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually play 5 roles in one. I played the Hanks.
Okay.
And the Hanks are all of the hangers in your closet.
Yep.
And they're like just 5 adventure sports loving dudes, but they're all me just doing a slightly different voice. So if you love me, you're going to love this. If you hate me, it's going to be painful. But I love the Hanks. They are just...
Oh, no.
Yeah, of course.
Can I get a live oh, no?
Oh, no. I don't have an Australian accent.
Immaculate.
But they're the Hanks are. We had one of somebody play through it today, and they had such a blast. I love them. I hope you guys love them too. Yeah.
Yo, baby.
Who are you?
Me, I play Rebel, the rubber ducky. Rebel is very edgy, has a bad attitude, doesn't want to hang out with anybody, really don't understand why you keep talking to me, but secretly underneath, Rebel might have a little bit more heart than that. Maybe, probably not.
But definitely can't reveal that.
You got to work to get there, though, for sure.
You really have to put in some effort.
Although already Rebel is winning the fan art contest, right?
Yeah.
It's a popular character design.
There has been already dozens of images of Rebel populating the internet in the best, most fantastic way. I was not expecting that. I'm so glad people love them.
All right, illustrious leader, who do you play?
I play one of my favorite characters. I wrote his theme song. I got to voice him. I wrote all the things he said. He is the Scandelabra, one of the first characters that we came up with in this. He's like an 18th century courtier.
Look at him.
And while everybody else loves the fact that you're going around and being very polyamorous and doing it, for him it's all scandal. And he keeps track of all the love endings that you have and berates you for it. But in the end, maybe he loves it on the inside.
I have to ask, actually, specifically on that, with the names being pun-based, as a Brit, I adore that. What comes first? Do you come up with a Scandelabra or a scandal, and then you try to fit
Great
that into
question.
an
You've
object?
had this question before.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
some are non-negotiable. Every house has a table or chair. That we knew.
Fair. Yeah.
And then sometimes the pun comes along with the casting too. So our friend Jeremy Lee, who's one of the best voice actresses ever, we're like, well, we have to make her the chair, right? And call him Jeremy. So sometimes it's a different formula, but
it's unpredictable. Yeah, sometimes the name comes first and the concept comes with it. Sometimes we have something where we're like, well, we have a floor. What do we do with this character? And we start to work on it. What might it be? All these characters were developed at different times. Some faster than others. Some had different rewrites and stuff. But we didn't want them all to just be rhyming name, even though it might seem like
no, fair enough. No, I love it. I do want to come back a little bit, Amanda, to your character, because in the B-roll that we got playing here, there's something that pops up I really want to talk about, which is this content aware that Skylar talks about. I love it as a feature, but I want you to tell me why everyone else should fall in love with it.
Yeah, our game in general isn't overly salacious, nor is it anything negative in that way. It's body, it's fun, it's flirty, but mostly it's wholesome and a really good time.
Yeah.
We do have characters that we wrote. There's 100 different ones, and it's not all jokes and funny stuff.
Of course.
We really like to dip into some serious stuff. I mean, that's the idea of the concept, right? And then we deliver something more earnest, and some of the characters Ray figured out we have to talk about.
We had a unique opportunity here because it's a sandbox. You can date them in any order. So it meant that like some of our characters, Rebel, for example, who is quite vulgar, let's just say. Skylar says, I've never seen my content aware go off like this. But you have the opportunity to have this content aware feature on, and anything that might be triggering, Skylar is able to like call you out, say what it is this something you're comfortable with, and if not, there's no judgment from us as developers. You can skip that character at absolutely no expense to your playthrough. You still get any ending that you want with them, and you can take out that triggering content. And if you're open for everything, you can turn off content aware right at the beginning, and it never comes up.
Yeah, it's a really a small percentage of when that content aware pops up. But if you see it the first time and you don't want to deal with it, gone forever, and then you can turn it back on whenever you'd like.
Exactly, yeah.
Amazing. Wonderful. Thank you so much for telling us about that. I love it.
Thanks for asking. Yeah.
You're so welcome.
We want people to have the best possible experience with this. And we always say this is a game, even though it's a dating sim, it's never a game that you would be embarrassed to have someone walk in on you playing.
Yes.
You know?
While you're chirping up the candelabra.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're like, oh God, don't look.
Yeah, of course.
So with it being a dating simulator, and you said there's 100 characters in there, are there any pre-existing relationships in the house? Are the players going to meet other complications along the way?
Ooh, yeah, quite a bit. I mean, all of these characters, when the game starts, they have a rich pre-existing life that the player then kind of gets to pull apart and unfold. Some of them interact a little bit more, some are maybe a little bit more siloed, but that's all stuff that the player gets to discover as they go through.
Yeah, I mean, we have two characters that debuted in the trailer, Harper and Dirk, and when you first encounter them, they're kind of intertwined. They're mixed up, and I won't say how to give away too much, but they're mixed up in not the world's. They have a content aware warning because their relationship could be viewed as toxic to some, and you have a choice. You can do whatever you want. You can get them back together. You can break them apart depending on what you think is best. You can become friends. You can romance them separately, together. You can get them to hate you. And it's all whatever you feel as a player is the right pathway for you. It's been the best part of Gamescom is watching people play and getting to see how they react. And we had some people go, oh no, what does this say about me? And we went, oh yes, what does this say about you? That's the point. Yeah. So yeah, it's the idea.
Yeah, wonderful. And I think we'd also be remiss not to mention it's set in the house. There's loads of rooms. The environment itself is a little bit of a character. So I wonder if there's anything you can share about the system in the game or the locations.
Yeah, well, we have secrets in the game.
Oh, absolutely. We have.
Do you want to tell me them all now?
We absolutely. All right, number 78 is. No, we have lots of. We have a house that you're walking in, and there's obviously a design challenge of how do you make this house interesting. The house changes based on what relationships you have with everybody, and there's little secret characters here and there that you might walk past 100 times, then realize through this system that we were talking about backstage, rumors, which is a way spelled ROOMERS. Had to get another pun in there.
Yeah, absolutely,
But Maggie the Magnifying Glass helps you discover some of these clues to find these more secret characters.
Yeah, and they all exist in different states. Some obviously what you would think the kitchen characters are more connected than others, but you got the secret areas. But we also wanted this is our story delivery system, this house.
Yeah.
And we don't want to get too far into it, but it changes and adapts depending on how you play the game. So what you do in the stories will affect the environment. But you're right, we want it to feel homey, we want it to feel cozy. Shout out to my dad, who's a home designer who actually
I was gonna say, where was this going? Just
I know.
shout out to Dad.
I know. Shout out to my dad who designed the home based off a classic like mid-century house. So it feels like a real house that you live in as your player. But how you start your life, that's up to you.
That's
Maybe
totally
it's
up
not
to you.
enough.
Love it. Well, it's also described a little bit more of like a sandbox type game where, as you've said before, Ray, that you can date anyone, anytime, in any order. So I assume that there'll be some surprises along the way for the player. I know you're not going to tell me all the secrets, but is there anything you could tease for everyone at home?
Well, I'll say that's something that we haven't shown off much at this, but there is an overarching story, a critical path that populates based on your progress and has a lot of different endings too. It's not just you date a character, the game ends. We really want you to go through and at least talk to everybody, get an ending with everybody, and get to see the full story of the Dateviators unfold.
Interesting. Well, I cannot thank you enough for stopping by. I'm going to say it out loud and I'm going to get hated for it, but this is my highlight of the show. Like, truly. It's been a joy talking to you all. I hope you have a phenomenal Gamescom. I'm going to come down and play it myself after this and see who I can start dating, and I'll let you know who my favorites are. But one thing is for sure, I will never be looking at a fridge the same way again. Coming up, we're going to take to the skies with the latest map and join new planes to join Microsoft Flight Simulator. Then it's back down to Earth with the latest updates coming to Fallout 76. But now it's time to don the role of Kazan as he survives exile, waves of Imperial forces, and relearns the forgotten skills of battle that once helped him save an empire. Check out this deep dive into the first Berserker, Kazan.
General Kazan, who once saved the Empire from the Dragonkin, survives against all odds while being exiled under the false accusation of treason. He embarks on an adventure to uncover the truth behind his downfall and seek revenge against his enemies. Kazan's battles emphasizes hardcore action, while they feature various combat mechanics. The core principle is see and respond. We've put significant effort into creating precise and vivid combat experiences based on this concept. Essentially, we designed the game so that the players can observe and decide their actions, providing clear feedback for each decision. Combat moments are primarily divided into two phases: the monster's attack turn and Kazan's attack turn. We aim to make every moment enjoyable. To achieve this, we included various ways to respond to monster attacks. Players can exploit openings to attack or choose to defend or evade when necessary. Techniques like Just Guard and Just Evade, which requires precise timing, are also available. There is no single correct answer. Players can experiment with multiple methods. Your unique combat style will develop based on your choices, ensuring that this process effectively leads to defeating your enemies. Preemptive strikes are a key strategy for tackling powerful enemies with ease. When initiating a battle with a brutal attack from behind, Kazan can gain numerous attack opportunities, limited only by his stamina. Both Kazan and his enemies have stamina, and once depleted, they become exhausted until it recovers. In this state, significant damage can be inflicted not only on Kazan, but also on his enemies. Therefore, managing stamina is crucial. Good management can create advantageous situations, while poor management can lead to serious danger. In battles against strong enemies, including boss fights, using stamina strategically is particularly crucial. Inducing stamina consumption or successfully landing high stamina damage attacks to cause exhaustion is key. Once in an exhausted state, dealing maximum damage through various methods become the core strategy for overcoming bosses. Additionally, targeting and destroying weak points can inflict significant damage and provide extra attack opportunities. Kazan is a skilled warrior who can proficiently wield various weapons, allowing you to experience different combat styles that maximizes each weapon's advantages. Currently, Kazan is equipped with a spear. Although its attack power is somewhat lower, it features long reach, wide range, and impressive combo attacks, making it particularly advantageous in stamina-based combat. This weapon excels at efficiently draining the enemy's stamina and delivering additional damage to exhausted enemies through various methods and combos. The Great Sword is another weapon Kazan can wield. It offers the option to charge most actions, favoring slow but exhilarating and powerful strikes. This weapon excels in solid guarding and counterattacks, enabling a satisfying playstyle that can crush enemies before even engaging in stamina battles. Kazan is an action game that focuses on the fun of character development. As you progress, you'll acquire items and skills, evolving your combat from careful and strategic to powerful and exhilarating. Kazan's journey of revenge is about to begin. Don't miss out on the chance to experience the hardcore action of the first Berserker, Kazan, in the technical closed beta test, starting on October 11th. Xbox players can join through the Insider program.
Hey York, it's great to see you. I'm gutted that I'm not seeing you in person, but I hear that you're in Seattle.
Yes, it's like the first time in at least 4 or 5 years that I'm not going to make it to Gamescom in person, which is a huge bummer because I love the show, I love the people, I love the vibe, the gamers. So yeah, but plus we always have a community event where we meet with the hardest core flight sim enthusiasts. But honestly, we're 13 weeks away from the launch of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And, you know, there's almost so much to do to make sure that everything is perfect that I'm just going to have to stay home and work on the new set.
How are you feeling coming up to launch? Because as you said, it's only 13 weeks away.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, or MSFS 24 as we now call it, it is the biggest undertaking ever in flight simulation. It's the biggest fleet, the most airports, the most sophisticated flight model, the best physics we've ever done. The digital twin is taking leaps forward. This time we added seasons, worldwide ship traffic, worldwide oil rigs, heliports, glider airports, animals. It's massive. And in MSFS 24, it's the first time that you can exit the aircraft and walk around. So we added tons of detail everywhere on Earth. So it's just huge. And on top of that, we've added an all-new career system where you can pick from dozens of authentic aviation activities in a career. And that adds a completely new dimension to the sim. And so you can be like a firefighter or a firefighter pilot or a cargo pilot or a crop duster pilot or just a passenger airliner pilot. And on top of that, we added short burst activities like low altitude challenges, landing challenges. Just if you have a little bit of time, you can have fun in flight sim.
That is an insane amount of content. I also love the landing challenges. I once somehow managed to get 1 point on them, but you know, the Xbox One team all laugh at me for it, but they are so much fun to do. But you may not be in Cologne in person this year, but I know you are very keen to share some goodies with the community. Can you tell us what?
Yeah, it's actually one of my greatest joys every year to come to Cologne and to bring something to the community that has local relevance. So I don't know if you remember last year, we did EDDK, which is the Cologne-Bonn airport, and we launched that alongside some European cities and a German plane called the DoX, big flying boat. The year before, we had City Update 1, where we actually had scanned the city of Cologne and Bonn and Düsseldorf and Dortmund and Hanover, so really local cities. And we had launched the Junkers F-13, the first all-metal airliner in the world. And this year, we went all in. So I'm happy to announce we're launching World Update 18, which is the DACH region, so Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And we have assembled a huge amount of data for this. So we are launching all new aerials. So these are basically the satellite and aerial imagery that we use for textures of the landscape. And we're actually using the ones that we're going to launch in the next simulator in November. But we wanted to give a preview to the community. And then we have all new digital elevation maps. They're called DEM. And on the top of that, we have photogrammetry cities. So these are the 3D cities that are shown in Flight Simulator. And we have Frankfurt am Main, so Hanau. And then we have Berlin, Potsdam, and Karo, so sort of northeast. And then in Austria, we have Linz, Vienna, and Salzburg. And in Switzerland, we have Bern and Zurich. And on top of that, we have 116, which we call POIs, or places of interest or points of interest, so famous places. And we made 9 more new missions that showcase sort of the environment in the region. It's one of the biggest updates we've ever done, and I can't wait to share it with the community.
And we've got a trailer, don't we, for everyone to check out? All right, let's take a look. That actually looked stunning. There's so many amazing places to check out. But I know your team does an incredible job with these world updates, and I hear this one hit close to home for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm so proud that we can basically bring regions of the planets to life with these world updates. And this particular one, I don't know if you know this, but I was actually born in Frankfurt, and I, as a little kid, grew up in Heinstadt, which is near the area. And then my mom comes from Darmstadt. My brother lives in Buchschlag. So when we got the new data, I immediately went into the game and into the sim and looked at it, and I found the house I grew up in, the kindergarten I went to. I was like, and then here's the house my mom grew up in. My brother lives over there, so it's super cool, and it's amazing always when I see how accurate everything is.
Yeah, and I can imagine when you can go walk around as well with the new update. It's like you can really get into that like nitty-gritty detail.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it never ceases to amaze me. And we call that the digital twin. The whole goal is that we have a real one-on-one representation of the entire Earth. And, the world, I always say the world is full of sensors. So there's sensors on satellites and aircraft, your phones, your cars. And we get all this data and we can feed that back into the sim. So it's getting better and better over time, which is just so cool.
Yeah, and now that we've seen the world update, can we expect a new aircraft to go with it?
Always, we call those local legends. So when we do a world update, we try to basically highlight important things in the history of aviation relative to that region. So for Germany, we did a few already. We did 2 Junkers and 2 Dorniers. And today, I'm very proud to announce a very special plane from Bremen called the Focke-Wulf 200 Condor. And it was first flown in 1937. And at the time, it was the most sophisticated airliner in the world. And we have a trailer.
That was actually amazing. I have never seen that plane before in my entire life, but can you unpack its significance for it being included in Microsoft Flight Sim?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's not at all surprising because the plane, it came out in 1937 and it was a civilian plane. It made a famous flight from Berlin to New York. That was the goal, to have passengers in one go fly over the Atlantic. At the time, typically people flew in seaplanes and they had to take several stops. So this was the first one. And the reason why it could do that is it was very light for its size. It was only 17 tons and it had they had 4 great engines, lots of tanks, and it flew much higher than everybody else did. So typically planes at the time flew 1,500 meters altitude. This one flew 3,000. So you could go, the air is thinner, less resistant, so you can go much further. So it was a major step forward. However, obviously the war came and then the plane unfortunately just disappeared from the skies. But there's a really interesting story. In 1988, they actually found a wreckage. The plane was considered lost. They found a wreckage near Trondheim in Norway. They raised it, took 11 years till 1999. And And it was not in good shape, let's put it this way. And then there was a group of volunteers, they call themselves the Condorians, that basically rebuilt the entire plane from scratch, basically, based on the pieces they found. And that was completed in 2021. And that plane is now visitable. You can see it in a museum in Berlin. And I'd followed that story. I called the museum. They allowed us to do a scan. And then we typically try to give something back, right, when we do these collaborations with museums. So I asked them, is there anything we can do to help you guys? And they said, hey, Jörg, there is a Swiss collector who spent his entire life collecting all the instruments for the Condor. And he had sort of built in his house a dashboard of the Condor. But the man was at a point in his life where he wanted to part with his collection. So Microsoft actually bought the collection from the collector, gave it to the museum in Berlin, and they integrated it into the Condor. So, we call it digital preservation, what we do in Flight Sim, right? And when we can connect that to the real world, where people do the real world preservation of planes, it's just one of the most awesome things, really, for us.
No, it's amazing that people are going to get to play that in game as well, and it really is art imitating life. But thank you so much for joining us. I know you're really busy, kind of getting the last bits for the update together, but you've got one cool announcement for everyone, don't you?
Yes. So World Update 18, the one we just talked about, is available right now. So the sky is calling. Go check it out in Microsoft Flight Simulator and download it today. And just in case you didn't know, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is releasing on November 19th.
And that's also going to be available on Xbox Game Pass and Xbox Game Pass for PC. So everyone get their hands on it. But Jörg, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see you here next year in Cologne.
I will be there next year. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Thanks for talking to us. See ya.
Hi, I'm Coralie Fegnino, producer of Little Nightmares 3. We are very excited to have the game playable at Gamescom this year, but for all of you that can't be here, we wanted to give you a sneak peek at our demo, as well as some exclusive footage. Little Nightmares 3 tells the story of Flo and Alone, two friends trapped within the Spiral, a cluster of disturbing places. They will have to work together to survive in this dangerous world full of delusions and escape the nowhere. While Little Nightmares 3 is still playable in solo with an AI, you'll also be able to play with a friend in online co-op and face your childhood fears together. Welcome to the Necropolis. Here for this walkthrough, we have our two characters, Lo with the Raven mask and the blue cape, and Alone with the green jumpsuit and the red pigtails. Each character is equipped with their own iconic item. Alone has a wrench that will have a variety of usages, like for example, activating mechanisms, Lo's iconic item is a bow. It can be used to solve puzzles and make new paths when the road seems blocked. To survive in this dangerous world, teamwork would be essential, as Lo and Alone will have to work together to keep moving forward. During the game, our two friends will find new items to help them progress. Necropolis is a peculiar place. Raised from the desert sands and powered by gusting winds, it has been described as a city of eternal energy and certain death. It is a weird place that used to be inhabited by the dwellers. As you can see, the ancient Necropolis is now more of a ghost town, and it is unclear what happened to its inhabitants. is Monster Baby, one of the new residents of Little Nightmares 3. She might have something to do with what happened to Necropolis and the people that used to live here. It seems that crows are not the only living inhabitants left. And to defend themselves against these threats, Law and Anon had to work together and find new uses for the items. Well, night has fallen on Necropolis. It's the first time ever that we show this part of the game. As you can see, the mood in the real city has changed quite a bit. Apparently, Monster Baby doesn't sleep through the night. Not sure we want to become one of her toys. We should probably avoid her gaze and play hide and seek behind the blocks. It should be safe here. That's it for now. Thank you all for watching this gameplay walkthrough. We can't wait to show you more about the game. Little Nightmares 3 will be available in 2025 on Xbox Series, Xbox One, and Windows PC. Wishlist the game now to make sure you don't miss any news.
Well, that was a spooky new look at Little Nightmares 3, which is coming to Xbox in 2025. So now it's time to go to the vault with Skyline Valley out now and the Milepost Zero update launching very soon. Our next guest has plenty to chat about. Here to give us more on the latest from Fallout 76, please welcome Milepost Zero Creative Director John Rush. John,
awesome.
Thank you so much for joining me. How are you today?
Oh, great. Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Heck yeah. Let's talk some Fallout, shall we?
Let's do it.
So first up, a huge part of the Fallout franchise and also Bethesda as a whole is community involvement and the impact that they actually have on yourselves, if that's fair to say. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that impacts your development timeline from the community involvement?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I've said it before. Bethesda Game Studios has the best community in gaming. They're so great at giving feedback, saying what's not working, saying what they'd like to see. So the team always makes sure to stay on top of all that feedback, whether it's on Reddit or Discord or whatnot. And what we do is we kind of boil it down to large strokes, bigger trends, right? And what features can we make to satisfy these things that players want, and how do they fit across a timeline while satisfying our builders and our adventurers alike.
Nice. I mean, you mentioned Reddit just there, and I'm really curious how you actually use those sites or maybe other corners of the internet to actually take the feedback from the community and then put that in the game. What does that look like for you and the team? Well,
I'd like to outline some sort of really cryptic process, but it's really just me on my phone going down the posts and remembering, oh yeah, somebody said that. But it's more than just reading the feedback. It's also being able to look at that feedback through the lens of a player. So we all play the game on the team. I, speaking for myself, have multiple high-level characters I've gone through the game with to try different things. Multiple new characters fresh out of the vault to try different things. So looking at that feedback that we get from players through the lens of players ourselves and kind of trusting ourselves to make the right choices for the game.
Nice. Showing off with quite a few high-level characters there. I see you.
And by the way, I made those myself. I wasn't giving them. Thank you.
No, that's very good. We were chatting before about one of your latest characters, your ventures. Care to tell us or share with the viewers about the captain?
Oh yes, the latest character sometimes shows up on the socials, and that's Captain Nuke McCloud.
Nice.
And Captain Nuke McCloud lives up to his name and loves to drop nukes. So we get the community together, and they follow me around while I drop nukes, and we just have a lot of fun.
I'll stay out of the way of those servers. That's avoid the nukes.
Yep.
What is the reaction from the community that you see when you do take those comments, that feedback, and actually put it in the game? What's it like seeing the reaction to those from the community?
I think it's great. It's the type of feedback that we kind of get over time, right? Because it's not so much taking a specific thing like I want a neon green wig or something like that. It's looking at, hey, I'm looking for more things to do at the end of the game. I want more challenging experiences. So as those features kind of come out further down the road, we see that positivity from players reflected back at us through comments and feedback.
That's really cool. I mean, yeah, I love some character creator options as well. So maybe a neon green wig would be great, but that can wait as well. We've got plenty to do in Skyline Valley at the moment as well. And with that came the first new map expansion for the base game. Can you tell me what that means to you and the team and to the game itself about having that map expansion?
Absolutely. So I've been referring to it as a map mutation.
Nice.
Kind of keeping it within the vein of Fallout. But what I've come to learn over the years is that players really love to play on the Appalachia map. Appalachia in our game is really kind of the main character, and we were introduced to Appalachia when the game first came out, and it's really changed since then, and all the updates that we've had. So, knowing that players really like to stay in Appalachia and experience that, we wanted to give them opportunities to continue telling their own stories. So using Skyline Valley as a reference, they have more places to build, more places to adventure, and also using Skyline Valley for a way to further the story of Appalachia itself, telling our own stories for the players to experience. So the idea for Skyline Valley came from Vault 63. It was really mysterious what was going on there. So we were thinking, what should this new region look like? Well, it's about Vault 63, and that's dark and mysterious. So let's make this region dark and mysterious. And so that's kind of where the tone of the new space came from and the thought behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the mission, the pre-update mission that you do, and you go to that massive big manor house and like literally just looks like hellfire everywhere around, and it is very much dark and mysterious, but also very fun to explore. What other things in Skyline Valley, what other game features were added with this new update, the latest one?
Game features added with Skyline, well, there's a new horrible creature walking around called the Thrasher, which is just awful. Yeah. this big turkey abomination, which is a lot of fun to see. We've also got a new boss in there that's triggered by nukes, the trifecta terror, the trio Storm Goliaths, which are really fun to fight. And they play off one another, which is kind of a new mechanic. You kill one, the other two get stronger. You kill one of them, and the last one gets really strong. So that's fun.
Yeah, that is fun. And also terrifying. That's great. Yeah. And then also with Vault 63, we've got a whole bunch of ghouls in there too, which is fun. And speaking of ghouls, it would be fair to chat about the Fallout TV show and my favorite character, Walton Goggins, aka the Ghoul. So how are you enjoying the TV show, firstly? Have you enjoyed it?
Which viewing? I've watched this series about 4 times.
Heck yeah,
I love it. Great. Awesome.
You can recite it already, probably, dreaming about it.
What I love most about the show is through the visuals, through the story, through the characters, how true to Fallout it was for people that maybe weren't familiar with Fallout before, or maybe had played other Fallouts in the past, watching the show, experiencing that story and wanting more. Where can they get it? Come to Fallout 76, come to Fallout 4, come to 3. So it's been great seeing that influx of players coming in, having fresh new Fallout experiences to them.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You're so right. I think I was a massive Fallout fan before the TV show, but again, just watching that and immediately feeling that same feeling that I had playing Fallout 4 when that first launched. I mean, I used to fall asleep, this is really sad, but I used to fall asleep listening to Diamond City Radio at nighttime. But yeah, the TV show just encapsulates everything. You're so right. And with that success, how has that been reflected in Fallout 76 as well? We've seen some maybe some new jumpsuits added, vault suits. What other parts has influenced the game?
Sure. So with the show, we made very specific offerings that had specific ties to the show, like Lucy's backpack or the cowboy duster, which players really love, and they're very Fallout, thematic to Fallout. So it was great to add those. I would say, from the reception the show has gotten, it's really sort of emboldened us to continue taking the game in the direction we have been. It's sort of fortified in our brains the decisions that we've been making that are, very, very true to Fallout, and it's really got us pumped for what's coming up down the road.
Heck yeah. Can you tell me your favorite character?
From the show?
Yeah.
It's got to be Thaddeus.
Hell.
Why aren't I dead? Yeah, it's great. It's so funny.
Thaddeus is great.
Thaddeus is good. I like all the characters, but Thaddeus had me laughing, yeah.
Stunning. Now, we've mentioned a wee bit about Skyline Valley, but obviously we have Milepost Zero coming up very soon. What can players look forward to in this new update coming?
Milepost Zero is a really exciting update. Of course, we've got the caravans that we've been talking about that I was watching players play just back there, which was a lot of fun. Caravans is awesome. We've also got a new legendary crafting system, which gives players a lot more agency into making specific gear they want for their builds, gives them a bit more control. And we've got best builds, which is a great step forward for our builders and being able to connect them so they can share their builds in game much easier and show appreciation to one another. If you run across a best build camp that you like, you give it a thumbs up, and upvoted camps with most thumbs up get featured on multiple servers across Appalachia, so it's really cool.
That sounds sick. I'll definitely be challenging myself. I love games like Fallout, and then also in Elder Scrolls Online, and then I love building in The Sims as well. So yeah, definitely I'll be building and maybe taking some inspo from the rest of the community as well. That sounds awesome. Cool. I can't wait for that. Now, you mentioned as well you've seen some of the fans playing it here on the booth at Gamescom, and then also in the public test server just now. How have you found the reaction? Are people happy with it? Are you excited? Have you been taking notes as well?
It's great. I think overall they're really excited. Again, it goes back to giving our players the tools and the agency to make their own stories in the game. So what better stories are you going to come up with than running the perilous route of Skyline Drive while being assaulted by giant thrasher turkeys and raiders, doing caravans with your friends? It's just super cool.
Yeah. There's some many new adventures to look forward to. That's so sick. Now, can't wait for Milepost Zero, but John, is there anything else that you want to share with me today maybe?
Maybe there is. We've talked about Milepost Zero quite a bit. Yes. Milepost Zero is awesome. We know that's coming out pretty soon, September 3rd. We've got Ghouls coming out early next year. What's in between? We've got an exciting update coming out this December. This December, players get to experience the Gleaming Depths.
Heck yeah.
Raids the Gleaming Depths. This is an in-game experience for our most hardcore adventurers, full of nasty bosses that are tough to take down, big challenges, teamwork. It's great. And once players get to the end of it, if they live to tell the tale, they get a chance at getting 4-star legendary weapons, power armor, and gear.
Sick. I love that exclusive. Let's go. Gleaming Depths. I cannot wait to try that out. I'll have a lot of grinding to do, but yeah, maybe the captain can come in and help me out level my character up. Love that so much. John, I've got one more question that I'd love to know the answer for. Would you rather eat a fried rad roach or some glowing fungus stew?
So I'm not going to get into specifics, but I kind of already have a preference from past experience. I have had glowing rad roach before. I was at the show premiere. It was absolutely fantastic. I would never turn down the opportunity to have that again. So Glowing Rad Roach.
Glowing Rad Roach.
Absolutely.
There we go. We heard it here. John, thank you so much for chatting with me, and thank you for joining us. Now, fans obviously won't have to wait long at all for the next Fallout 76 update. Milepost Zero launches September 3rd. Check out Xbox Game Pass to play Fallout 76, as well as a metric ton of other titles right now. Remember, with Xbox Game Pass, you can get new games on day one, like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th, play some of the biggest games of the year, and unlock partner benefits from our pals at Riot Games and EA Play. And if you're not already a Game Pass member, what are you doing? Join now and get your first month of PC Game Pass for $1 or €1. This offer won't last long, so act now. So coming up, we have the team from Towerborne stopping by to walk us through their latest gameplay demo. But first, it's the latest from Planet Coaster 2.
Then again.
When I walk outside with my head in the clouds, everywhere I go, I keep singing out. Good day. I'm gonna sing all my blues away. Everything's alright when I got you by my side. It's gonna be a good day. Good day.
Hi, I'm Rich Newbold, Game Director at Frontier Developments. I hope you enjoyed the trailer for Planet Coaster 2. I'm here to show you a bit more about the game, so let's dive in. Planet Coaster is a creative management simulation game where players can build their dream coaster park, manage that park, and then share their creations with others. In Planet Coaster 2, we have new water park features. We have deeper creativity, new management tools, and the possibility of building a park with a friend, one player at a time, by sharing a save. To celebrate our new water park features and new creative tools, we're going to be adding a new flume to this pool area of our park for our guests to enjoy. We're going to be doing that by going down to our flume section, and we're going to be adding a brand new flume. We have a number of different flumes or slides that you'll be able to build in the game, one of which will be our body flume, which is what we're going to place in our pool area. Before we build the flume itself, we're going to need to build a flume platform for our guests to enter the flume from. So we're going to build our platform, and then we have a number of different start pieces that our guests will use to enter the flume. We have our kind of standard open flume piece, as well as different special types of pieces. We have a flume vertical start piece for our guests to enjoy, which is a trapdoor piece where our guests will get in, and then the trapdoor will open up and they will drop through into the flume. As we're building our flumes, we can see that our test dummy is coming as well. It will follow the flume pieces as we're adding them, and then give us the excitement, fear, and nausea rating of our flume, and then give us feedback on whether this is going to be an enjoyable experience for our guests. And for this flume, we have a number of different flume pieces. We have open pieces and we have enclosed pieces. So we're going to add an enclosed piece to this flume. We also have different types of pieces, one of which is our transparent piece. So we're going to add a transparent piece to our flume so we can see our guests as they come down these flumes for them to enjoy. We also have a number of end pieces that you can put on your flume, including run-out lanes. But for the end of this body flume, I think we'll be adding one of our plug hole pieces, which is one of our special end pieces. So we're going to place that down, and now that's in place, we're going to edit the way that our flume looks. So we can go to our customization tab and change the different color options on our flumes. Flumes in real life have a very striking stripy pattern, and what we can do here is adjust the colors of each one of those segments on our flume. So we can change our Flume special pieces and start pieces to be a nice green for our guests to enjoy. We can change the color of our second segment of our flume to be a complementary green. Change this purple area to be yellow. And then finally change the last segment of this flume to be a nice black as well. At the moment, our flume does look good, but I think we can make it even better and more attractive for our guests by adding scenery to the platform around it. So let's add a few rubber rings to really make it thematic to the experience that our guests will be having as they enjoy this flume. Now that's in place, we need to add an entrance to our flume for our guests to get onto the platform. So we're going to add our flume stair piece so that our guests can get up onto the platform and enjoy the flume. And there we go, our flume is finished and looking good and ready for our guests to enjoy. Flumes are one of the many amazing new attractions that you can build in Planet Coaster 2 that allow you to make a park that is truly unique and yours. If you liked this video, Planet Coaster 2 is now available for wishlisting. Thank you for joining me. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Mike Laidlaw, Chief Creative Officer at Yellow Brick Games, and welcome to the world of Eternal Strands, a new fantasy action-adventure game where the world around you is your weapon. In Eternal Strands, you will embark on your journey as a young, magic-wielding weaver named Bryn. She seeks to unravel the secrets of the Enclave, a once thriving center of magic now left in ruins. At your base camp, you'll forge bonds with members of your Weaver Band, who will support you in your expeditions with their various skills.
You've worked hard for this, and I have faith in you.
Select your next quest and customize your gear before venturing out through the Loom Gate on your way to discover the fate of these shattered lands. In the Enclave, you can climb and interact with nearly everything you see. The mantle, the magical cloak on your back, grants you control over frost, flame, and kinetic magic. Combine these elements in creative ways to manipulate the environment to your advantage and defeat your foes. But the Enclave's foes come in all sizes. Behold, an Ark. This colossal 25-meter construct wields immense power.
Is you ready to fight that thing?
Pick your battles. Rather than risking your loot, return to base camp. A day has passed. Reforge your gear with your hard-earned resources to even the odds against the mighty epics. No two battles are the same, as epics roam freely between maps, and extreme weather alters the battlefield in this true physics playground. Harvesting strands from these formidable adversaries allows you to weave new abilities into your mantle. With your powers at your command, and the world as your weapon, you hold the key to uncovering the mysteries of the Enclave. Take up the mantle in Eternal Strands.
just got a deep dive into the gameplay of Eternal Strands and Look a Void Train, which is coming to Game Pass early next year, so get ready. But first, it seems like only yesterday we were here at Gamescom enjoying the first Towerborne demo. Now, a year later, the game is nearly ready for prime time. Joining me now with more is Stoic's CEO and President Tricia Scoffer, Game Director Daniel McLaren, and Co-Founder and Chief Creative Officer Arnie Jorgensen. So, how is everything going at Gamescom, Tricia?
It's fantastic. We're so excited to be back. The crowd has been exceptional, as always, and the booth's been full, and players are just enjoying themselves. A lot of excitement, a lot of smiles on their faces, and we're just happy to always have the game in the hands of the players.
Yeah, it's been amazing at Gamescom this year. So many people, but it's also been a huge week for you guys.
Indeed.
Tell me a bit more about it.
Absolutely. On Tuesday, we announced that we will be on early access on Steam on September 10th.
Yep.
And we're coming to game preview on Xbox and Windows PC in 2025.
So really not that far away as well.
19 days.
And I'm also so excited because we've got a demo that we're going to be playing. But McLaren, for those that haven't seen Towerborne yet, can you give us the elevator pitch? Why is this game going to be so much fun to play?
Yeah, so it's the quintessential side-scrolling brawler, which you see generally in like a smaller single-player, shorter experience game. We've decided, why not make this a bigger game? Why not put in sweet loot drops? Why not let your friends play together, collect cool stuff, and kill bigger enemies, and then brag about it? So that's basically what we built.
It's what we all love to do as well.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons that I'm so excited to hop into this demo as well, because I got to play it here last year, and honestly, I love these type of games like World of Warcraft I brought up on, but going into Towerborne, I'm a little bit competitive, and we've also got 3 different characters on screen. So I think, Arnie, if you can kind of talk us through what each of us can do, the different abilities that we've got.
Sure. So everyone just kind of mess around on this first screen before we get too deep. But we're going to be going to early access with 4 different classes. Here we see the Shadow Striker. She's got dual daggers, and she can move about the screen really quickly and do high damage. Then we also have the Sentinel with the sword and shield. He can block, and he can also parry. So if done at the correct time, you raise your shield, bang, they become dizzy. And then we got the Pyro class here with the War Club. Big, slow, heavy damager that can fight through damage. So that's the 3 that we've got right here. We're not showing off the Rock Breakers, which, I'm sorry.
No,
that's not daggers. That's the Rock Breakers with the giant clubs.
I know, this is the thing.
What we're not showing is the dual daggers. That's right, the Shadow Striker. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited because I have seen Tricia use the fists before, right? And I was like, she was doing a lot of damage, so I was like, that's what I'm playing as. So I've also got is it an ombre above me? Is it
an umbra?
An umbra.
An umbra. So how does that work?
So the umbra is part of your loadout. We're going to be launching with about 9 different umbra and then adding them as we go through early access. But all the different umbra give you different abilities. Some could do damage, some could do healing. So we see 3 different umbra here today, and we'll see what they do.
Well, I'm quite excited. And how do I trigger? Is that with my right trigger?
Yes, that's with your right trigger. Now, if you press your right bumper, that's when you're going to do this massive damage punch.
Oh. Okay. So I don't want to use that. So that's the little thing on the bottom of the screen, isn't it, when you can kind of see the bar?
So the orange bar, if you look at your HUD up there, the orange bar, as that fills up, that will be your right bumper button. That's the special ability.
Okay.
The 3 little pips down at the bottom, when those turn blue, if you hold your left trigger and hit your light attack or your heavy attack, it will do 1 of 2 special abilities and consume 1 of those pips.
Okay, nice. All right, should we go forward to our first fight? Right, I'm kind of just...
Good luck, man.
All right, I'm going in first. It's not because I'm trying to do the most damage, I promise.
There's a lot of different things to remember for each class, but for now, just have fun playing. You'll learn the class over the hours of playtime.
And there's like combos, isn't there, that you can do? So you kind of want to set it up to do the most. And
that's right.
The little bar on the bottom. How do I get that to charge faster?
Just by hitting things, or by completing combos. By completing combos, it's going to fill up much faster, and that's your weapon meter.
How do I know my combos? Is it just like mixing up like fast and heavy attacks, or?
Yeah, it's a combination of using your light and your heavy. It's a 4-button combo system, so any combination of those 4 buttons will do different things. And if you hold down X, you can launch enemies into the air, get up there and do some aerials. Ooh, Nice, coming in and stealing my kill, Benny. I appreciate that.
I would never do. I'm not a kill thief. I am just getting involved.
I am. I'm happy to.
That was
help that out.
I'm not sure that the people watching here know that there's a friendly rivalry going on right here. We're actually tracking damage done in this, so we can see if Benny can beat Trisha and McLaren.
Don't know what you're on about. Please.
We're gonna find out, aren't we?
Oh no, I've just missed. I've just wasted my combo.
It's a no-lose, McLaren. If you win, you basically be a professional gamer.
Pretty much.
No.
That's the goal here.
I know you guys are running too far ahead, right? This is. Right, there we go. No, I'm good now. Don't worry, I've got my own enemy.
It's been my dream to beat a professional gamer. So.
Hey, can you not steal my damage, please? That's my damage.
Absolutely.
Oh, you just stopped him getting up.
Yes, sir.
If you hit him early enough, you can whack him pretty quickly. It's like whack-a-mole.
How you doing over there, Benny?
I think I'm doing good. I think I've done a lot of damage. I'm hitting my combos. Oh no, I've just missed. I keep wasting my. Okay, no.
How you doing?
No, I feel like I'm falling behind.
Man, Trisha's got the best weapon with that spin to win. That's normally my weapon.
Trisha's actually playing McLaren's weapon.
I know, it's so irritating.
But Benny is playing Trisha's. Trisha's
That's
really
true.
good with the rock breaker.
Maybe you haven't seen my stats on all the weapons yet, but I played them all. Don't you worry.
All right, hold on. There's a couple more people over here. I'm determined.
Too slow.
Okay, wait. So right now, I'm actually quite low on health. I've taken a lot more damage.
Well, that's
Trisha's
okay.
taken none.
I've got you here. If you come up a bit, there's a healing shrine.
Oh, yes.
And that'll just get everybody refreshed. Because get ready.
So hold on one second.
Hold on. Let's wait a second.
But if you did die.
Right.
Yeah, so the way the death works in this game, when you die, your Umbra's going to come over and it's going to res you. But if you run out of lives, then it takes your teammates to res you, and it's oftentimes hard. If they take damage while doing it, then you're dead. But I want to talk really quickly. We've come into this mission for a reason. We're in
to
this
beat
mission
Trisha
because we got to beat Trisha. We heard that we heard that there was a boss in the area. So I think we're on its trail, and we'll see what happens here as we enter the next cave.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Are you McLaren, are you sure you're ready?
Here we go.
Let's go.
Are you sure? All right.
Let's go.
All right, wait. No, I've got. You know where we're going.
There we are.
Oh no. All right, there we go. No, there we go.
It's the Pango Jira. Now, if you notice, there's a break bar at the bottom of the screen right under the health bar of the boss. McLaren, tell us a little bit about that.
So it's a quintessential break bar. The minute you break it, it will stun the boss and allow you to go into a punish phase. And so, oh, geez, man, it's always those rocks, always in the face.
Pay attention.
I know. So now he's in a broken phase. So now you can just do all of your combos, do all of your damage.
Pummel him.
Yeah, this is where you really
Benny, this is where you get your damage.
This is where you get the numbers up.
I'm going. That's what I'm going.
Get your numbers up.
There we go. I need to use my ombre.
Your ombre.
I love it.
I don't know why I'm
going
calling
to
it.
officially change it to ombre.
I don't know why I'm calling it an ombre.
I think I'm officially changing it
I think
to ombre.
we're literally doing it. We just turned this game into an esport somehow.
All right, come on. I got no back. Wait, are you dead?
No, not even close.
He took damage. Now, I do have to say, this boss has been wrecking people on the show floor.
Yeah, it's been pretty great.
But we've got some people here that have played this game before.
Yeah.
That might be making it look a little easy.
Oh my god, there's so many rocks getting thrown at my head.
Right.
Right, here we go. Right, I need
messed
time
that
as well.
up. Boink. All right, there we go.
No, I've just wasted. No.
This is the type of fight, as you would expect in any game like this, that if you beat a boss, you're going to get wicked good gear. You're going to get great weapon drops, aspect drops, which are gems or mods that you can slot into your equipment. But this is the type of fight that you want to go into and get or beat, because this is where you get the good stuff.
Yep.
Oh, I've just done. By the way, I've just done so much for us there.
Did you really?
I've just taken out like 10 ads.
Well, we're
Benny's carrying the team. He's carrying the team.
Yeah, he really is.
Appreciate that. I've taken the boss down to quarter life.
What I found though is I apparently only get 1 damage for every single one of these kills. So I'm just putting it out there that I'm being a team player.
I see.
Yeah.
And it's not because I think I'm behind on the damage curve.
Oh, Jiminy, I rolled right into it too.
Get good.
I think I know better. Look at that. First death, who does that belong to?
Wow.
I know how to play this game, I promise, folks. I'm working on it.
All right, here we go.
There it is. Unload.
There we go. We got him. We got him.
Go, 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 go. On this phase.
That's it. Oh, yeah. Let's go. All right. Now the moment of truth.
I don't think we need to take a look at the damage.
I think we do.
I don't think. You know what we're basing this off? Eliminations. Let me know, like, in the chat, if we should base it off eliminations or not.
F in chat for Benny.
I don't want to look at my stats.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I don't want to look.
Damage dealt.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on?
12,000.
Let's go. That's okay, Benny. You can play again later.
Can we, like... Oh, come on, I know there's something wrong. I defeated way more than 9 enemies.
Did you, though?
I swear I did.
Did you, though?
Well, that's
They played the game once or twice. But hold on a second. So this right here is the combat that we're showing here on the show floor, and we're just pushing right now the combat of Towerborne. I think is really something special. But the whole game is an RPG. There's a huge map that you move out onto, and you explore tile by tile, just like this, and you uncover through the fog of war different areas of bosses, loot chests, ventures, which are our version of dungeons. There's a ton to explore in this RPG, and then you go back to the tower and you get your missions, you go to the forge. What is this saying for Towerborne?
Yes, that's right. I totally blanked.
Hold on a second.
I was like, you're the one that told me. Yep.
I was basking in my success, and I just wasn't listening to anything except that I beat Benny, a pro gamer.
The saying of Towerborne is,
by the way, I want to explore the world, and I want to be strong enough to do it.
Next time, I'm going to get some practice in, and I will beat you.
It's right there on the floor.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'll be there a week. That's what I'm going to be.
We'll do it. You guys join in Zoom, play a game. We'll show it on the site.
Yeah, we'll do it. But one thing I have to say is we're seeing more games go into early access. Why was it so important and specifically to go into Steam for you, Tricia?
Yeah. Absolutely. Getting the game into players' hands is super important to us. We want to have that the discussion with the community, have them be a part of the game building. It's what Stoic has always done from our very first game. And so getting there, being able to have that and have the input and take it in. Steam just happens to do that well for us, and we want to make sure we're fully prepared for when we come to game preview next year and have an expansive players, the number of players coming in. We're truly ready for them. We don't want to disappoint.
Honestly, it's been some of the most fun I've had. I've really enjoyed playing it, and I can't wait to go and sit there and then beat you. It will happen. I'm excited for next time.
Anytime, any place.
I don't doubt it.
But thanks so much for stopping by. But remember to wishlist right now at towerborne.com if you want to go and have a go yourself. Now, if that chat has you hyped for Towerborne, then you'll love what the team has in store. Check out a taste of a new dev diary coming soon.
Towerborne is an action RPG online multiplayer game.
We're going to support for many years. It's a living world. Steam Early Access is a great vehicle for us to get started.
My greatest joy in this is going to be sitting here a year from now going, I had no idea that this would go in this direction.
And now it's time to say goodbye, but only until tomorrow. And what a day tomorrow will bring.
So you got to make sure you join us when we kick off our final day of coverage with one of the most anticipated titles of the year. It's Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. We'll also jump into the world of Metaphor ReFantasio, a fantasy RPG from the minds behind Persona 3, Persona 4, and Persona 5. Plus, the team from Thunder Lotus will stop by to help us all survive God's judgment in 33 Immortals. And Lena, we're going to give you a rare look at Avowed.
Yes! So thanks for watching and auf Wiedersehen. Bye!
Gamescom is officially underway.
Let's raise the stakes, shall we?
Today we're checking out some of the biggest games of the year, including
Where is he?
Star Wars Outlaws, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle,
And who the f
Stalker 2, and more. Gamescom Studio live on IGN starts right now.
Watch me.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Gamescom Studio Day 2. I'm Damon, this is Stella, and that's Max.
Welcome. As you can see, the Gamescom floor is now officially open for business, and we've got tons of awesome stuff lined up for today, from gameplay demos and interviews with devs right here on our stage in Hall 7, to all the stuff going on everywhere else in all the other halls.
Yeah, coming up very shortly, we're talking to the developers of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and then playing around with a replica of the Pip-Boy from Prime Video's Fallout series. Later on, we're going to see Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 in action, as well as a look of some of the new content coming to Payday 3.
Before we get to all that, though, let's take a second to acknowledge that the biggest video game event on the planet also cares about the planet. Thanks to the Gamescom Goes Green initiative, Gamescom runs on 100% renewable energy. In addition to participating in Gamescom's carbon offset program, exhibitors are also doing their part by building more sustainably, reusing portions of their booths, and avoiding single-use material.
And even better, the Gamescom forest continues to grow, and more trees have been planted thanks to donations from attendees and exhibitors alike. You can find out more about Gamescom's sustainability efforts and find out how to do your part at Gamescom.global.
We're going to check in on everyone's favorite fedora-wearing archaeologist in just a second, but first, let's check in with Ian, one of our intrepid reporters running around the Gamescom shore floor. Hey!
I'm out on the show floor at Gamescom today, and it is absolutely bustling. But despite the name, Gamescom isn't just about the games, because I'm going to be checking out this Pip-Boy 3000 Mark V replica that is based on the exact one that Lucy wears on the TV show. I'm also going to be heading outside to chat to you lot who are still queuing up and waiting to play the games. Which games do you really want to play the most? I'll be finding out. Then later on, Max is going to be talking to the developers of Dune Awakening, and we've played Monster Hunter Wilds. What do we think of the game? You can find out later on. Plus, I talked to the developers of The Eternal Life of Goldman, which looks like the old NES game DuckTales mixed with an existential nightmare. Honestly, there's so much going on here at the show today, so let's go check it all out.
You're watching Gamescom 2024 right here on IGN. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle takes one of the most iconic movie heroes of all time and gives him his own globe-trotting video game adventure.
Here to tell us all about it are Axel Torvinius and Jens Andersen from Machine Games. Hey guys, welcome.
Hello.
Hey, thank you. Nice to be here.
Well, thanks for joining us.
So, comedy is a really important part of the Indiana Jones movies. Comedic timing in video games is not necessarily the easiest thing to nail. How did you guys manage to work that into the Great Circle?
There are several different ways how we try to implement that component, because as you say, it's a truly key beat to hit the tone of Indiana Jones and making sure that it has the correct vibe. It's also super important for us that it doesn't become comedy.
Right.
So it needs to just have the right amount of it to feel right. And there are several parts to it. One is, of course, within the narrative, how things are written in terms of cutscenes and dialogue and VO. And then performance by Troy Baker to make sure that that is delivered. But we also communicate that component in the smallest detail. It can be in the minute-to-minute gameplay, in hand-to-hand combat, in subtle animation, a lot of different small components that all together comes together balanced, and then feel the feel of that comedy is there.
Yeah, it's all about finding that tone, right? Finding a banjo in the world that you can smack people with, or things like that.
At the same time as the comedy, some of the most iconic, like most memorable moments from the classic Indiana Jones films are really horrifying, like really scary, like some of the most memorable moments in cinema, in fact. How do you approach horror in your game?
It's been a balance, to say, for sure, because we are really focusing on making sure that adventure comes first. But as you say, there's a sense of horror in there as well. So we've been trying to get moments throughout gameplay where it becomes a little bit creepier, it becomes a little bit eerie, and the game pauses a bit, slow down. But finding that balance between the cinematic big beats, set pieces, and then the horror components, that has been a tricky balance. But I think we're on a very good spot at the moment with hitting the balance right.
Did you find that you were sort of taking inspiration from elements from each of the films? Like, were there things in all of them where you said, like, we want a little bit of this from Temple of Doom, we want a little bit of this from Raiders?
Primarily, the main reference is Raiders of the Lost Ark. So that's the one we've been dissecting the most. But all three early movies are important reference to us.
I noticed the boulder from Raiders is back. Is this thing just stalking him for his entire life? How did that ball return?
I don't know what we're saying about that, actually.
Well, there's more of that to see when the game is out. So we have a little tease of it, but there are some familiar aspects in the game for sure.
All right. From some of the levels we've seen so far, some of them look really quite open. Are there numerous ways to complete your objectives? Like, can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The game in its whole is a mix between more linear section and more open-ended big areas. And in those open-ended areas, you can absolutely choose what missions to tackle, and there are also multiple ways to do that. Like, we have a lot of different options in terms of stealth, hand-to-hand combat, even gun combat, traversing around using your whip. So we try to give the player agency to allow, like, what would Indy do here, and let you role play almost as Indiana Jones and try to accomplish the mission as you see fit.
Right.
Does that sort of speak to the larger philosophy of like replaying the game and stuff like that, giving people like the sort of the option of going back in a second time and maybe going, hey, I'm going to go this one a little more guns blazing or a little more stealth?
Well, actually for this game, because it's so open-ended, we're thinking about replayability a little bit different than, for example, the Wolfenstein titles. In this game, we allow you to go back and revisit previous areas to really explore all the content there is there and to 100% the game. And we have the journal, which is a key tool for this game, that you basically, it starts blank and you fill it out with your whole journey, your whole adventure goes in there, every photo that you take, every note that you find, and the idea is that when that's fully complete, that's when you've 100% of the game and see everything that game has to offer.
So when you say revisit areas, do you mean like travel back to an area or more like a chapter select?
It's more like a chapter select. There's a tweak to it. We allow you to bring back any abilities or equipment that you have unlocked. So it's kind of it's a narrative break in some ways, but it's really good for being able to explore and exhaust everything that there is into the game.
Go for it.
The game is at point very big, so there is plenty of opportunities for exploration, and that's something we constantly try to push the player to indulge in. And as you go along, you will find, there are things that I maybe missed, there are things that I want to revisit, there are things that I want to explore more.
And it's really important as well, because we leave a lot of content here as optional. Like, the story is really, really important, and for the people who just want to explore that, the game is going to be shorter, but for the people who want to experience everything, there's a lot of things to explore, and it's a really big game.
You mentioned the sort of like unlocking abilities. I want to kind of tug on that a little bit because that sounds really cool to me. Indiana Jones is like, he's sort of the same guy through all of the movies, but in a video game that would get boring after a while. So tell me about these, like how he's learning more and adapting and learning new moves and stuff.
So throughout the game, you will find these adventure books. These are books that are in the world, like interesting books that each one of them contain an ability. And you can unlock that ability using adventure points. And adventure points is something you find by exploration, by completing mysteries and missions and finding these notes and filling out your journal. So it's almost like kind of a skill system, skill tree.
Awesome. Well, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle looks amazing. You guys announced a release date the other day, December 7th?
December 9th.
9th. I was trying to get there 2 days early. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank you.
That segment went so well, I think it belongs in a museum. Thank you all so much for joining us. We can't wait for this game.
Stick around because we've got lots more Gamescom coverage ahead right here on IGN.
noticed that you have an assortment of Vault-Tec equipment.
If you are a fan of the Fallout TV show, or even better, a Fallout cosplayer, Pip, boy, do I have an extra special thing to show you right now, because I'm here with Chris Bernardo from the Wand Company, who has created this amazing Pip-Boy 3000 Mark V replica based on the TV show, the one that Lucy wears, right?
Absolutely. 100% based on it, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, well, it is modeled exactly on the one that Lucy wears, which is the male version, because although the front was the same, Lucy's arm was smaller, so she had a slightly narrower wrist.
Right.
So a slightly bigger one of those. Except the one in the show has a phone behind it, which was what gives you the screen, whereas this one's all built in. It's a proper screen, everything working. You can adjust it. I mean, you can see at the moment we're looking at Vault Boy walking. We can adjust his. Let's do that gently. You can see him. Oh, wow. Yeah. Using the knob at the sides.
The animation's changing.
Yeah.
What kind of screen is it? It's quite this nice and bright.
It is. Yeah, it's a color actually, although we only show monochrome with this case, but it's an LCD.
And what kind of materials is it built out of? I know you got the LCD screen, but you want something solid to keep it safe.
Yeah, you do. So the whole of this front portion here is die cast in zinc.
Okay.
And then that's really lovely. The screen itself is made of this plastic called Tritan, which is a very glass-like plastic.
Yeah.
And then the back of it is made in ABS. If you'd made the whole thing in zinc, it would be much too heavy. But you can feel the weight of it anyway. It's got quite a weight.
There's a weight. Not too unmanageable.
Yeah, it's not. It just feels right, but you would want to have something as solid metal on.
Yeah, I'm quite an old school technology kind of person. I like big clicky clacky buttons and you know, things you can twist and turn that click.
Yeah.
Is there clicking stuff?
Oh, there is mechanisms here. This is so cool. So in the clock, if we want to set the clock, we'll go to maintenance.
Yeah.
We'll go down to set the clock.
I can see that kind of like a nice little.
Well, look at this. And here we go. You have tried.
Did you click in the button? Oh yeah, it's got a nice click to the lever across.
Just try rolling it round. You see how it.
Oh wow, yeah.
Beautiful. So
that feels great.
You'll see that the radio light also lights up a warm color as well. And by turning the radio here or here, you tune it.
I mean, this is one of my favorite features, that you can actually tune into real FM radio.
Yeah, you can. So in here, in the big hall, that's like a great big microwave oven. I don't know if we'll be able to tune in so easily, but when you do, you get this is the waveform of the music.
The actual waveform from the signal. Amazing.
And you also have KPSS radio, and then if you press the button, we can't hear it again. It is phenomenally noisy in here, but what you get is DJ Carl,
amazing,
horrible little scratchy violins.
Now, obviously, the best thing about this replica is that it is a product that you can own. You can even pre-order it right now at store.ign.com, and it comes in this beautiful box as well. Right?
Yeah, it's got actually a really nice packing box that goes around it. It's really lovely. Yeah.
So this really is the best thing a Fallout fan could own, and in fact, I really want to own it now as well. Can I give it a go?
I think so. I think you need to be in the kit, the outfit.
Okay, I can sort that out. All right, Chris, strap it on me.
Well, okay, you are, okay, yeah, absolutely.
There we go, you're on the moment of truth.
He's almost trembling with excitement.
I am, I feel like I'm part of the show already.
Here we go. Let's just clip it into place.
A nice big chunky click, and look at that. That weight feels great, actually. Now, I better be careful not to drop this one on the floor. Otherwise, it's going to be your vault.
Ha! Get it?
Yeah. Well, this feels great. This looks great. So, Fallout fans, remember to head on over to store.ign.com and place your pre-order right now.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there.
period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
Welcome to 15th century Bohemia, where civil war runs rampant across medieval Europe and clashing steel and armor is just part of day-to-day life. Here to talk about all things Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is international PR manager from Warhorse Studio, Toby Stoltz-Villing. Welcome!
Hello, thank you for having me.
You came bearing gifts somewhat. This is the collector's edition, which was just revealed. It's clearly very impressive. These two are not included, unfortunately, but a lot of stuff is included. Can you kind of show us what comes in the box?
Well, it's very precious, so I took my guard. I see your guys' eyes here, but hey, it's a collector's edition, of course, with the great stuff in there. However, all those items are actually have some connection to the game. So, of course, Henry on a horse, Pebbles, right? The main character of the game with exchangeable weapons. So either you have the San George here killing the dragon. Well, there's no good dragon in KCD, of course. But if you want to do that, or rather have Henry with a little sword, that's cool. However, this letter here also has some. It's not some, hey, thank you for having us and thank you for buying the collector's edition. That's actually a letter. You know, in KCD 1, the game ends with you getting a letter which you are supposed to carry to that castle and ask the lords if they're on your side or not. In KCD 2, you still have that letter, but in the beginning, everything goes south, you lose it. You theoretically know what's inside, but you never open it. However, if you have the collector's edition, then you get the real deal, the real letter, and you will actually find out what the lords of Ratai and so on, what they actually want from you.
Oh.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Get it yourself.
I love that. It's kind of like an invitation into the game almost.
Absolutely. And of course, last but not least, a map of Kuttenberg, Kutner Horror, because that one is the big addition to Kingdom Come Deliverance. And also it was the biggest challenge to put in the game because it has thousands of NPCs there with daily cycles.
You built a
and
city.
Absolutely.
It's impressive. Also, is there a lock on there?
Well, there's a love and hate relationship with our lockpicking mechanism. So I said, hey, you know what? Let's put a lockpicking mechanism on top. Don't worry, everyone. Right? You don't have to put out your lockpicks and start to do something there. It's just like a memento.
I love it. This is a very thoughtful collector's edition. Now let's take a look at the game itself. You just showed off gameplay very recently. We've got, I believe, a chunk of it to check out here. Set the stage. What's going on for us here? What's going on?
So first of all, we are seeing here something is going on. They want to hang someone, actually someone from the Devil's Pack, because in KCD2 now, Henry can't deal with the things himself anymore. He needs a group of friends. In KCD1, you're pretty much alone and just dealing with local nobles and bandits and I don't know what. In KCD2 now, you're going on the bigger stages where kings are involved, where armies are involved. And Henry, I sometimes say that in KCD1, Henry was the champion of the Sunday League, and now in KCD2, he's like supposed to play in the Premier League, but well, he knows the sport, but he needs to learn more and get bigger and better. And he will quickly realize that he needs friends and that he needs a gang to push everything forward. And the poor fellow we saw there is Komar or Mosquito, and he didn't look that well, but let's see how that's going on.
Now we've got the map pulled up here. How big is this compared to the original?
Well, that really depends. I mean, we say twice the size. However, it depends which numbers you're comparing there. But generally, two big maps. One is a tiny bit smaller, one is a tiny bit bigger. One is more countryside, as you can see here. Deep forests, huge sandstone formation, really wonderful. This reminds us a little bit of KCD1, of course, because someone said that we have the nicest forests there are in video games. But the second map is the one that will invite you to Kutna Hora, which is today a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and that will be more industrious. There will be silver mining going on, the armies and the kings, and everyone will be there.
Now we have some gameplay a little further on that's going to show all the NPCs and how they interact with Henry. But what's going on right now? I guess what are we doing in town right now?
Absolutely. So this is one of the earlier quests in the game where you have to find a few guys which you heard they're here somewhere around this pub playing dice with the local people here. However, dice and any sort of gambling, of course, is a problem today, was a problem back in the time, so he got into some trouble with these fellows here, and they will tell you, hey, yeah, we know where you do this, just follow us in a few seconds, he's right around the corner. The point is that the game is a tiny little bit more talkative, let's say, right? Everyone has a lot of things to say. However, you can't skip those things. You don't have to do that. You can delve into it, but there's always a way how to get to the end really quickly. And we are now trying to find that guy that owes us.
Okay. Now, it's a role-playing game. Choices matter. Tell us about that. Tell us about the branching path and player choice here.
Oh, yeah. So, in KCD, it's really not about the 100 different endings or whatever. The point is how you get there. That's important, right? Every quest, not every, most of them, many of them, can be solved in different ways. That means, well, Spartacus, sword ahead, or speech dialogue, speech skill, and so on. Well, of course, that's not unique. Other games have this as well. However, your choices will absolutely and will change the outcome of the quest and the way how they play through. For instance, you spare some dudes that are apparently trying to attack you and kill you. You don't know who they are. You spare them. They run off, and later in the game you might meet them, and they might actually help you because those guys weren't bad. They were just it was a bad misunderstanding. However, if you cut them right away, then of course they will be gone and so on. But these are the small ones. There can be big things, moral choices where Henry really decides who lives and who dies, and
now,
that's big.
It looks like Henry's gotten himself in deep doo-doo, actually. Tell us about this. Where are we?
We found that dude that owes us, and we were apparently not the only one who he owed to. So he said, yeah, we have that dude here, who sank in pig shit, unfortunately, behind the local pub. So poor Henry had to crawl through the doo-doo and get him out there because he had something on him, a precious bow, and the dudes want the bow, but Henry is like, no, guys, I went through the doo-doo, that's my precious element now, and in a few seconds combat will start.
Now, do you need to have played the first game to jump into this one?
We tried extremely hard, and I hope we nailed it, to make sure that you absolutely do not need to know anything about Kingdom Come Deliverance in order to enjoy the second game. In the beginning, we tell you the bare necessary information. This is you, that's your friend, this is the letter, that's the castle you have to go, good luck, have fun. The rest is coming with nightmares Henry is having. They're in dialogues that will tell, hey, listen, how did this and that turned out, and so on. And these things will be slowly but steadily brought to you, never with fist in your face, but really smoothly, so that even old fans of the genre of KCD will not feel like, oh, dude, I saw that already. I'm bored.
Very nice. Full disclosure, I checked out the first game. I'm very early in it, but the second one is what got my attention. So I'm doing a little bit of research ahead of time. But let's talk about the combat here.
Absolutely. So we are still trying to depict the historical martial arts from Central Europe or Middle Ages in Europe generally. And we had real sword fighters in the studio and mace fighters and so on who showed us how it's supposed to look like. We told them why this is not possible in a video game, because you need those broad moves and everything. But still, I think we have a very good compromise and the closest you can get to actual sword fighting. However, in KCD1, people said, some of the feedback was it's easy to learn but hard to master. We nailed the hard to master, the easy to learn not so much. So in KCD2, like with everything else we did in the first part, we smoothed it out, made it nicer and just easier and more accessible. So even the combat was revamped. It's still an evolution, not a revolution. It's the same as it was before, just more accessible with more options to choose from.
The choice is a big part of this, and we're seeing some of the different ways you can approach stuff in this montage right here. We got a glimpse of a crossbow, we got some stealth, we saw a firearm.
Absolutely, and we also saw that it can go super south when you're like in the stocks there. So the early gunpowder weapons is something that became slowly but steadily popular on medieval battlefields around 1403, a bit earlier, a bit later. So this is something that we also added to the game. However, KCD is not becoming a shooter all of a sudden. Very important. It's still an RPG which focuses on melee combat. However, those super weapons, let's call them super weapons, is more something like a ultimate weapon, right? You fire once, you kill him in one shot, and then you switch to your melee weapon and go ahead. And to make this a little bit easier, we made it easier also for players to change weapons in combat and so on, that you can really have kind of sets that you can pre-prepare and so on to make it just more smoother and feel better.
Now, what's Henry up to? We just saw him. He was in. He got covered in pig excrement. How does that affect his reputation and his experience in the game?
So the goal is that all the NPCs in the world are living and breathing earth. They do something, they go somewhere, and they will react to you as well. So if you are covered in pig excrement, then they will react to you. They will say, dude, you stink, or stealth will be harder, or the speech skill will be harder to pass, and so on. So these things really affect you, and you as Henry, or you as the gamer, have to then take care of yourself. Don't be afraid. This is not a survival game all of a sudden as well. It's like these little elements there, the details that make this game so great and so immersive, because that is what we want actually. You see on screen that Henry is going through doo-doo, so of course he's supposed to be dirty and stinky and whatever and needs to take care of it. So where to go? Bathhouse.
What are the different options here in the bathhouse? we don't have to go into that right now, I suppose, but it's a mature game. I want to talk about the historical accuracy, because I get the sense you've done a little bit of research into how things used to be.
Absolutely. So everything we do is based on, well, we want to make it as authentic as possible. So this is still not a simulation, and this is not a 100% realistic, that's exactly how it was. It's the closest we can get in the limitations we have creating a video game. And that is what we do first and foremost. But we have a full-time historian in the team. She's working with museums, the mayor of Kuttenberg himself, reenactors, universities, and so on, and gather this information from those people who know this infinitely better than us. And then together we're coming up with the best possible compromise to still be fun, interesting gameplay and so on, and push everything forward. So yeah, we're trying to make it authentic, but keep in mind it's just a video game.
Now, it's also a very cinematic video game. I appreciate that it's all first person, but then we get to see Henry from the outside. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I think, well, it's of course an action RPG, but the story part, the epic story that we are trying to tell there is, in my opinion, the bread and butter of the game. It's like a playable Netflix series or something like that. Really, it's really epic. You can change the outcomes. You can have your impact in that. You can see how everything turns out, and it's full of cinematics and cutscenes, of course, to make this interesting and make it awesome and give you this feel of this bombastic, epic experience you can have there. So that's definitely a big thing. Now, tell us a little bit about Kuttenberg. How much time will Henry spend getting to know the city, and
What kind of adventures are we going to
Well,
have?
Kuttenberg was definitely the biggest challenge for us as a team. It has hundreds of buildings, thousands of NPCs, so we've never done anything like that. And for the guys who played KCD1 and maybe can remember Rattay, well, Rattay is just a street in Kuttenberg, so this is like, that was a huge thing for us. And Henry, of course, and it's occupied by the invading king, so danger is everywhere around. It's a huge medieval city that is a silver mining town, so it's rich, so there's riches to go and find, adventure to find, and a lot of side quests, mini games, dark alleys. And as I said, the king is the invading king is sitting there right now, and as you are part of a guerrilla force, maybe you have to do a lot of guerrilla tactics there.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Well, Toby, thank you so much for joining us. Step into the grooves of Henry of Skalitz when Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC on February 11th, 2025. Coming up next, a look at a few more games in the PlayOn family, including Undisputed, Akimbot, and Nobody Wants to Die.
Can I ask you something personal? Do you believe in life after death?
I'm 120 years old, and I don't have any strength left to keep recalling the past.
All those innocent souls.
Sure, just let me make a blood sacrifice to the Wi-Fi gods!
Refusing to give up!
You know, a guy once told me, don't let yourself get attached to anything you are not willing to walk out on in 30 seconds flat if you feel the heat around the corner. And I don't know what that guy's up to now, but I hope he's playing Payday 3. Here to discuss what's going up next for the co-op heist shooter is Starbreeze Entertainment's Ludwig Hazelius.
Hello.
Hello.
So nice to be here.
I love saying Hazelius. That's
Oh,
such a
you
good
do?
name.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I like it a lot. It's really nice.
I was just saying you had to grow up with it, so I hope you like.
Yeah, no, I do.
Yeah, so speaking of your name being special, I heard you also have something else special to show us here today.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm really excited to be here, and we are going to show some stuff of our upcoming DLC, Fear and Greed, and it's shed a little bit of light in terms of what we're going to do for Payday in the near future. So really happy to be here to talk about that.
Yeah, so can you walk us through the Payday 3 timeline so far from launch to now? I mean, how exactly has the game changed?
Well, first of all, from the gates, we had a little bit of a rocky launch, and I mean, it kept us humble, let's say that. So what we kind of did in terms of addressing this was going really back to what the community wanted and trying to centralize the feedback that we've been getting and adding content to this. So we started with a strike team to really dig down to this and see what steps we needed to take, and ever since that we've been going on that route, and I think we're getting there. We're taking steps all the time. So it's a good journey that we've been on. So really appreciate that and the support from kind of the community. During this year, it's been special, and we've been adding multiple things. New solo mode that's in beta now that we're really looking to and hope the players like, so they can really integrate. And also bringing 2 new DLCs, The Boys in Blue, firstly, and then this Houston Breakout now. Cosmetics, weapons, among other things. So it's really great.
So can you tell us a little bit more about the Houston DLC? I mean, we know it's really hot there and that the Payday guys bring the heat, so...
Well, yeah, it definitely is. I mean, as Payday fans would know, it's a big homage to an old Payday 2 heist, where we did a Hoxton breakout. And now, obviously, we have Houston, who is now in trouble. So we need to save him. So it's a massive courthouse that we have to infiltrate. The heisters has to go through there. And he's standing charged to be sentenced to a private prison owned by yours truly, Concord, which for the Payday fans out there will be very acquainted to. You know, as I said before, we're going to release it with all that jazz, with the weapon packs, with 3 new weapons and skins, and 4 suits, masks, and gloves. So what people can expect from our earlier releases, but also, as we've done, as people probably have learned now, we're releasing a free heist called Diamond District, where we're really digging down to kind of, homage again to Payday 2, a straightforward heist with a lot of replayability, and we hope our players like it. We're seeing a lot of good results. And a whole slew of other things, which they should go to the Operation Medic Bag site to see. But those are definitely the main ones that we're really excited about to bring out.
I mean, that's a lot. So you talk about player reception. So how do they feel about these new additions? Have you seen any feedback from that yet?
And as I said, that we started this year about going back to kind of the strike team and Operation Medic Bag that we launched. We're really happy. I mean, it's a journey, right? And we've taken definitely steps in the right direction, and we're really helpful for the feedback from the community and the support. So, I mean, it's a step along the way. We're seeing players returning, which is really great and what we can ask for. So, it's a long journey. It's a marathon for us. So we're just happy we're trending in the right way.
Yeah, I think Payday is known for constantly updating the game, and that's exactly what you're doing, which brings me to the next question. I mean, the DLC for Fear and Greed, what can players expect?
Well, so, I mean, Payday as a franchise and IP has always been about getting in, heisting, getting the money, getting out. Now we are heisting the heart of capitalism. And that's not only like the New York Finance Exchange. So we're hitting it right in the arteries, which is really great. And with that, obviously, we have some new additions that we're really excited about. I know there's been a lot of talk about overkill weapons in the community and whatnot. So we're going to bring out the minigun, which I know is going to be, a big thing for a lot of people out there. And we're really excited about that addition. And as well, I mean, the Houston breakout. For DLC 4, we're unveiling Houston as a free playable character. And, I think that's going to be a great addition to the heister setup.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a player who does not like stealth, the minigun's going to be great for me.
It's hard.
Thank you. Yeah, so apart from the DLC, what else can we expect for Payday 3?
Yeah, so going the rest of the year in October, we really have some great updates going out, and specifically the ones that the community has shown a lot of care about. I mean, we have a roadmap. I hope you check that out. But what really we've been going down to is the server browser. It's been talked about a lot. The UI rework and VoIP, so that our heisters can really plan their heists together, and maybe do a little bit more stealth, because it's coordination, right?
I suppose so. Maybe I could be convinced to do stealth, but I mean, it's just really fun to go in loud.
So you're more guns blazing kind of a...
I am. I mean, listen,
nice.
I always try to go stealth, and then it never works out, so thank you so much for joining me today and speaking with us about everything that's happening. So.
Yeah, likewise, it's really good to be here in the studio, and in Gamescom is such a great atmosphere, so we're always happy to have a chat with you guys.
Yes, I hope you enjoy Gamescom. And speaking of Gamescom, be sure to stay tuned for more news on the next chapter of Payday 3 coming soon. And if you haven't, you can get hands-on with Payday 3's latest DLC, Houston Breakout, now on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Hyper-realistic shooters with cutting-edge graphics are great and all, but have you ever wanted an FPS that looks like a cartoon from the 1930s? Well, somebody made one.
Here to tell us about Mouse PI for Hire, we're joined by game director Mateusz Mikulak.
Yes.
Is that right?
Right.
And lead producer Maciej Szemian. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, first of all, for someone who is seeing this game for the first time, tell us what we're looking at. What is Mouse PI for Hire?
So basically, it's a blend of all that we love in FPS games. So we are focused on the key elements that make FPS games fun. So the gunplay is very important, but on the other hand, we're going to add some other elements from Metroidvania games, for example. So some upgrades, ability to backtrack and access previously inaccessible areas. So yeah, it's a blend of everything we love in a game, not exactly a boomer shooter, rather something that feels both familiar and fresh at the same time.
I feel like this is way older than boomers. This is like the
grand boomers.
Couple generations earlier than them. Now, the Metroidvania aspect, we were talking about this before we started recording, but you've got sort of a grappling hook. Is that his tail?
Yes, that's his tail, actually.
Okay. Can we talk about sort of how the levels are structured? Is it kind of different little arenas, corridors, or open world, or how's it?
So it's a blend of all. So some levels will be rather linear, others will be more branching, and yeah, we're experimenting with different styles of level design because we want the game not to get repetitive during as you progress. Yeah.
And what sparked the initial idea for Mouse? Like, are you big fans of 1930s cartoons? Where did the idea come from?
So yeah, the idea was actually, it's quite funny because and Bioshock fan art drawn in a rubber hose art style was found online many years ago by our art director, and he did like Bioshock. He does love rubber hose animation style. So he approached Mateusz a couple of years ago and said, hey, why don't we make a game out of this? And Mateusz loved the idea, so banded with just a couple of people. They started working on a prototype, and yeah, basically that's how Mouse was born.
The prototype went pretty viral. Like people were immediately really attracted to this, and since that was released, you've clearly gone back and tweaked some stuff. Can you sort of point out some of the changes that have been made since that early footage showed up?
Yeah, I believe that the most crucial change is 3D environments. We put a lot of effort to meld the 2D animation with 3D environments. It's quite hard to do it. We believe that we achieved nice goal, and from there we are proceeding and working more about more levels.
Yeah, you may see that we have improved on the 2D animations, but yeah, the 3D is the biggest change so far, especially if you take a look, at our materials from a couple of months ago, because it took us a lot of experiments, given the fact that the game is entirely black and white. So we had to make sure that everything is clear to the player, that the players know what's interactable, what's not, and based on that, we decided what can stay in 3D, in 2D, what can be 3D, and we had to find the perfect blend of everything of that.
Are there any details, like in the animation, in the environments, that you're especially proud of?
Weapons rollings, we really like them. We're really proud of them. There are a lot of them. Right now we showed only few weapons, but there will be much more in the final release.
Yeah, and I have to say that I quite like our enemy death animations because they're, over the top, really exaggerated. So yeah, I really love those.
Awesome.
Was there ever a version of this that was in color, or was it always black and white from day one?
It was always black and white.
Always.
Can we talk about any other abilities in addition to, so we've got this grapple with the tail, and obviously a lot of guns. Will we be doing anything else? Any other skills, abilities?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, some Metroidvania elements here and there, so you will be able, you will unlock some abilities as you progress. So the grappling hook for one thing, but the helicopter, that is also used by the protagonist as his tail over his head. Double jump, so some genre staples like that. We don't want to, spoil everything just now, but you can expect many different options to be unlocked as you go.
Cool.
I'm so into this game. I really love what you guys are doing here. Were there any specific, actual old cartoons that were huge influences on this? Did you kind of come across any hidden gems or anything like that?
Yeah, we have a stack of reference from the 90s, 30s, 90s, 40s. We watch all the shows, Popeye shows till today, all the episodes. There are a lot of them. Old cartoons made by
like Betty Boop, Felix the Cat, stuff like this. Basically, whatever fits into rubber hose category, we always take a look. Either if it's an animation, a comic book, we want to explore that, take a thorough look, and get some inspirations for that. So there's like a huge stack of materials in our office.
Now, obviously, this is a very different game, a very different genre to Cuphead, but I feel like seeing the rubber hose animation, maybe some people are having traumatic flashbacks to the punishing difficulty of Cuphead. Where are you pitching the difficulty for Mouse PI for Hire?
So, first of all, we are aiming to make the game as accessible to a wide audience as possible. So it will feature a couple of different difficulty modes. So if you want an easier experience and you want to, be focused on the story just like that, you can do that. And the game should be a breeze on easy. But if you're looking for a serious challenge, yes, we will provide that as well. And trust me, I've been playing the game on, harder settings just recently, and it's punishingly difficult. So yeah, basically, the choice is yours.
Nice.
I love it. Now let's talk a little bit about the lore and the setting. Who are we playing as? Who is this titular mouse?
Yeah, so our protagonist, his name's Jack Pepper. He's a World War I trench veteran who went back home, and first he became a cop, and after that he turned to be a private investigator. And, it's a noir story, so Jack tends to usually find himself in a heap of trouble. But this time it's bigger than usual. It's a pretty sticky fondue of, celebrities, mobsters, dirty politicians, and a conspiracy aimed at taking over the US. So, yeah, it's going to be a big adventure.
Yeah, we also have a second character named Tammy. Tammy is not a playable character, but is really important for the story. She's a young mice orphaned as a child whose mother Jack knew. While she's not participate in investigation or gunfights, she makes Jack work much easier. As she's great with everything mechanical, she's upgrading weapons, inventing new gadgets, upgrading the old ones. she can eat all.
She can do it all as long as you don't ask her to make some coffee.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough. So how does that progression work? Like, how do you upgrade weapons? Like, what's the progression scheme like?
So along the way, you will find some NPCs offering you some side quests, side challenges, and you will get some in-game currency, or you will get some key items that can be used either to be traded for some upgrades done by Tammy, or to give them to the items to Tammy so she can fashion something out of them, because Tammy is the kind of character that always comes up with new ideas to create some new gadgets to make Jack's work easier. So some of this stuff is mandatory, like some of this stuff will be put on the main path of the game, but some of this stuff will be optional. So players who will want to dwell more into the game's world, who will want to immerse themselves more, will be rewarded in a meaningful way.
Now I'm curious. Sorry, I'm just spacing out here. Like the weapons, do they have alternate fire or anything like that?
They do.
Yeah,
they do.
Can we talk about how big this arsenal might be?
It's more than 10.
More than 10?
That's what I can say at this
that.
point.
I'm into
Because
that.
what we have showcased so far, these were just, I'd say, regular weapons, stuff that you expect to be present in an FPS game. But we have a couple of cool weapons, still to be shown. A couple of experimental, cartoonish weapons, if you will. I don't want to spoil much, but you will be surprised by the full arsenal.
Nice. Now, when can we expect to get our hands on it? Are you any plans for Steam Early Access, console release window, anything like that?
We can't reveal anything right now.
Yeah, we cannot reveal much at this point, but basically everything is in talks right now, and the idea of providing a hands-on demo for the public is always tempting, but we also want to make sure that it's fully polished, it's perfect. So not yet, but keep an eye out.
Well, we are dying to see more. As a very wise cartoon character once said, that is all, folks. Mouse P.I. Fihar is out sometime in the future, but you can wishlist it on Steam right now.
We have lots more cool stuff on the way from the Gamescom studio, so please stick around.
We just made it to the north entrance of Gamescom, and right behind the camera there is a huge crowd of people absolutely buzzing to get in through the doors. I mean, check it out! Okay, what game are you most excited to play?
Space Marine.
How about you?
Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter 2. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Space Marine 2.
Farming simulators every year, and every year I'm gonna look for it.
And this costume you've got on this cosplay, who are you cosplaying as?
Guts from Berserker. It's not quite the armor. I didn't have the time to finish it, but I had the time for the sword.
That sword is amazing. How long did it take you to make?
Probably 2 weeks.
So you excited to get in through the doors?
I'm really excited.
Hey, your Jill Valentine cosplay is amazing. I'm presuming that you have been looking forward to Gamescom for a little while now. How long have you been waiting to get into the doors?
Honestly, we decided that yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah, me and my friend, we did it spontaneously. I bought my ticket yesterday, and this is my first time.
I'm in.
I want to play the Infinity Nikki game.
How about you, sir?
I would like to play Civilization 7 and the new Assassin's Creed.
So the whole ensemble is incredible. So yeah, have an awesome Gamescom, you two. Ahoy there, matey. That is an incredible outfit. Who are you cosplaying as?
I'm Teach from One Piece, Blackbeard, also known with the Darkness Fruit.
Is this your first Gamescom, or have you a seasoned veteran?
I would consider myself a seasoned veteran, yes.
How about you, Sub? What games are you most excited to play at Gamescom this year?
Probably Civilization 7, also the new Indiana Jones game, and also we're today pretty excited for the indie area.
Probably Enzoy. I've heard a lot of great things about the game, and I look forward to everything.
Definitely Monster Hunter.
I'm actually looking very much forward again to playing Final Fantasy XIV again. It hasn't been here for a couple of years before. I got to play it yesterday already, and now I'm kind of wanting to checking out like Inzoy, like the new live simulation game, something in very big hype at the moment. Also like the game right next to it, Dark and Darker, looked very interesting for a mobile game, so I'm very interested to try that out as well.
Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Monster Hunter Wilds.
The doors are about to open any second now. Which game are you going to be running straight towards to play?
Gothic.
Here they come. What are you most excited to play?
Monster Hunter.
What are you most excited to play, sir?
Oh, for Monster Hunter.
Life is Strange Double Exposure.
Yeah.
I don't know who I can trust.
Final Fantasy.
Ooh, Final Fantasy, amazing. What game do you most want to play today?
Monster Hunter with...
All games. All games. Best answer yet.
It's not Star Wars Outlaw.
It's not? You've thrown a curveball here. Which game?
Monster Hunter Wild. Monster Hunter Wild.
Probably Stalker 2.
World of Warcraft, actually.
Probably the most at the moment Space Marines 2.
Also Space Marine 2. Big Warhammer fan.
Monster Hunter Wild and Space Marine 2.
May the force be with you, sir.
Thank you. The force with you too.
I love that.
Copa City is a football tycoon game where you transform an entire city to get it prepped to host world-class football events. Copa City features 3 meticulously crafted maps based on real cities like Warsaw and Berlin, and includes 6 world-class football clubs like Flamengo, Arsenal FC, and FC Bayern Munich. Here's an exclusive first look at alpha gameplay.
Football. Every time before the ball is set in motion on the pitch, it's the culmination of hard work. To captivate the fans, to ensure everyone's safety, to meet every need, and to ignite the city's fiesta for the game. Sometimes it requires making tough decisions with lasting consequences. To elevate your football event to a global stage, to bring the best players and clubs to your city, to make your game happen in Copa City.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
Hello, everybody. It's day 2 of Gamescom here in Cologne, Germany. We are here in Hall 7 outside the IGN merch booth where there's a bunch of really cool stuff on sale. If you're here, you should swing by, grab something, treat yourself. We got cool hoodies, exclusive t-shirts, a bunch of awesome stuff. There's a Geralt minibus, which is awesome. If you're not at Gamescom, go to store.ign.com and you can find a bunch of this stuff for sale right now.
And today on the IGN stage, we have Sonic and Shadow Generations. After that, we've got Star Wars Outlaws, and following that, Batman Arkham Shadow. So stick around, stay tuned.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Andreas, the producer on The Eternal Life of Goldman. Now, The Eternal Life of Goldman stars a very old man, and it's not very often you see old men in the starring roles of video games. Can you tell us a little bit about Goldman and why he deserves his own video game?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. You know, usually you don't have these kind of protagonists. I feel it's kind of you feel like you're actually the protagonist of an ancient fable or like a parable, right? They often would have, old men essentially that would, outsmart their enemies, and it feel like it makes it pretty special. It also gives the opportunity to us to, have something else as their main tool, which in our case is a cane, which, is fitting for an old man. And thirdly, there's a very concrete narrative reason why he's called Goldman and why he's an old man that I can't go into now because of spoilers.
So my first impressions of the demo were that it was kind of like Up meets DuckTales with that cane, the old NES game DuckTales. But also there's this nightmarish kind of sinister vibe going on in the background. Is Goldman going to end up being a horror game?
No, not at all. It's not going to be a horror game, but you're right. There is a bizarreness and weirdness to it. So I feel like, it goes well with the theme of fables or fairy tales. You have the beautiful and the bizarre, the macabre and the frightening, like the terrifying next to each other. So I think it's not going to be a horror game, but it's going to go places that are dark and deep, definitely.
And what kind of dark and deep inspirations did the team draw from for this game?
So I think mostly we go back to like ancient fables, like, not one specific, but like these traditions of, the big questions of life and death. Like you take your ancient Jewish, your ancient Greek mythologies basically and see like, it's about the eternal life, right? So like what lies beyond, what lies beneath, and, what even makes life worth living, I guess. So I think it's more about, the darkness and the existential questions. And actually, if you have a close listen to the announcement trailer and you hear the audio, what's being said in the trailer, that already gives you a hint what the game main horror themes are about. So I think it's really homing in on the fear within us that is kind of exemplified in these bizarre creatures. But it's not like one thing. It's really like what makes these myths and these ancient fears kind of go together.
Okay, well, in terms of that trailer, I saw a couple of enemies in there that they look like caterpillars, but they also had a fairly suggestive design to them. Do you know what I mean?
No,
they look a little bit penisy.
Oh!
Does that say something about Goldman's psyche? Is this game taking place inside his mind?
I cannot neither deny nor confirm that. But there's definitely, I'm with you on that. Like if you look at the enemy design closely, there's some disturbing stuff, that you sort of, if your therapist asks you, like, draw your fears, it might be a worm with a penis, or will look like that. So I think it's about that. It's, I would say like, challenging these deep fears and just like having them in those kind of frightening creatures. But in the end, it's of course what you see in them.
Oh no, that's Freudian. Oh, uh-oh. Well, anyway, Goldman's cane seems to be pretty customizable. In fact, we saw that you could swap out the shaft to allow you to either jump on enemies' heads or also jump higher. Can you talk a little bit about more about his cane and what abilities it gives you throughout the game?
Absolutely. So like one of the main things that we said, like, he's an old man, he doesn't have like an arsenal of weapons, it's his cane. But the cane is not just for walking, it's customizable. So we have 3 parts where you can shift the parts basically, and to either give you more mobility, like in the demo, for instance, we have an extended jump where you can grab onto stuff, but you have also stuff like phosphorus cane, which will illuminate the darkness, or an aura, which will attract certain enemies and do damage to other enemies. So it's essentially like basically choosing the right combination of equipment for each situation. I want to emphasize though, like we want to keep this accessible and like easy to switch. You can switch on the fly, as you said, like while playing. It's not you're gonna sit like think for hours about the right loadout. You're just gonna like, I have this part. Hey, how can I combine these 2 things for a certain situation? And we just want to basically play around with that, and give players the ability, but also like you mentioned DuckTales before, and it's a cool inspiration. But in DuckTales, it was essentially just for jumping, and the cane is more than just a pogo stick. It it can be customized. It can be like a really effective and versatile tool. And I think just playing around with that and really focusing on what the cane can do, I think it's one of the strengths of the game.
Awesome. Now, in terms of the cane's upgrades, I presume we don't get them all at the same time. Does that mean that this game is going to be more of a Metroidvania style game, or is it a linear side-scroller?
As you were saying, there's a linearity to the game, so basically it's a narrative experience, right? You want to be in the story back and forth. You're not going to be like sort of, thinking like mechanically. Like in Metroidvanias, you often have this kind of backtracking, and then you find ability, you go back there. I think for us, it has elements of that because there's stuff in Metroidvanias that we like a lot, right? Especially you like the world opening up, getting new abilities and making that abilities or that gear, worthwhile and make it count, right? So I think that's what we're trying from there. But I think we have a bit more of a focused narrative experience. There is a bit of non-linearity in the path you choose, but it's not a full-fledged Metroidvania. So we like to call it like a platform adventure, actually. Like there's an adventure part, of finding new areas, finding new biomes, but the core mechanics is the platforming.
Awesome. Now, one of the things that stands out about the game is its visual style. It all looks hand-drawn, but I've heard the team on this game is very small. Have they used any AI or anything in the process of creating the look for the game?
There is no AI involved in that game, so everybody, it's really people sitting down on their desks for weeks, months, and actually can take up to a year for a biome to be finished. So it's really like hand-drawn. So you're gonna, first by hand on a piece of paper sketch that, then use your tools to bring it into the game. It's that classic line art. I mean, you could tell the AI to do something, but it's not gonna come out like this. And I think that level of detail, and also that it all fits together, right? It all makes sense and also works as a game because there's also stuff it has to, you have to understand as a player where you're going. AI can't do that, even in 20 years.
Right.
And I think the only way of really getting this done is, okay, like, you're gonna do this right, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna paint it, we're gonna paint some more, and then we're gonna do some more painting and animating. And that's essentially what WP has been doing for the past couple of years.
Awesome. Well, the game looks great, Andreas, and I hope we don't have to wait an eternity for the eternal life of Goldman.
Sonic X Shadow Generations is an enhanced version of 2011's beloved Sonic Generations, featuring new standalone content with Shadow the Hedgehog, who now has Doom powers. Here to tell me all about it are Takashi Iizuka and Austin Keys from Sega of America. Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
So, bringing back Sonic Generations, getting Shadow in there, and now Shadow has these Doom powers. Doom Spear, Doom Blast, Doom Morph, Doom Wing, Doom Surf, and more. Tell us about these. Is Shadow doomed? What's happening here?
はい、今回ソニックシャドウジェネレーションを作るにあたってですね、ソニックにはない新しい能力をシャドウに与えようということで、今回そのドゥームパワーっていう新しい能力をシャドウに与えました。本当に今ご紹介いただいたようにドゥームウィングって言ってシャドウに羽が生えるすごいかっこいいアクションを筆頭にですね、さまざまないろんなアクションをゲームをプレイするに伝えて徐々に成長していく、徐々に取得していくっていうところが、このゲームの一つの楽しみ方になってます。
So yeah, Sonic X Shadow Generations. We wanted to make a game where we gave, Sonic is in there, but Shadow is going to have these new powers and new abilities that he'll be able to, do all throughout the game. It was something interesting. All the Doom powers that you talked about, yes, they're all in there. Doom Wing is a really cool one where he actually grows wings. We wanted to have Shadow have these abilities and kind of earn them as you're playing the game to give him new things to do as you're playing the game and progressing through the story. So that is one of the new points that's really fun about the Shadow side of Sonic X Shadow Generations.
And I believe there are some other familiar faces we'll be seeing. I believe Metal Overlord was spotted in the latest trailer. That's sure to please fans. How does Metal Overlord fit into the package?
はい、ソニックジェネレーションを遊んだことのある方はおそらく分かるかと思うんですけども、このジェネレーションというシリーズのゲームは一旦すべてタイムイーターによって過去が全部消されてしまって、その今まで歩んできた歴史をもう一度歩み直すっていうゲームなんですね。なので、そのファイナルバイオリザードとか今回のメタルオーバーロードとか、これはソニックヒーローズの時のラスボスなんですけども、これらともう一度シャドウが戦うことになる、そういう流れになっています。
So yes, for anyone who's played Sonic Generations, you may know this already, but the whole Generations format is that the Time Eater has come and kind of taken away all of time and space, and everything is in this kind of strange time-space void. And as you're going through the game, you're kind of revisiting a lot of the places from the past, and you're re-experiencing it and kind of putting the time-space continuum back. So for the Shadow side, we do have things like BioLizard. They are going to be stuck in that, time-space continuum issue. Metal Overlord is the last boss from Sonic Heroes. These are all going to be bosses that Shadow, again, will have to face and defeat in order to put the time continuum back.
And I believe we saw footage in the latest trailer of Chaos Island, which is from Sonic Frontiers, which I believe came out after the original Sonic Generation. So now that you are sort of revisiting the package, adding Shadow, it's not just you're not just pulling from games that came out before Sonic Generations, is that correct? It seems like everything is game.
そうですね。ソニックジェネレーションズがリリースしたのが2011年なんですけども、それ以降にソニックフォースとか、あとソニックフロンティアとか、さまざまなゲームがリリースされてますけども、その過去から最新作のソニックフロンティアズまでを今回のシャドウジェネレーションズでは取り入れてます。
So yes, you're exactly correct. Sonic Generations came out in 2011, and it kind of revisited all of the past up until 2011. But for the Shadow side, there's Sonic Forces that came out after Generations, Sonic Frontiers that came out after Generations, and so we wanted to, go not only all the way back from the beginning, but continue on all the way up to Sonic Frontiers and kind of portray a lot of parts of different games in Shadow Generations.
So Shadow's campaign within Sonic Generations, is it completely separate, or will Sonic and Shadow meet up at some point during the game?
はい、ソニックジェネレーションズとシャドウジェネレーションズは実は同じタイムラインで物語が進行してまして、どちらもタイムイーターによってその時間と空間が消されてしまったっていう、そこから物語がスタートします。で、ソニックジェネレーションズを遊んだことある人には分かると思うんですけど、途中シャドウとの出会いもあるんですね、絡みも。でそれも今回のシャドウジェネレーションズでもザッピングみたいな感じで両方が重なり合った形でストーリーが進行します。
So yes, Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations take place in the same timeline. The story both starts with the Time Eater kind of messing with the world and removing time and space. So both the Sonic side and the Shadow side kind of have that in there. And as you're playing through the game, there are moments, for people who have played Sonic, they know that Shadow does pop into Sonic Generations, and we are going to have those kind of moments where there is that crossover between the storylines of Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations.
Cool. So I believe there's also an open world, a 3D hub world. Mm-hmm. What are we able to do there, and does it work is it anything like the way it worked in Sonic Frontiers?
はい、ソニックフロンティアでオープンワールドのオープンゾーンっていうゲームプレイが非常に皆さんにご好評いただいたんですけども、今回のシャドウジェネレーションズを作るにあたって 実際のアクションゲームプレイはソニックジェネレーションズと同様、サイドスクロールとフォワードビューの、3D アクションゲームなんですけども、そのハブワールドとなる、ホワイトスペースの部分に、フロンティアのオープンゾーンのエレメントを少し、加えています。これが、それぞれ、ルームパワーをこうシャドウが身につけることによってこの行ける範囲が広がっていって、また新しい発見や新しいステージへの入り口が見つかるというような構造になっています。
So yes, the open zone theme that they used to create Sonic Frontiers, that was something that people really liked. And so when they were making the Shadow Generations part of the game, they said, first of all, we need to have the Generations format. We need that side-scrolling action platform gameplay. We also need the front view, like running into the world, action gameplay, action platforming as well. But for the hub world, they wanted to take the open zone game design kind of aesthetic and mentality and design a hub world with that open zone design aesthetic. And in doing so, they created this world that kind of feels like Frontiers. You can run around wherever you want, but as Shadow acquires Doom powers, he's also getting these abilities to get to different parts in this open zone format. So your Doom powers will let you get to new places and find new stages and places to play in the game.
Very cool. I know Sonic Generations is a fan favorite Sonic game. Bringing it back, polishing it up, and adding new content. I know fans are going to be really excited to play. So thank you so much for coming by and talking about the game with us here.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, players everywhere can experience a whole lot of Hedgehog when Sonic X Shadow Generations comes to PC and consoles on October 25th. There's much more Gamescom coverage right around here on IGN, so stick around.
IGN store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
In just a few days, gamers everywhere will be able to blast across the galaxy in Star Wars Outlaws, the brand new open world Star Wars game I've wanted basically my entire life. Brian wrote those words, but I agree with him.
I agree with him too. Here to tell us all about it is the creative director, Julian Garrity, and star of Star Wars Outlaws, Humberly Gonzalez. Hi.
Welcome.
Hello. It is so awesome to meet you. You and I have talked 100 times, but I could talk about Star Wars forever. Let's start with you. How did you develop K-Vest's attitude, personality, all that fun stuff. Like, how did you sort of hone in on who she is as a Star Wars character?
Honestly, right from the get-go, from the first audition, even though they made us sign a million NDAs and I had no idea it was Star Wars, there was an attitude that I got from her that she uses her charm and her swagger to get where she wants to go and just take opportunities from whoever is available. So I always made sure that, you know, she was confident enough, fake it till you make it, even if she's very flawed. So I got a bit of that, you know, I made sure that I... He's like, she's always faking it till she makes it. But I think it naturally came to me. I love playing characters that are a little bit sassy and witty and, you know, kind of quick to clap back.
Right, right.
I just kind of used like that natural attitude that came to me. And obviously the character deepened once we knew that it was a scoundrel story, that I was in Star Wars. So the tone just adds to the relevance of the world.
There's a lot of characters like that in Star Wars, so it fits right in.
Yeah.
Well, I want to hear about this. When you started the audition process, you didn't know it was Star Wars. So how do they? By the way, this is going to be Star Wars. How does that come about?
It was like 5 months from the initial audition, actually. And, you know, at first I thought it was some like cowboy western.
Yeah.
Maybe there were like robots involved or something. But I felt like, you know, the characters were very, obviously like very grand and there was this air about it. But not once did I ever think it was Star Wars. And they probably thought that they were being so obvious, but I didn't.
I mean, this was part of the process with Lucasfilm Games.
Right.
We have to mask those initial scripts. So we had some that were themed as westerns and some that were themed as pirate adventures.
Oh, interesting.
And we sent those out, and you know the whole thing was completely mastered. So we had to write different scripts just to get the casting off the ground.
Did you just come in one day and you're like, oh, by the way, that's a blaster, and you have an alien sidekick, and that's not a pirate ship, it's a spaceship that goes into space. Have fun. Welcome to Star Wars.
Pretty much.
We actually recorded the reactions of the performers who were told it's going to be Star Wars. The explosion of joy, I mean, the love of Star Wars is pretty universal. So, you know, there is a deep connection to that world, that universe, that galaxy in general.
So nobody was like, oh man, I really like pirates. I wish this was a pirate
I wish,
game."
can you change it?
Did you have a favorite moment, mocapping, doing VO, all of that? I mean, I imagine once you knew what you were getting into, you were like, okay, this is a whole new world now.
Oh, unreal. I mean, being a lead protagonist in one of the biggest franchises. And I love mocap. I've been working with Ubisoft for a few years, so it felt like I'm like a veteran in it, but this is my first lead, so I really felt ready for that role. And honestly, one of the best moments, because we don't have a set, we don't have costume or hair or makeup, you know, you have to make believe so much, relying on the team to describe what you're looking at. But they did go above and beyond, building a trailblazer and the speeder out of like wood and pieces of metal and like neon tape. And there were times when they were like, okay, so we're gonna fly into hyperspace. So they actually moved it like a roller coaster. And I was like sitting there like, okay, we're going, ND5 ready. And I'm going, and it was like shaking, going up. And I had to hold my joy in. I think the first take, it was like not good because I was like,
You're joyful.
like K-Vaz wouldn't do that.
I love that. I love that.
Let's try it
so
again.
much.
Less joy.
Yeah, they were like, make it cooler. She's cooler than,
The build of the Trailblazer in wood was half of our production budget. That was it. It was just like,
thank you.
the set.
But we sold the story, you know, now you're going to play the game and you'll be like, the way she flew that Trailblazer. So,
Right.
yes.
I'm convinced.
And we're also joined by Nyx here today.
Of course. Yes, star of the
favorite
show.
character. What was the initial idea? Did you think Kay needs a sidekick? You know, how did Nyx come to be added?
I mean, working with Massive in Sweden, everything is through the lens of gameplay. So we went to first playable, and we realized that Kay didn't have that little extra spice that we needed to give her beyond her powers of, you know, the blaster and the speeder. So, you know, we started thinking about, okay, what could her powers be? She's not a Jedi. This is a scoundrel. This is an outlaw. So how do we make that extra long arm that can distract a stormtrooper or attack an enemy or anything like that? You know, flick switches from a distance. So Nyx was born through that lens, and then the soft values came. And very quickly, we came up with a species that we all fell in love with that became a huge source of inspiration for the team as well. So a real team mascot as well. We all fell in love with him, but it wasn't originally part of the pitch.
Interesting.
Do either of you have a personal favorite scene in Star Wars? Like something that when you think about Star Wars, you go, that's my joint right there. Like for me, it's Jabba's palace, right? That whole first 20 minutes is my favorite.
Oh, yes.
Do you guys have that for yourselves?
The original cut or the remastered?
The original cut.
Of course, original.
Yeah, the song's better in the original.
Yeah.
It is.
I think for me, it's the trash compactor scene.
Yeah.
In Star Wars A New Hope. It's such a concentration of matinee action, great characters, creatures, danger, fear. There's a little bit scary, a little bit dark, but it's humorous at the same time. That is like a perfect moment for me that encapsulates everything that I love about there.
And Luke is screaming. He's like, C3PO. There's like a snake popping. Yeah, the Dianoga. I love it. Sorry, I'm a big Star Wars fan.
Yes. I can probably say the script and you'll finish it. I love you.
I know.
Wow.
Does he do finger guns as well?
But he pulls out his real blaster. That's the other cut of the version.
Okay.
George Lucas was constantly changing those guns. It's ridiculous.
So we're very close to release now. What are you most excited about for people to experience with Star Wars Outlaws?
I'm excited to play it.
I mean,
you know what's wild is that even though I'm in it and I've said all of the words, 11,364 lines.
Wow.
Yes.
64. Perfect. Well counted. Yeah.
Thank you. I get to see the world for the first time too because we're doing mocap, right? So we don't get to see the landscapes and the creatures and the music and for me it was all like, okay, imagine this and act it, So I'm very excited to experience it alongside the audience and go on like all of the side quests. I'm very excited for those. Those were really fun dialogues, really intriguing, like funny moments that if you don't want to follow the main storyline, you get to go on these like really weird adventures sometimes. And Nyx is usually the one who's like looking at something. I'm like, what do you see, buddy? Is there something there? So make sure you pay attention to those moments.
Ooh, for sure.
Yeah.
Brian and I are both super excited to play. Thank you both so much for coming by the stage.
Thank you.
May the Force be with you all. Be sure to check out Star Wars Galaxy. No, Star Wars Outlaws. And it launches on PC and consoles next week.
In the whole Star Wars galaxy, though. We got tons more Gamescom right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere. And yeah, may the Force be with you.
Always.
Always.
What's up, everybody? Max Scoville here. I'm with Joel Bylaws from Funcom. We are here to talk about Dune Awakening. I think we should address the Shai Hulud in the room. We got life-size worms out here. So I've seen a lot of buzz around this game. It looks awesome. It's a Dune game, but there's also seems to be some sort of like confusion of like what type of game. It's a survival MMORPG. I've seen people be like, is it Conan Exiles in space? How do you pitch this?
Yeah, so it sort of starts off with this really strong survival angle. Like I consider it like a V shape. You start in the focused survival part of the V, and then you move up and it becomes more of political survival, social, MMO, working with other players, working with large guilds. The initial premise of the game was just, hey, how do we take a survival game and give it a good end game? And the conclusion to that in Dune was like political survival, big world,
That is a complex answer. Dune is like it's such complex lore to kind of put together. Where does this fall in the canon?
Yeah, so we worked with the Herbert estate and we sort of went with like this alternate universe where instead of Paul being born, Jessica followed her orders from the Bene Gesserit, gave birth to a daughter, right? And then that shifts the landscape of everything. So we kind of did this for two reasons. One, it sets up the ability to have Harkonnen and Atreides on the planet fighting each other. It also means that people who've read the books and seen the movies have something to look forward to in our game because there's something slightly different about it, right?
Okay, so it's kind of like a what-if scenario. That's cool. Now I gotta ask, the Bene Gesserit kind of psychic stuff, how are you approaching the more supernatural elements?
So, like, Spice has its own kind of special stuff going on, and I probably shouldn't spoil too much, but it's cool if you take enough Spice. things will happen.
Okay,
and,
interesting.
And then the Bene Gesserit themselves, like the Mentats, all of these kind of special things from the universe, you can learn them as archetypes. You can meet trainers in the world who will teach you a little bit of the ability. Like, you can't really become a Bene Gesserit, but you can learn some of their abilities. You can learn to use the voice, and then you can use that, say, in combat to compel an enemy to come charging at you, right? Or you can use it to make people not see you. You can tell them, like, ignore me.
Okay.
And they won't pay attention to you for a little while. So, yeah, it's kind of, that's how we built it into the game.
So you can't say too much, but what does Spice do in the game? Is it treated like it's a resource, obviously? But
it's kind of Spice is kind of at the heart of everything, right? Like, so first of all, when you come to Arrakis, your character isn't really that used to Spice. So after a little while, they start to have, a moment, right? Paul has one like that in the movie as well. The player starts to have a little moment, and it sets him on this journey through the world. And so Spice is kind of, it's there as like a guide, a spiritual guide. It works as like something that fuels your growth, your abilities. It also works as like a currency for which you pay tax to the Emperor for building on Arrakis, right? And it also works to bribe people in the political system. So Spice has a lot of uses.
There's a lot going on here. So aside from the water of life, what about actual water? So how does that come into play? Like, this is a sandbox game in maybe the worst way, because you're gonna you die of thirst.
Yeah, so we built in like a bunch of mechanics for getting water. Starting off, you're kind of scrabbling to survive, so you're sucking moisture out of plants because you're not Fremen, you don't know how to live here in the desert, right? But then over time you learn to like pull the blood out of your enemies, extract it, take it to a machine, purify it, then you start taking water from there. Eventually you get like a Dew Reaper, which allows you to sort of walk around sucking the water off plants, like wilting them as you go. And then eventually, move up to the high levels of harvesting. Corpses to put in your death still to give you lots of water. So you are kind of moving through the progression of water in the game.
That is gnarly. Now, I know there is some apprehension because like survival games have a lot of griefing and MMOs have a lot of grinding. What accommodations are you taking to sort of make this accessible for people who just want to play a Dune game?
Yeah, I mean, so we're trying to sort of tutorialize well, explain to people the world. There's a little single-player section at the start of the game before you enter the main world. And in that single-player section, we teach you the basic mechanics. We teach you a little bit about the lore. We give you a story. And then we put you into the world and sort of have you survive. I mean, I don't think the game is going to be for everybody. If you hate survival games, it's not going to be a game that you want to play, right? Like, so I have to be clear about that. I don't like to sell games to people who don't want to play them. So, but at the end of the day, like, it's kind of, there's enough there. It's forgiving enough. You learn the mechanics. You learn not to walk on the sand when the sandworm's around. You learn how to get water. You'll be fine.
Now let's talk about the walking. A wise man once said, walk without rhythm and you won't attract the worm. We see the guy in the gameplay trailer you just dropped is walking pretty purposefully and pretty rhythmically. Can you do the silly walk?
You can't, because you're not Fremen and you haven't learned it. But it is something that you can learn later in the game, hopefully, right? Like, so you get further into the game, maybe you learn some skills about this, but not in the beginning, right? Because so some of our players in beta, they're like, oh, I'm walking like an idiot on the sand. I'm not using any rhythm. The sandworm still comes. And I'm like, you don't know how to sandwalk, man.
Okay, yeah, you gotta learn the ways. Now let's talk about the worms. How do you incorporate a giant, kilometer-wide worm into a game? That's a pretty massive even for an MMO.
Yeah, so the worms themselves, like, there's two sizes. We have the small worms, which are like this guy, and then we have the Shia, the really big chungus that comes out, So the idea is that, like, yeah, when you're walking on the sand, you create vibrations every time you walk on the sand or drive or ride a vehicle or anything, right? The sandworm will always come. It's this huge AI that's moving around, so it's actually there in the world all the time. It's not something we spawn. It's not some scripted trick. It's following and listening, right? And it comes after players in the world. And then when you get to the deep desert, the harvesting areas, that's where the really big worms show up.
Okay, so they're just out there. They're like constantly part of the environment.
Yeah, it's like a shark, right? You got to think about, you go into the water, you hear the Jaws music, you start walking on the sand, and you feel like, okay, there's tension. The sandworm is going to come, and it's just a matter of time.
Okay, that's terrifying. I want to talk about combat a little bit. There's a lot of gunplay we see in the trailer. Obviously, there's the close quarters combat and knife fighting. How are you striking a balance between ranged and melee?
Yeah, so Dune has a really interesting shield mechanic, right? And it's part of the lore that, like, shields basically rebuff all projectiles. So the way the game works is that we have this, enemies use shields, they use ranged. So it's kind of about getting in and out of combat very quickly, getting close to the people in melee, pulling back to use ranged on people who don't have shields. And then, of course, like, we have abilities which allow you to do this, to get in and out. I mentioned Compel, but there's things like the Shigawire Claw, which let you pull yourself into an enemy or force them to stumble. There's all sorts of stuff for moving around the battlefield. So, yeah, it's kind of this combined arms, we call it, this combination of melee, ranged, and abilities.
We also see some climbing. What are the traversal options here?
Yeah, so the climbing is freeform, right? Like we're sort of in Conan Exiles, we had like freeform climbing. In Dune, we have a sort of more advanced version of that where you can climb on anything, but in addition, you can use abilities or suspensor belts. So once you get a suspensor belt, you can kind of just fly, right? You see it in the movies as well. You just sort of fly around in the world as long as your power lasts. And then, yeah, obviously climbing is just freeform attached to a surface, start climbing.
Awesome. Early access, what are the plans for people getting their hands on it?
Yeah, so we're doing a persistent beta right now. We'll be adding thousands and thousands of more people to it as we progress towards the launch window, getting more people in to test the endgame systems and the large faction stuff. And then we're looking for an early, we're not saying early access, we're saying early 2025 launch window.
Cool. Well, I'm dying to check it out. Arrakis sounds brutal and unforgiving, and I want to get eaten by a worm.
Get ready for the next ambitious video game, Dimensionals, a fast-paced RPG that delivers roguelike replayability with action-packed tactics. Collect heroes, level them up, and build a party of 3 to fight bosses throughout different dimensions. Equip your heroes with a diverse set of skills and watch as they come together to create a barrage of attacks and combos. Told in the style of voice-acted comic book cutscenes, experience the rush as you fight your way through dimensions to save the multiverse. Want a better idea of the game? Check out this trailer and dive into the world of Dimensionals, launching on all platforms in 2025 with early access this November on Steam.
When the Rift is in trouble, the only ones you can rely on are... Dimensionals is the hottest new roguelike RPG. Put together incredible teams of unique heroes. Like Short, he's a bit of a dummy, but he loves blasting specters. Or the mysterious Shadestrike, the smooth-tongued gambler from the Shadow Dimension. Assemble your favorite heroes, strategize to make insane combos. But watch out, because Ragnarok's world-crushing bosses are no joke. Take on the Rift in style with the epic cartoon soundtrack by Frag Punk. Experience wicked comic cutscenes in Dimensional's campaign mode, or blast your way through the open rift and face incredible and unpredictable challenges. Encounter a huge cast of characters like the Rogue Rifters, here to help you take down the bad guys. Or are they? Side effects of Dimensionals will include fun, addiction to victory, temporary loss of reality, and spontaneous combustion due to awesome. Some assembly required batteries not included.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
This fall, we're finally getting a brand new Batman Arkham game with Batman Arkham Shadow, the brand new VR game coming to MetaQuest 3. Here to break it down for us is Ryan Payton, Camouflage Studio Head and Game Director. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Very exciting new Batman game, VR game. It's set between Arkham Origins and Asylum.
That's correct, yes.
How did you land in this time period?
Well, start off, we're just huge fans of the Batman Arkham franchise. It's been many years since we've got a new game in the Arkham franchise. So when we got the phone call from Meta, they said, hey, you just came off of Iron Man VR. We really love that game. What do you think about jumping into the world of Batman? But not just Batman, but Batman Arkham. We were really intimidated. Well, I can tell you a little bit more about the backstory of how we signed the game. But at that time, we looked at the timeline and we thought, you know what? There's a lot that happens to Batman between Arkham Asylum, City, and Night, and then we thought, hey, after Origins, which is a great game and I think an underappreciated game, there's a lot of interesting areas from a story perspective where Batman's still relatively young in his career. He's kind of been punching his way through his problems, and that seems like a pretty good setup for a story where we wanted to kind of put Batman through the ringer a little bit.
Interesting. So we think the Rat King has sort of been introduced as a villain here, but what's the sort of the premise of the story that we're going to experience here?
Sure, yeah. So Batman's coming off the experience that took place in Arkham Origins, and like I said, he has a little more passion than he has compassion, and so he's entering into a world of Gotham City that is being hit by all these riots that's being taken place by these a new enemy type called the Rats, and they're like these devout followers of our new villain in Batman Arkham Shadow called the Rat King. And with Batman and Jim Gordon and Harvey Dent looking at Gotham City on fire, 4th of July, riots taking place, people following this new cult leader called the Rat King, that's the big setup for the game, and then we see how Batman's going to face this new challenge.
And then in terms of gameplay, are fans of the Arkham series going to find everything that they love from the combat and traversal and gadgets and detective mode just in VR first person?
Well, I mean, that was, I think, the real challenge early on when we got the phone call, which was, at first I thought, I don't think it's possible to translate the Arkham combat, that classic, amazing combat that's influenced so many other games in the industry since Arkham Asylum. I don't think it's possible to translate that properly into VR. And so I went over to the design pit. I said, hey, I just got a phone call whether or not we want to do Batman Arkham. And one of our design directors, Ryan Darcy, said, what's the problem? Of course we can do that. You see what we just pulled off with Iron Man VR? And I said, well, Ryan Darcy, what are you going to do in VR? You're going to use the left stick, walk up against an enemy and start just punching at him? Like, that's not going to feel like Arkham. He's like, Ryan, Batman doesn't walk across the room, he punches across the room. And that's how you initiate the combat in the game, and you lunge across the room, and then you've got your combat widgets, you're fighting guys, then you have to do your counters just like the other Arkham games where you're kind of doing that spinning plate gameplay. It's that dance you're doing with multiple enemy types. You throw in the Batarang, the smoke bombs, the different like gel launcher, and we've been able to translate that classic Arkham combat directly into VR. And once we did that through a prototype, showed it to Warner Brothers and DC, they were sold, and the rest is history.
So how much control do you have over Batman's movement, or is everything, as you say, being directed by like who you're punching towards?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best example I can give in terms of how the game flows is the other Arkham titles.
Okay.
You do have the same degree of freedom in terms of who you want to engage with. As you start initiating a combo with one of those guys, and yes, we give you different command props, but you can interrupt those at any time, add a gadget in there, you'll get interrupted, so you do a counter, and then you start engaging with another enemy, and it's that whole kind of, again, spinning plate gameplay that adds a lot of variety in terms of like how players want to approach things, and then you get more Wayne Tech bonuses based on how much variety you add into the combat. And as long as you do it within the rhythm, you increase your special combo meter, and then you can unleash some special combo moves onto your enemies, just like the other Arkham games.
Are players going to get a workout playing this game?
They're definitely going to get a workout. This has been a really thrilling experience for us to be here at Gamescom, having people play the game for the first time, and a really intimidating experience for a game developer. We've been working on the game for almost 4 years, and how are they going to respond? And so far, the response has been absolutely fantastic for our behind the closed doors sessions. But one of the jokes that's been going around is that, Ryan, you got to start handing out more T-shirts after the game, because you do get pretty into it, and it's not a coincidence, because games like Beat Saber and Super Hot VR were actually big core inspirations for us as well, in terms of the rhythm of the game, the time dilation you're doing. So it can be a workout, but you can actually play the game seated as well for people that prefer that, or if that's the way that they need to play the game.
And overall, how open or linear is the game?
Yeah, when we pitched the game, out of the gate, we said, look, this is our first foray into the Arkham franchise. We're not like Rocksteady, where it took them a while to get to Arkham Knight, that big open world extravaganza, an incredible game. So we said, hey, look, for our first attempt at Arkham, we want to look at Arkham Asylum. We're actually almost exactly at the 15th anniversary of Arkham Asylum. It came out in August 2009, by the way. And we absolutely adore that game. It's one of the most perfectly paced video games, in my opinion. Great 12-hour campaign. That's what we're trying to get close to that with our game. And we have a similar type of structure. More of a Metroidvania type of structure, where you've got a big open courtyard, different dungeons you can go and explore. You go get a gadget, kind of Zelda inspired. You get that new gadget, a gel launcher or the bat claw, and then you can use that to go to another dungeon to go unlock different puzzles or more collectibles. So very inspired by the structure and the flow and the campaign of Arkham Asylum.
You're saying all the right things. Get me very excited to play Batman Arkham Shadow. Thank you so much for coming by the IGN stage.
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure, and the response from the IGN community for our 3 trailers so far has been overwhelming. So that tells us there's a lot of big Arkham fans out there, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that you guys absolutely love this game.
Sounds great. Batman Arkham Shadow is available for MetaQuest 3 this October. We've got lots more Gamescom coverage right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
From the creators of PUBG Battlegrounds, Dark and Darker Mobile is a brand new mobile game from the developers over at Krafton. Pioneering a new genre called Extraction RPG, Dark and Darker Mobile incorporates dungeon crawler elements, a battle royale mode, and a medieval low fantasy RPG experience. If that sounds right up your alley, well, then you're in luck. Dark and Darker Mobile global registration is available now and is playable not just on iOS and Android mobile devices, but also on PC via Google Play Games. Check out a sneak preview of the game in this brand new teaser trailer. Enjoy.
Follow my lead!
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
Hello again. You just got to look at Dark and Darker, and before that, Batman Arkham Shadow right here on Gamescom Studio, and there's still tons more cool stuff coming up.
But first, Gamescom is about having fun, but it's also about making the world a better place. The Gamescom Cares platform is where Gamescom and Gamescom exhibitors and partners can present social responsibility projects. Whether that's environmental protection, aid for the needy, diversity, or education, Gamescom Cares supports and brings visibility to these great causes.
Games are for everyone, and so is Gamescom. In addition to being a safe haven for our diverse gaming community, Gamescom and its exhibitors are also committed to accessibility throughout the event. This year's Gamescom implemented regulations and allows greater access to the event for wheelchair users and people with mobility impairments.
That's awesome. Now let's take a look at what's coming up. In just a second, we are checking with our pals who just saw Monster Hunter Wilds out in the wild, and then after that, it is a double dose of post-apocalyptic wastelands with Atomfall and then Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl.
And be sure to stick around for a very special Gamescom edition of GameScoop, where we'll be weighing in on which big 2024 releases have Game of the Year potential.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that one.
Same.
But before that, let's take a look at what's shaping up to be one of 2025's biggest games. Here's Monster Hunter 1.
Hello, Simon and Matt here from IGN, and we're here at Gamescom, and we've just played an hour of Monster Hunter Wilds. We should note we're going to have a full preview on site soon from one of our Monster Hunter experts at IGN, but we're just going to do a quick little reaction to what we played, because we have played a good chunk of Monster Hunter World in years gone by, but now we've got Monster Hunter Wilds. I keep mixing those two up, but I got it right there. And I think the safest thing to say about it is, if you liked Monster Hunter World, you're going to like Monster Hunter Wilds. Because from the chunk we played, I couldn't see too many huge differences, but there are two key differences, which I think you can run us through when you set up one of the missions we played, Matt.
Yeah, so we were tasked by kind of like the Monster Hunter committee to head out and fight a Doshaguma, which is kind of like we saw it in the original trailer. It's a massive bear / ox / woolly mammoth kind of
Just a big hairy boy.
Yeah,
big hairy boy.
A real big hairy boy with a crowd of monsters with him. And I guess that starts there's a little bit of changes to the ecosystem around these monsters. And we had to separate the alpha from his pack. That started with basically throwing dung at them.
Just throwing loads of poo at them. For some reason, I didn't know the science behind it, but throwing poo at monsters makes them not stick with the alpha. I don't know what that is, if they're poo-phobes.
Apparently so. So we separated the alpha from the pack, which meant that we got to go into the classic style Monster Hunter. You're on a chase through a region. Obviously, Monster Hunter Wild has changed into an open world design. What I would say in this quest, that didn't seem to make a huge amount of difference, but the chase is much longer than they were previously because you now have a mount, which is this fella here.
Not this man. This big dinosaur bird thing.
Now this is a secret, which is kind of like a bird, almost chocobo style thing from Final Fantasy, and you can ride this through the chase against the monster, and you can even attack from mounted positions, so you're even able to swing your switch axe or any weapon that you have against the monster as you're chasing it. But then obviously it stops to have kind of like those almost arena style battles with the monster, in which in the first instance we were playing, triggered a weather storm, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, the weather storm we got is, well, a weather storm is exactly what I said. There was lightning coming down, the sky just turned blue, and it looks like you can almost lure the monster into areas where the lightning may strike, and it did big damage. I mean, I was using the dual blade weapons, which, you know, are quick hitters, but they're doing like 3 or 4 HP a hit, whereas these big lightning strikes are doing like 160 a pop, I think, which was, you know, pretty handy when you're trying to take down a big hairy boy. But I had a lot of fun using that weather. The weather systems, along with the mount, seem to be the big headline features we've experienced so far. Like you said, we haven't seen quite how open world the design is yet. It felt very much like one of the big open zones from World so far. Yeah. I'm intrigued to see how that develops, but yeah, the weather was cool. There's also like almost, we're in a very sandy area and almost like slipped through into like, what do you call it? Big like sand hole? I don't know, like sand whirlpool. Then had to get all the way back to the top where the Doshugama was. Doshuguma. I keep saying Doshugama. Doshuguma. Big hairy boy.
As in with Monster Hunter Worlds, though, there does have the elements where the monsters will almost bump into each other.
Yes.
We had a sequence where the monster that we were hunting, it's almost like the sandworms from Dune kind of appeared. And we had sort of like an excellent, what felt like it was a pre-scripted event, but maybe there were more organic elements to it. But where this monster wrapped itself around the monster that we were hunting. We kind of got to stand back for a little bit and watch this monster brawl. It was kind of like a Godzilla versus Kong style throwdown. And that, you know, is returning from Monster Hunter World, but it feels like maybe with the more open areas and the way that the different kind of biomes link together, we might be able to introduce creatures that wouldn't normally be seeing each other.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of touched on it. It felt very much like Monster Hunter World at this stage of play. We only played a small section of it, but I'm excited to play more. I like that you know, that typical Monster Hunter cycle of wearing down a big animal, chasing it across like a vast desert. To take down the Doshuguma, I actually utilized the big, large explosive barrels, just put a couple of those in the way. Okay. It swiped with its big bear claw, exploded, and that dealt with it. Got the big Slade screen there, and yeah, I had a lovely time taking down a big hairy boy. Did you have a good time playing it, Matt?
I did have a good time, yeah. It's definitely more... I wasn't sure if this would be the big evolutionary step again in the way that World was a huge evolutionary step for the series. This one maybe doesn't feel quite as significant, at least from what we've played so far. Maybe when we see more of this open world, we might see how that factors in. I think what we can say is from what we have seen, this isn't open world, as in it hasn't suddenly turned into Horizon and that just happens to have Monster Hunter fights in it. It definitely feels like they stitched all of the sequences from World together, all of those zones, and that is probably what it's like. And if that's the next kind of like proto-evolutionary step for kind of Monster Hunter before we get to whatever comes next, I'm kind of fine with that. Like, Monster Hunter is good, and having more of that with just that weather and the mounts and those few other sprinklings, I'm kind of fine with that.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. It's more Monster Hunter. That's kind of what I wanted. Taking down big beasts. I like taking down big beasts. Dragon's Dogma 2 got a bit of that to it. Capcom, at the moment, may be the king of taking down giant beasts.
Maybe.
We'll find out when Monster Hunter World arrives in 2025, but for now, I'm looking forward to it.
You're watching Gamescom Studio right here on IGN. Atomfall is the upcoming survival action game set in northern England several years after a nuclear disaster. Here to tell me how it all comes together is Ben Fisher, Associate Head of Design at Rebellion. Welcome.
How you doing?
Let's talk about some Atomfall. I believe this was revealed earlier in the summer, and now you've got a new gameplay trailer out here for Gamescom. This is a first-person action RPG. Tell us about this game.
Okay, so like you say, it's a survival action game set in a 1950s north of England in a post-apocalyptic quarantine zone around the world's first major nuclear disaster in the Windscale plant. So it's an alternate history where we've taken a real-world event as an inspiration and then built a new world around that in the style of 1950s storytelling, 1950s speculative fiction. If you think of something like classic Doctor Who or the Quatermass Experiment, very early TV sci-fi, we've used those as reference points and inspiration and then built a game world that really we started with the game world itself and then the mechanics of the game kind of emerged from the setting.
Interesting. So post-apocalyptic, but we still see people, living together in a society. It doesn't seem like it's not like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome yet.
Sure.
It's like what's the sort of scenario and the setting here?
Well, that felt kind of British post-war. If you take the setting seriously and you think, how would people actually try and live in this situation? It would still be lush and green, but it's a green and unpleasant land. So people are trapped inside this quarantine zone and trying to get by, trying to survive. As we know from COVID times, people try and just live the best life they can in the situation they find themselves. So it's a real kind of keep calm and carry on mindset. But at the same time, the disaster that's trapped the people in this location is having a sort of an interesting influence on them. So everyone's, their way of looking at the world is kind of exaggerating and changing a little bit. So they're grouping into these factions to try and survive. As you explore the game, you don't fit into any one of these factions and you have to decide which ones you trust, which ones you think you should align yourself with. Some of them will tell you that they have a way of getting out of the quarantine zone if you help them uncover the mysteries in the Windscale plant, and it's entirely up to you who you trust or don't trust.
Who are we? Who are we playing at? What's our character?
That's part of the mystery.
Yeah?
So at the very, very start of the game, you wake up in a quarantine bunker with no idea of who you are. And when you look at the player's body, you've got gloves on, you've got sort of hiking gear. There's no signifiers of age, race, or gender. One of the reasons for that is that players can project themselves into the game. One of the reasons is we want that to be part of the mystery. In the sort of classic storytelling style, you set up a lot of mysteries, but don't necessarily fully resolve all of them. So at the same time, when you start playing the game, there's a red phone box, and as you walk past it starts to ring and you hear a voice talk to you. That's another one of the kind of mysteries in the game that we might not fully explain for you, but there are clues in the game to let you come to your own conclusion.
And then moment-to-moment gameplay, we've seen some combat here. Are you also taking on missions, quests for individuals?
Yeah. Well, this is one of the most interesting parts of Atomfall, is we wanted to give you a way of deciding who you were in the game world. And we found early in development that if we gave you a specific backstory, that told you who you were and it told you who your relationship was to other people. That's part of the reason that you're a mystery character. And during development, a new mechanic emerged. We don't have quests, we've got leads.
Okay.
And as you explore the game world, you might find leads by talking to people. You might find them buried in a metal detector box that somebody's hidden under the ground. And you choose which leads to follow, and you choose what leads to piece together. And as you explore, you find that most of the leads interconnect into this larger mystery. So no matter where you start, and no matter what story you get involved with, it all pieces together into one giant story. So there's no good guys and bad guys. There's no specific quests. There's just leads as you try and uncover what's happened.
Interesting. And then in terms of combat, are we just a regular human, or are there any sort of extra, abilities that you unlock through a skill tree or something like that?
Sure. What we wanted to do is give you the sense of desperately trying to survive in this brutal landscape. So we blend melee and ranged combat for the duration of the game. So you'll be firing guns, sure, but the ammo's scarce, and the guns are in bad condition because they've been in the rain for 5 years. And so we wanted it to feel more like a pub brawl than a war zone.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time you'll be kicking enemies to knock them back, or throwing a fire axe at them that'll stick in them if you've got the right skill, and mixing in a couple of bullets at the same time. And we've got options to avoid combat entirely. So if you've got a gun and they don't, you can point it at them and they'll back off. Or you get a lot of notice before they actually get into a fight. There's a threat system in the game where, depending on how close you are, depending on how threatening your behavior is, whether you've got a gun out, you'll escalate to combat quicker, or you may be able to avoid it entirely. One of the things we've done in the game is we've made sure that you could kill everyone.
Oh my gosh.
Or you could kill no one.
Nice.
And still find a way to the end of the game.
Rebellion is well known for the Sniper Elite series. Is there any Sniper Elite DNA in Atomfall?
Absolutely. So that's interesting as well, because there are definitely elements of Sniper Elite in there, and there were times where we had to resist that DNA. So the elements that are there is that Rebellion values giving the player an objective and then sandbox freedom on how to achieve it. As you explore, you find different methods to achieve that objective. And once you've achieved it, you find an exfil point. You find a way of escaping a location. And each mission in Sniper Elite is that structure. For Atomfall, we decided to attempt an experiment. What happens if you apply that template to an entire game? So that's where Sniper Elite became an influence, that sense of structured freedom. Where we had to resist that was when we were placing enemies, it became very easy to accidentally make kind of stealth combat puzzles, because in Sniper Elite, that's the encounter, right? Each encounter is like a puzzle, but we wanted it to feel a bit more unpredictable and a bit more desperate. So enemy positioning is slightly randomized, slightly procedural, changes over the course of the game, and you travel back and forth through multiple densely packed sandboxes, so your play experience will change over time as well.
Can you briefly address, I think there are survival and crafting elements, is that right?
Yes, there are, yeah. So, like I say, we want to make sure that the player always feels that they're desperately attempting to survive. So they're scavenging for materials, and they can craft things to help them heal, help them resist different kinds of damage, and like throwable grenades, Molotovs, those sorts of things. And their backpack is quite limited as well, and the resources are scarce. So the game is balanced so that you have to use all of those resources to try and survive.
Very cool. So Atomfall is coming next March, I believe, 2025, to a lot of consoles, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series X and S, PC, and it's coming to Game Pass.
Yes, Game Pass Day One,
cool.
yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much for coming by the IGN stage.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, we have lots more Gamescom ahead right here on IGN, so stick around.
Hi, my name is Sasha McKinnon. I'm the CEO and founder of Mino Games and the creator of Dimensionals. So Mino Games has been around for about 12 years. We've always, at our core, created these collectible character games. Our first game was Mino Monsters, which was very nostalgic of Pokemon. And now we're creating our first Steam and console game called Dimensionals. Dimensionals is a story-based roguelike RPG with dozens of heroes that you can collect and play as. So Koa's the protagonist, kid from Earth who gets beamed up into the rift and meets his grandfather, Gramps. And it turns out that Gramps has actually been the leader of the Dimensionals this entire time. And Koa is a newly knighted Dimensional, so he's got to learn the ropes really fast while everything's under attack. We also have Boop, and Boop is Koa's pet robot who Gramps made. Boop is also a Dimensional, and Boop and Koa are inseparable. Boop's like a really cute kind of puppy dog-like character. And we also have Magmama. She's the commander of the Dimensionals, and when Gramps is taken away in his epic fight with Ragnarath in the comic, Magmama's the one who's left in control. So Magmama really has to step up and become the leader of the Dimensionals. She's telling the Dimensionals where to go, what dimensions need saving, how to beat certain bosses. So she's pivotal as a commander in the game. You know, it's kind of like a weird mix between Pokemon and Marvel Snap and Slay the Spire, which obviously appeals to people who are very strategic and tactical. However, we've wrapped it up in a way where it's just very accessible. It's really a novel way to tell story in a roguelike. It's deeply inspired by Saturday morning cartoons and comics. The whole thing feels like a comic book. It's voice acted. We have animated comic book cutscene that actually plays not just in the prologue of the game, but throughout the entire story campaign. So whereas most games, especially in this genre, are niche, we've really tried to do our best to make this broad, accessible, and something that everyone can really love. So behind me you can see just a portion of our very, very large cast of characters. We have both the dimensional heroes, and we have some of the rogue rifters, and we have some of the bosses. So the heroes themselves each come from a different dimension. So let's take Shork, for example. Everyone loves Shork. He's like a big goofball cat shark, and he's kind of cute and dumb, but somehow wise. So he's from Atlantis, which is the water dimension. And then next to him, we have Fungas, who's kind of like a snobby little brat, and he's from Territory, which is the earth dimension. And we have the star dimension characters, air dimension, the fire dimension. So we'll be continuing to add more and more of these heroes into the game as we go. All of these are extremely unique in how they play. And what you do in the game is you take 3 of your favorites. So for example, maybe you want to take Tween Kill and Turbo Shell and Mag Mama, and each of them will have their own unique skills that you find during the roguelike. Now this means you can create insane combos, because the fire dimension is mostly focused on rage, whereas the speed dimension is focused on refresh and doing like a lot of small damage. So the selection of your heroes is actually really, really important to the gameplay. Plus, it's just really, really cool to have all these characters and unlock them. So here we are at the Dimensionals booth. You can see we have our happy hour going on. There's a bunch of people chilling, people playing the game. We're giving away free Happy Meals. And a big part of the reason we're doing this is because we're moving Dimensionals towards a full multimedia experience. We have already a comic, we have the TV pilot that aired on IGN, and we're moving into merch, and we're giving away a bunch of merch at the booth. We have soundtrack that is composed by Brad Breek. This guy did the Gravity Falls TV show. We've really, really lent into this multimedia experience. I'm actually want to showcase a bit of the animated comic cutscene, which you can see behind us. And this isn't just some standalone video. This is actually deeply integrated into the story of the game. So that was the Dimensionals booth tour. I hope you guys had a lot of fun seeing some of the games, seeing the characters, getting to experience the comic and some of the TV that we have going on. And Mino Games is an indie game studio. We're self-published. So if you love the game, or you love the characters, or anything you've seen here, wishlisting would help us immensely. You can also join our Discord. And if you're at Gamescom, come by. And now we've got something really special for you. It's our 90s style TV commercial. I hope you enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. And I hope you have as much fun playing and watching Dimensionals as we did making it.
When the Rift is in trouble, the only ones you can rely on are... Dimensionals is the hottest new roguelike RPG. Put together incredible teams of unique heroes. Like Short, he's a bit of a dummy, but he loves blasting specters. Or the mysterious Shade Strike, the smooth-tongued gambler from the Shadow Dimension. Assemble your favorite heroes, strategize to make insane combos, but watch out, because Ragnarok's world-crushing bosses are no joke. Take on the Rift in style with the epic cartoon soundtrack by Frag Punk. Experience wicked comic cutscenes in Dimensionals campaign mode, or blast your way through the open rift and face incredible and unpredictable challenges. Encounter a huge cast of characters like the Rogue Rifters, here to help you take down the bad guys. Or are they? Side effects of Dimensionals will include fun, addiction to victory, temporary loss of reality, and spontaneous combustion due to awesome. Some assembly required batteries not included.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2024, where we're here covering all the games on the show floor, but there's been one really special open world survival FPS game that I've personally been really looking forward to, Stalker 2: Heart of Chornobyl.
Joining us today to tell us all the details we could possibly want to know are game director Yevgen and technical producer Eugene. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start off because you did share an exclusive trailer with us today. Can you go over some of the details that you revealed with this new trailer?
I can't add the details not to spoil the story part, because it's a very important character in the game, and it happened to be one of the main characters in the first Stalker game, so the fans of the game would understand him, right? But I don't want to add anything more, because it's important to stay as it is.
Just from my perspective, I would like to add that this character is one of my favorites.
In the trailer, we hear about the shining side, like the shining zone, and there's some really beautiful imagery that comes up in just a second. It feels like you're trying to show something a little different, a little more about the world.
It's the idea that the zone, it's both a horrible and terrible place where a lot happening, like people dies, and it's very risky to go there, but there is also a side that is also bring miracles and bring important things into your life, into these characters. So for many, it's the only place they want to stay and spend time.
Yeah.
So it's very important for them, and so it's about the zone is very different from different points of view. And for this character, the zone is different from the others.
Right, like just a second ago, we saw a meadow. That looked beautiful.
Yeah, it's the weird juxtaposition. But Eugene, I'm actually curious. So we did see that you did delay the game to November 20th. So what are you using that time for?
Yeah, so for now we're focusing mostly on optimizing the game and fixing the bugs. So we need to provide the most beautiful, the most stable, and the most amazing gaming experience that we ever made. So we are kind of focusing on that, and this is our main goal for now.
That's a lot of pressure, but I'm glad you're taking your time with it. We're all patiently waiting. It's okay.
How confident are you about the new release date, the November release date?
We're actually pretty confident. So you may try our game on the Xbox Series console during the Gamescom. So please come and join us and experience the zone the way you like.
All right. So, talking about the stories, I do believe that you told us that there are going to be 4 different endings, right?
3.
3, okay. Do you have a hint as to which one, if there was one canon ending, or if it's just all?
We can't highlight the canon ending, because, it's also important for players to reveal. Sorry for being so secret. For me, as a game director, it's very important so the players who start playing the game, they would get the experience they are not get spoiled with some additional information. They get all these secrets uncovered, discovered by their own. And the end of the story is one of the biggest secrets, and we don't want to give it now, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, we will have like a lot of consequences of the player actions and the player decisions. So each player should experience the zone with his own decisions and with his own actions.
Okay.
So it will be like mostly unique for everyone.
So for you personally, in your mind, there's not one true ending?
I guess everyone should find their true ending.
Okay.
That's really sweet. I love that as the tagline, even though it's a very kind of scary game. But so speaking of the main story, obviously there's a ton of content that you've been touting with this new. You said the storyline will only take about 40 hours, I believe.
So overall, to finish the game, for some players like me, it will take 1 hour, 100.5 of hours. But for many players, it will take much less time. But it's very different depending for the players, because you can take any big open world game and compare it to your friends, how much time do they spend. It would be so much varying. And we also expect to have a big replayability, because the story you get from the one walkthrough isn't in full. It's like 60% of the story, so you need at least 2 walkthrough to get 90% of the story, and you need 3 walkthrough to finish the story to get all this information. So it's really huge, and we are hoping the players would enjoy it and share their own story with each other. We have a lot of mechanics that are aiming for providing different experience for different players, so they could share their own little stories, which will be different.
This is a game with a lot of history, like a big fandom, but also with Stalker having come out some time ago, there's going to be a lot of brand new players. How difficult is it, like balancing the game for those new players and then the experienced fans who know everything about Stalker?
Thank you for this question. And each player should choose the game difficulty. So, for example, if you're not that experienced player with, especially with single-player shooter games, so you can just choose. We call it internally like story mode difficulty. It will be kind of challenging, but still, it provides you the focus on exactly on the storyline. So. It will be challenging some way or another, but still you may just enjoy the story, and there's a lot of amazing cutscenes and a lot of dialogues and a lot of characters. So.
We know a lot of players who are loving our game for its atmosphere of abandoned place, and they will be interested in story, but they are not experienced players. They don't willing to die a lot, and this story mode would bring these players the experience they would love. And we are thinking that it's very important difficulty for bringing the game to totally different audience from the hardcore shooter players.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah, Yevgen, I think we do have, I was looking at the blog posts that were posted, and you did state that one of the core drivers of the player's progression and power is through exploration, and you want to reward players for their curiosity. What would you say really drove that in this game? Like, what is the best example of that?
I guess it happens everywhere. So you just go to big location, you have a lot of options where to go. So there is no like one point that are magneting you to it, and you discovering the new places, and just looking nearby, you can find some unique gear, which is very powerful for this moment of your exploration, and you could easily miss this point and didn't get it here, or maybe find it much more in front of the game line. So it's a lot of examples for the player. They should just go for their interests, where they find something interesting for them, and it could be rewardful or not.
Yep, yeah. So risk reward.
Yes, I love that. Thank you so much for giving us so much freedom with a game like this. I get way too distracted by side quests and open world things, so I cannot wait to get lost in this world. Now, Stalker 2 is coming out this November 20th. For all of the up-to-date news on Stalker 2, be sure to check out IGN.com for all of the latest.
But for now, we've got a lot more Gamescom coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a very special Gamescom edition of GameScoop. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield. I'm joined here in Cologne, Germany, by Sam Claiborne.
We're actually here. It's
Rachel
so exciting.
Weber.
Hi.
And Justin Davis. And what a show we have for you this week. Great show. We're here on the show floor and at the Kohlmesse right here in Cologne. Yeah, wave to the people.
Hey,
Blow
they're
them
waving.
Kisses.
Yeah.
And what do we have here? We're right in front of THQ Nordic, which has got Epic Mickey Rebrush and Reanimal and a couple other titles back there. Sega is right over here behind us. Right next to us is Crafton and the Sims killer, what is called?
Inzoi?
Inzoi, something like that. It's like...
Sonic the Hedgehog's right there. He's really big.
Get out of here, Sonic. You know how we feel. Sonic is not welcome on my show.
I never said that, and Rachel never said that.
No, I said that, and Justin said that. And then the whole back is all Xbox, but the gigantic Xbox booth back there.
Yeah. It's a big booth. It's a big convention.
It's a really big convention.
It's got bigger. Last time I was here was 10 years ago, and this is
well, yeah.
huge.
This is just one hall of 10.
Yeah.
There are 10 halls.
And so there was always 2 halls at E3, and this is 5 times as big as E3.
Well, but sometimes there was the cursed Kensha Hall, which was always my favorite place.
The parking garage.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, this seems like it's about 10 times as big as E3. I don't think people, we could talk about it later, but
we
I don't
can
think
talk about it
people, okay, well, I don't think people understand what the scale of this is if they haven't been here. This is my first Gamescom, and it's truly cool to be back at a convention where there's a bunch of big things built. There's games to play, and there's people everywhere. I don't know. I haven't been to an E3-like thing since pre-COVID, and it's just remarkable.
I completely agree. I walked by a castle earlier.
Yeah.
Not like a trip, but like a constructed one inside.
And there's real castles outside.
There are actual castles outside. No, I loved E3. And E3, flipping through game magazines and reading their E3 issues is why I got into the video game
That's
industry.
right, the E3 issues.
It was formative for me, and I was very sad when it was gone. And Gamescom, Sam, this is my first Gamescom as well, and I didn't quite know what to expect. It's more public-facing, a little bit less industry than E3 was, and I think the vibe here is very positive. It's very great. Great energy. I'll tell you one thing I love is I love seeing all the families around.
I know,
It's
there's
got
so many
kind of a
kids in
festival
cosplay.
feeling to it. It's great.
Is it your first too?
No, but it was 10 years ago, my last one. So
Whoa.
it was much more kind of very European-centric.
Oh,
and-
What was like the big game? Like, what was the...
So if it was 2014, it would have been Dragon Age Inquisition.
Is that right?
But I don't think they had a
He
huge
should play a
presence.
video game 20
yeah.
questions.
I have done that.
Just drawing that out of his mind like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, but Dragon Age was, I guess, somewhat
They
European.
still, the things like E3 was still going on, so they would spend all their money there. So Gamescom was kind of a smaller budget thing.
Okay, did you guys see the freaking tractor?
The farming simulator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At Farming Simulator, they have like some kind of award-winning machine, and it's on a triangle-shaped tire tread like a tank, and it looks like it could roll over any building ever built. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen, and they don't even have guards around it. You can just crawl up the ladder and get inside if
They've
you want.
just shipped
Drive it
in
off.
Yeah,
farming
drive it
equipment.
off.
Do you think they tugged it in here somehow on like a bunch of reins like King Kong, or do you think they actually drove it?
Or helicoptered it down.
Yeah.
The most difficult way.
There's
But
also
no.
just a California Highway Patrol car here.
Yeah,
for some
yeah.
reason.
I felt like at home. It was just exactly the cops that pulled me over in my backyard, just right here, a CHP patrol car.
Some people just have budget to spend. There's an Overwatch Porsche. I don't know what the connection is there.
And wasn't it like a transformer or something?
Yeah.
It's somehow a robot and a Porsche. But that's the thing. The builds look like Disneyland type stuff,
Yeah.
right? There's a big temple for Indiana Jones. There's probably something cool in the Assassin's
They
Creed
made a whole
booth. They
cantina
won't let me
for
in there.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Is that what's there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Kingdom
great.
Come Deliverance 2 has got like a whole Ren fair.
That one's
There's
amazing.
people
That's the
like
castle.
sword fighting
Yeah.
castles.
And World of Warcraft has a castle too with rideable
a 4D
VR
ride.
machines.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, a 4D
Yeah.
mount that you.
Yeah. We
There's
should
some great
do it, but
footage
not
of,
before E3
I'm being
or after
told
E3.
IGN made a whole package
Yeah.
about this 4D
Yeah.
ride
Jane Douglas wrote
that
it for
viewers
us.
and listeners can go watch on youtube.com/IGN.
So I I mean, we'll see, we're busy here at the show, so I'd love to get a chance to walk around, but there's like a retro game hall that I
Yeah.
haven't even been to yet.
We went
There's
to
an
it. Imagine what types of retro games there are.
Oh.
They're all PCs.
Is this going to make me sad?
No, they're amazing.
Okay,
They're
okay,
like
okay.
all crazy PCs
They're all
with
speckies.
CRT monitors. Look at all
Good.
speckies.
No.
A lot of Atari S somethings.
But I think Gamescom does a good job of like gaming's for everyone,
Yeah.
whether you're into old games or indie games, big AAA games. Like that's the vibe that I get, and that's a big thing that I've enjoyed. Having only admired Gamescom from afar, being in here and in it, it feels good. Very positive.
And there's a machine for coffee and a machine for cigarettes.
Yeah,
There is,
great.
which I
the
haven't
big
seen.
two.
Germany.
One of those in a long time.
The
And-
big two.
You can get a beer pretty much anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime, anywhere.
Yeah.
Can we get?
Yep, right. Actually, let's work on that. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention at the top of the show. This is a play in 3 acts game scoop this week. We've got our A block here, which we're going to be talking about highlights from the show. Then we'll take a quick break, come back and do a catch in with Game of the Year watch, and then our final segment will be looking ahead. Now that this is sort of like the final big event of the year, we pretty much know what all the big games are coming out for the rest of the year now. So we're going to sort of make our list. What we want, play or nay? I think that's what we'll call it. Play or
Oh,
nay.
That's terrible.
Beautiful.
It's
No, that's
terribly
perfect.
good, I think is what, to finish your sentence for you.
Well, maybe for Germany it'd be Plein or 9.
Plein or 9. Sam, you mentioned Indiana Jones. I think that counts as a highlight. As we predicted on Next Gen Console Watch, we did finally get a release date for that one. Oh, I'm sorry. We got released dates
We did.
for Indiana
We got a
Jones.
What does that
surprise
mean,
release.
Damon?
Well, Justin, it's coming to Xbox Series X and S and PC on December 9th this year. Then are you sitting down, Justin?
I don't know.
It's coming to PlayStation 5 in spring 2025.
What PlayStation 5? But it's an Xbox game.
I, for one, am shocked.
Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
No.
I was shocked. I was shocked they said it right after announcing a bunch of Indiana Jones news, and I was shocked that it was not announced after maybe it came out on Xbox. Like normally when things get ported. I was pretty surprised.
This is, there have been rumors about this coming, but I agree with Sam. I thought maybe,
Well, I guess I missed those rumors then, so maybe I'm a little out of it.
well, I thought let it come to
Rachel's
Xbox,
in
let
tune.
it have its moment on Xbox.
Exactly,
Right?
yeah,
and
yeah.
then somewhere down the line announce it's coming to PS5.
But no, just wait a little
It's
bit.
money. It's money.
Well, yes, of course. I don't know.
No,
is it-
there's good reasoning behind it, that's for sure. But then usually there's not good reasoning behind things, so, But yeah, I got to see it.
You saw the game.
On
So
a
you
big
got to see the
on a big
stage,
screen.
the sort of like theater
you went
presentation.
through the.
I did. I got a fedora at the end of it.
Ooh.
How am I going to get that home? I don't know.
Wear
it.
Wear it home.
Can you imagine?
Yes, I can.
You'd be the
I love
coolest
it.
man on
But
the
where
boat.
where would I
Is
get
it here?
a matching bomber jacket?
Is it here right now? Can you get it in during our break? Can you get it and put it on?
Yeah, Corrado can go grab my hat.
Your assistant.
right now.
Corrado is Sam's personal assistant.
Corrado, can you get my Indiana
Follows
Jones hat from
him
the
everywhere.
table?
No.
And I will not be wearing it.
Tell us your impressions of gameplay of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, that's the problem is that they keep on showing these, like, short segments of Indiana Jones, like, all chopped up. And then, you know, you're like, whoa, you can do this. You can do this, too. You can do this. So it's really hard for me to tell what do you do when you sit down and you're playing, you know, for your 2 hours in the evening. Because they were showing, you know, like temple solving, we know that's in there, right? They were showing like kind of a big panorama of Egypt which looked amazing. And then they would show like, and here's Indiana Jones going shopping. He's like, so what do you have for sale? Which is the weirdest thing to see, you know, the impression of Harrison Ford doing that.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if ever a man was made to wear a fedora.
No.
Iconic. It works really good.
Good day, sir. Yeah, they gave out these paper fedoras to everybody that watched Indiana Jones. But I got another thing here. I didn't just see Indiana Jones, because they got me in that theater, and they tricked me by showing me Starfield.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
that happened.
God damn it. They've got
Yeah.
to show it to
Shattered
people
Space?
somehow.
It didn't look
DLC?
bad. Yeah, I thought it looked pretty good, actually. It was
Yeah.
actually like a different planet and a different faction compared to all the samey stuff that we've seen already. So be it.
I mean, I think, like Starfield wasn't my favorite game, but I think the premise of the Shattered Space DLC and answering some of the open questions from the base game with, oh gosh, now I'm forgetting the name of the faction, but the serpent people that are in Starfield. Like,
It's like Way of the Serpent or
yeah,
something
the
like
DLC supposedly like really focuses on that
Oh, I
storyline.
love
And to
that
me,
bit.
that was like the most
Yeah.
interesting part of the game. So maybe it'll be enough to pull me back in. I thought like what they showed here at Gamescom looked cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of serpents, Indiana Jones does not like snakes.
No, he doesn't.
I've never heard
Oh
that.
my gosh, that was another thing. So they were doing like a lot of the scenes they were showing were reflecting movie scenes, like a little, like they got to do that a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But there's like a whole like taking the the idol off a
This
thing,
Indiana
but it's
Jones
not a
footage looks
monkey.
crazy.
Yeah, and you take the idol off the monkey, and then he puts it on the ground, and like then like the thing goes down, this room starts shaking. Like that all happened. There was more than that. There was also a scene that was just the exact snakes scene with scorpions.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Why did it have to be scorpions?
Yeah, why?
I don't like them either.
Who
I
does?
also hate scorpions.
Yeah, it's like his dad didn't like rats, right?
Yeah.
And so his best friend that's with him in this, I hate scorpions. You're like, really? You hate scorpions? Come here, little guys.
My biggest worry for it is that Uncharted has already won the being an adventurer and a Tomb Raider.
And Tomb Raider
Yeah.
has too.
But if they're not making them, then I mean,
That's true.
There's a gap year.
It's true.
Right.
gap
But
decade.
you hit on something really important, is that those games are really fun, and I understand what to do in them and what's happening. And there's these kind of open area arenas in Tomb Raider, and I know Uncharted was getting towards that. I just can't tell what this is. I don't know if you just play through movies and then you go shopping and you come back to playing through movies again. Like I just don't know what's happening in it at all. And also, honestly, the fist combat.
Yeah.
No? First
I don't
person fist
know.
combat?
Pistol seems funny and cool, but like, yeah.
Did you see that the game acknowledges the Disneyland ride?
I did, and in the demo I saw, or whatever, the video I saw, it extended that. So, you know, I actually have the original, I believe it's Pepsi translator card from when the ride opened. We at Disneyland have taken it with us before to do that.
I did that too.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, still have that, but I'm sure it just says something about, beware the eye. There's another thing that happens when you get knocked out in the game. You get a chance to have, like, I think they called it like a hero moment or something like that. So what happens is, you get knocked out, and what it shows is your hat hit the ground, and then like you have to crawl towards your hat, and then you pick up that you're dead. But you're crawling towards your hat, and then you pick it up and you put it on, and then it does this little cutscene. It's like dun 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 dun, and then you're back to the fist fight.
Yeah, I'll never
That's gonna
get
be
tired
fun.
of hearing
Yeah,
that.
the first 3 times.
It's I know. Can you imagine? Like, it's just so. I think this studio makes amazing
Yeah.
games, And I'm so excited to play this game, but it just seems really hard to make an Indiana Jones game.
I hope we see, because, you know, they're showing off a lot of stuff at shows, but I hope when I get the final game, it has some of that Machine Games mischief and darker humor in it as
It's
well.
going to have a lot of Nazi killing. So
Who doesn't like that?
That's a Machine Games standard.
Ryan McCaffrey has a hands-off preview that was very positive, but he said it's so Riddick. And is that like it's so Wizard?
Yeah,
like,
that's Wizard, Annie.
Is he trying to make Riddick happen? Stop trying to make
that's
Riddick
so Raven.
happen.
Yeah, I've never played that Riddick game. Anybody?
I hear good things, though.
Yeah,
so-
me too. For like 20 years, like, you should play that Riddick game. Sorry.
Okay, another highlight, I think, from this week, Secret Levels.
It looks amazing.
This new show, Amazon Prime Video, from the creators of Death, Love, and Robots on Netflix. It's going to be an animated anthology series about a bunch of different video games. And there's a lot here, and some of them are cool and exciting. Some of them are like, that's an interesting choice.
Product placement?
I mean, maybe. Well, let me run through the list real fast here. So we've got, in alphabetical order, Armored Core, which seems to star Keanu Reeves. Concord, which Justin didn't even remember what it was, even though it's coming out in 3 days. Crossfire, I don't really even know what that is. Dungeons & Dragons.
Is that the game where you hit the Hungry Hippos thing? Yeah. And there's all those little balls that go around. And it goes, Crossfire.
Dungeons & Dragons, not exactly a video game, although there have been video games. Exodus is that game that was announced at the Game Awards last December. We haven't heard anything about it since then.
Is that the Matthew McConaughey one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Honor of Kings, which I think is a free-to-play MMO. So as you see, nothing that I've said so far is like, that makes sense. But then we start to get into better stuff. Mega Man.
That's weird though too. I mean, what they showed already.
What about Pac-Man?
Gritty, realistic Pac. How did you even identify Pac-Man? What is it? Wasn't it just
like a mechanical, a round yellow mechanical?
I couldn't even read that.
But it's not like you got to think like the IP. It's like Love, Death, and Robots. None of that was IP based at all, and it's these short stories that are really interesting and some are action oriented and some are.
But wasn't the graphical style different throughout that?
Yeah, and it was it was different animation studios doing them. It was an anthology, and so I don't care. Like the IP list looks random and weird, but to me it has nothing
doesn't
to do with
matter,
can a 12-minute short film be interesting or intriguing?
But aren't you worried if the IP can ruin it? Like, you're like, this would be really cool if it wasn't a little robot boy named Mega Man.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, we have much more to discuss on this Secret Levels show, but we do have to take a quick break. When we return, we'll continue our discussion of Secret Levels and then check in with Game of the Year Watch, catch you in 2 minutes. What was 2 and 2, the old Love Connection guy? We'll see you in 2 and 2.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part, you don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
And we're back. It's GameScoop at Gamescom in Germany. We're here on the show floor. If anybody is walking by, I think our audio is being pumped out there. If you'd like to watch the backs of our heads while we talk about video games, feel free to pull up a chair. And then after the show, Justin, what do you think about my shirt that I'm wearing right now?
Well, Damon, I'm glad you asked. I love the shirt you're wearing right now.
Thank you.
We're selling
Can I
them.
get one?
Well, Rachel, you can get one around the corner here. We're selling IGN merch at the IGN merch booth behind the Gamescom studio.
Yeah.
Now, Justin, I have lots of shirts, but I need pants.
I can't help you there.
Well,
That's a personal issue.
an underserved market for IGN pants.
Yeah. What do you
Anyway,
think?
we were just discussing this Secret Levels animated anthology show that's coming. Let me continue running on the list of games that are included. We left off, there was Pac-Man. There's Outer Worlds 2, which is interesting because that game's not even out yet.
Yeah.
Then there's just PlayStation Studios, which we know that God of War and Ghost of Tsushima will be represented, maybe more, we're not sure. Sifu is in there. Again, cool game, but a little bit niche. Spelunky, thank you. That one was for me, thank you. Unreal Tournament, Warhammer 40K. Yeah, those are the ones that are confirmed.
I'm so excited about Warhammer.
So, what I want to say is, this sounds cool. I'm glad this is happening. I like Love, Death, and Robots, but some of these are just strange choices. So,
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't know. This is just speculation on my part. Maybe they had the idea for the show, and then they sort of like put feelers out, like to Sony, like, hey, we're making this anthology show. Would you like to be involved? And maybe there's a bit of a pay to play with, let's get Concord.
I mean, that makes sense for Sneak King, right? I just thought that was a weird
I
choice.
thought
The
it was-
Burger King game.
Yeah.
Maybe there's an element of like, we'll give you God of War, but only if, can you also do one on
sure,
Concord?
yeah, it could be something like that. Yeah.
I think there could be something with, and this will be a test bed, if this tests really well, maybe we can talk about a bigger series.
It is like putting on my business hat for a minute. Like the fact that games like Sifu are in there and Honor of Kings, for that game to be in there, they must have done outreach to hundreds of studios, right?
Yeah.
It is an eclectic mix, like some big AAA, some indie, everything in between.
Some very new properties, some very old properties.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
So
also
like,
a big list for just well, are these 2 minutes long? Are they 10 minutes long?
Yeah.
Are they half an hour? Like, it just seems like a lot.
Yeah, but Love, Death, and Robots, I love both seasons of that show. They're incredible, highly recommended. I'm very excited for this. It's what, December,
December,
right?
yeah. I'm not sure if there's a date, but it's supposed to be out in December. I'm excited. I'm glad it's happening. Okay, let's move right along. It's about time to check in with Game of the Year Watch. Added in post, as always. What has changed? There's been two. So now we have awarded 2 games a 10 out of 10. But they're not typical full releases. There's Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, which is an expansion. And then there's Hades 2, which is still in early access. Only 2 games to get a 10. Other than that, there haven't been any really new additions. I think the last time we talked about this, we kind of felt like Helldivers 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth were the front runners. Several other 9s like Unicorn Overlord and Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, and Tekken 8, games like that. But I don't know, do we feel like things have shifted? Rachel, what do you think? Has the front runners shifted? And what do we do with Erdtree? What do we do?
Not for me. I think Hades is a good shout, even if it's in early access. But for me, I'm biased because I'm all about Dragon Age. Pinning my hopes on that to be
you're
Game
putting
of the Year
all
level.
your eggs
Yeah.
in the Dragon basket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I need it. I need it to be, we had Baldur's Gate last year.
And everything you've seen looks like it's going to be good so far? Okay. Nice. That's a good sign. What about Thank Goodness You're Here?
Amazing. If you haven't played it, it's like a little indie.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay.
With very
She
strange
recommended it to
humor.
me.
Yeah, about the British North. Some of the jokes I had to explain to Sam, but it's definitely worth checking out.
Game of the Year?
No. But nearly.
Unreviewed. Unreviewed. Unloved and unreviewed. No, we love it. It's really cool.
Yeah. You could loved but unreviewed.
Loved but unreviewed. They're clapping for it right now out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're clapping for. I don't know, what do we think? Is it still Final Fantasy VII and Helldivers 2?
I mean, both those games have not necessarily had the sticking power. Like, look, they deserve their good review scores. Like, they're both amazing games, but sometimes you get the benefit of time as, the months go by, that Game of the Year kind of starts to crystallize of like, something seems like it's going to be amazing and it pops, but then 3, 4, 5 months later, people are like, maybe it was a little bit overhyped, but then sometimes the opposite happens, like appreciation for a game grows and there's a groundswell of support over the course of the year. And my read is that Rebirth and Helldivers 2, again, They deserve their good review scores, but I don't really feel like that they've really risen in esteem as 2024 has gone on, is the vibe that I get.
Well, do you have a vibe that there is sort of a favorite right now?
Ooh, good question. I mean, I don't
like
know.
at this time last year, we were thinking Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
That's what Tears of the Kingdom and Baldur's Gate emerged as the consensus picks.
That's why I feel like this year yet we haven't had that. Everyone agrees this is an amazing game. This is,
I think if I had to think about like what our staff thinks, I think Helldivers is the choice. Just because they all had fun in groups and with friends and stuff like that. I think that's like might be people get around. But there's also the Elden Ring contingent, right? So that makes it tough.
I mean, even Erdtree, like again, got a 10 out of 10. Fantastic expansion. Like let's just pretend it's eligible for the sake of this discussion. We don't want to send it up to the Supreme Court to decide, you know. But like even that like kind of came and went, had its moment in the sun, right?
Yeah. I think, there are still many games to come, but if we were picking right now, voting right now, I would probably argue for an exception for Erdtree, because it's an expansion, but
you're not allowed to until you beat it, though.
It's as bigger or bigger. I'm right at the end, Sam.
Yes,
I
I've been hearing that for weeks.
I guarantee I'm farther than most people.
You're farther than me.
You're at the final boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no one beats games, right?
Well, I mean, I don't.
Just the stats. The stats say that.
Yeah. No, my game of the year pick personally, probably Balatro still. Balatro and Unicorn Overlord 2, which, you know, Deeper Cuts, I don't expect them to win a lot of Game of the Year awards, but...
Those are my three. Balatro, Unicorn Overlord, and Erdtree. Those are my games.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
But Sam, what of Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown?
Yeah, I mean, you've heard me say this before. That's still the best game I've played. It's been a while now, so I need to play some good games. But I have really a lot of interest in Outlaws and Assassin's Creed. So we got two big
games. Stuff coming the end of the year. So.
And I'm into Dragon Age. Like I want it to be good. They just keep on showing that same purple level.
Look, I know, but I need it just spiritually, emotionally. I have to believe that it's going to be.
I can't even tell what type
RPG
of game it
me.
is. Still, like I want to see more.
It's
I'm
a
glad
role-playing game.
Well, maybe. You know, I mean, it was obvious from the previous games that they're role-playing games, but...
Going to be able to romance a bunch of cool, good-looking people.
3.
Only 3? Ooh. Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, you can romance more people in Cool Spot.
I don't think that's true.
No.
I don't think there are any people in
There's no way
Spot.
to know.
Are we looking ahead? So it's like you name-dropped Assassin's Creed. Like, it's hard to say, like... Go ahead.
Well, first I wanted to hear from Rachel. You're a big Dragon Age fan.
Yeah.
So what's been your favorite Dragon Age game so far?
It was the last one. It was
Inquisition.
Yeah,
they're getting better.
It was just, you know, the characters were so well rounded. There was that real feeling of, you know, the whole team's come together, and now we're going in for like one final battle, and it's all very emotional. And some will live, some will die. So yeah,
that was very similar to Mass Effect. Like they both had that same trajectory, and I thought that worked really well for BioWare. And
I want BioWare to come back punching, you know.
Me too. I'm rooting for them.
I would love to see the return of BioWare. But
it's like this, they pick up the hat, it goes dun 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 dun.
That's BioWare.
Punch, 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 punch.
But Rachel, up to this point, what's been the best game you played this year?
I think it has to be Helldivers, as much because the community around it was crazy, and it was just a really fun time to be into that game, and it brought back Starship Troopers love.
Yeah, and it felt next gen in the ability for it to morph and change each week and like have the orders and stuff like that. It was really cool.
Okay, Justin. Now we may look ahead.
Got it. Thank you. No, I mean, you know, Rachel name-dropped Assassin's Creed earlier. It's hard. Like, sometimes I mean, look, you never know for sure if a game's going to be good or not. It comes out and it gets reviewed and put through its paces. But sometimes we have a very good idea, like, this is looking great, this is looking shaky. But I feel like a lot of the 2024 games still coming out are kind of like, it's hard. Like, maybe Indiana Jones is amazing. Maybe it's not a Game of the Year candidate. I feel that about Outlaws. I feel it about Assassin's Creed. Like, it's not as sort of obvious and apparent going into the back half of the year which ones are going to be the Game of the Year front runners and breakthroughs. So,
you know, a behind-the-scenes take on Indiana Jones is interesting in two ways. In one way, it won't make cutoffs for some people's Game of the Year awards, right? Yeah. But in another way, it'll have that late release bias, you know, where people will just be playing it and just be like,
Still
well, I'll vote for the
glow.
game I'm playing right now because it's so fun. Maybe it'll win in both ways.
Yeah. It's probably going to be too late for our own awards.
Well,
unless we plan for that and make exceptions.
Yeah, it's tough. We've done that before. I mean, Cyberpunk, I believe, came out like basically the same date, and we just had to get everybody playing it as soon as possible, and it was a really fun effort to get everybody on PCs that can play that game.
Yeah, it is about, that's a little bit of inside baseball, is that, you know, Game of the Year awards are voted on by a large swath of the content team, and they have to get access to the game, which sometimes is very easy and sometimes isn't, so, you know, that can play a part.
But you can vote in a face-off about Game of the Year right now that we add to every single month, which now that I think about it, the cumulative votes are going to be a little bit confusing for late arrivals, but we'll math it out.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Maths.
I do want to shout out, there is a big World of Warcraft expansion.
That's another one. That's coming out very soon, right?
Yeah, I think early access starts like kind of right now in the next week or two.
You have to have that 4D harness to play it, right?
Yeah, you got to strap you in. Look, sorry, guys. No, I mean, WoW's had some down years. I've been a World of Warcraft player off and on for almost my entire life, which is weird to think about. And it seems to be coming back. New expansion seems to have great buzz behind it. Again, like depending on how awards work, maybe it is or isn't eligible for Game of the Year. But you know, I hope that the expansion is well liked and you know will earn a spot in some end of year lists.
How is it for you going back in as a? Were you an addict and now you have to kind of?
No, I mean I'm pretty good about like modulating. Like it's not like, okay, time to ruin my life for another 3 months and resubscribe to WoW.
Goodbye, family.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty good about like, you know, sometimes people, like I remember making fun of like Destiny players of like, you know, I've done everything there is to do in Destiny and I'm mad and there's no more to do. And it's like, put it down and go play something else. Like you don't need to play it for life. And that's how I am with MMOs. Like there's several of them that I bounce around between, but maybe I'll not be in it for a year and then come back and subscribe for another month or two. But
do you have a cool mount?
Oh yeah, I got hella cool mounts. I got so many. I got
like what?
I got a big cat.
Nice.
I got a skeleton horse.
A skeleton horse?
I got a bunch of birds.
I have one of those in Zelda.
Yeah.
Birds?
Yeah.
You're allowed to fly?
There's flying mounts,
Oh
yeah.
Flying mounts was a big deal.
Dragons, flying, you can ride a dragon.
That's what those people are doing.
Yeah.
Getting sick doing it.
Well, now I'm starting to see what the category for best expansion will be. It'll be Erdtree, World of Warcraft, Starfield,
The Final
Shattered
Shape.
Space,
Vessel of Hatred.
Final Shape, and what was that?
Vessel of Hatred, Diablo.
Yes, I was just going to say that one too.
Yeah,
so-
crazy. It's an expansion year.
Always, just like the universe, always expanding.
Always expanding. Just like
Wow.
Nintendo 64's
Can
controller.
you explain that to me?
port.
I cannot explain that to you. Yeah, so that the World of Warcraft expansion is coming up next week, but before that is Concord. The PlayStation's next. You know,
I'm so confused about Concord.
it's not free to play, but it is a service shooter. It's a hero shooter. It's their answer to Overwatch. It's a colorful kind of sci-fi Guardians of the Galaxy-ish world, but I don't think there's a lot of hype or excitement about that one. I don't know. We're going to see. But that's coming out very soon. Just sort of running down the list of game releases that we have come up. Sam, tell everyone why they're so excited for August 29th.
I forgot what August 29th.
It's because when Shadow of the Ninja Reborn comes out.
I don't know
That will
what
put
that is.
that will put to rest all discussion of Game of the Year.
What's Shadow of the Ninja? I remember that game from like 2010 or something like that.
That was
No,
Arkham
like 1991.
Oh, that Shadow of the Ninja.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not a good game.
It's a very good game.
No, it's not.
It's a very good game
1991.
with very good. It's a late NES action game with great music, and they're making like a 16-bit style sequel to it with some of the original team. And
Maybe
I'm
in
excited.
another 20 years they'll make a 32-bit, like a PS1
Why
version
not?
of it. Yeah, why not?
Why not? Anyway, that one's coming out for me. But then on August 30th is Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah.
Which a lot of us are playing, Sam.
Yeah.
We can't play it because we're here right now, but I'm totally excited to get home and jump into Star Wars Outlaws.
I know. I can't wait. You can play it here.
Well, yeah, I can't, but some people can.
He's chained to the stage.
Guys, you gotta let Damon out once in a while. Like, let him roam.
That is not the contract.
Got it. He's
Star Wars Outlaws. It's a play for me, play for Sam, play for Rachel.
Yeah.
Play for Justin.
100%.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It'll just be. I'm not a huge. I love Star Wars, but I'm not a super nerd. But it's
That's
just
okay.
a big adventure that I want
It's
to
okay to just love Star Wars and not obsess over
And not
it
be angry.
This
and
probably
argue over it.
explains a lot of what you need to know, I'm sure. There's not even lightsabers in this game as
Wait
far
a
as we
second.
know.
As far as we know.
What was that you just said about Star Wars, Damon? Can you?
No, it's already gone.
You're allowed to just like it.
Yeah,
you
I
don't have to be.
Yeah, that's true though. You can just like Star Wars. You don't have to obsess over it.
I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I don't think.
Let's
that
just
doesn't-
move on. Well, before I get into any more hot water, it's time for one more break. And we'll take a look at the rest of the games that we're excited to play that are coming out in the rest of 2024. We will be right back. After these messages, we'll be right back.
And then the dog does something.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Welcome back to a very special Gamescom edition of GameScoop. We talk about some highlights of the show. We've talked about Game of the Year Watch. And now we're taking a look at all the games that we know are coming the rest of this year and getting excited to play that we were just talking about. World of Warcraft, War Within, Star Wars Outlaws. And then right after Star Wars Outlaws, just a week later, is Astrobot. The next big PlayStation.
Oh man, I kind of forgot about Astrobot.
I know, don't forget. You never forget about Astrobot.
But I did.
But don't.
Okay, got it. I won't.
September 6th is Astrobot. That's a big play for me, Sam.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's more Mario 64 than Star Fox, I'll be happy. But it looks like it has a good balance of both.
I don't think it's very Star Fox.
I don't know. They show that ship a lot.
Yeah, I think there's some flying sections, but I think that's where it ends.
That's what people told me about Star Fox.
No one told you about. No one said that about Star Fox. Rachel, is that a play for you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it'll be great just to dust off the old PS5.
Oh my gosh, you haven't been using your PS5. Well, I mean, I understand there hasn't been a big exclusive, but yeah. Sure, got it.
This is just Star Fox. I don't know why I'm being trolled by Damon.
Look, this is Star Fox.
No, he just on the dinosaur planet.
Look at how cute and charming it is.
It's so
like,
good.
Everyone think like if it's like 3D platformers. There's a million of them.
Oh,
but
look
like
at-
There really aren't.
kind of, there aren't really that many, right?
No,
So-
there's not. That's really true. And also, this is just I like it when there's kind of a theme.
Yeah.
Like Smash Brothers has, which is like just Nintendo. This one's just Sony. I just think it'll be cool to find all the Sony.
I'm so
strands.
glad to see Astrobot not stuck in VR. You know, heck, like
Yeah.
the pack-in game with the PS5 was so delightful and charming, but it was a little pack-in thing. Like it was over in an hour or two. So to see Astrobot get a second chance at life and sort of like reach a more mass market audience, mainstream audience, pumped. It's gonna be great.
Yep.
Super excited for
Honestly,
that one.
like really, the game of the
the-
year dark horse. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see.
He's the new Sackboy for PlayStation.
I hear it's 80 hours.
80 hours long. On September 17th is The Plucky Squire. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that one.
And that one's going right into PS Plus.
Mm-hmm. That one has a good look to it.
Yeah.
They've got a cute booth as well. You can go and be
Here?
in the you can go and be in the Plucky Squire.
Do you remember which hall? 1, 2, 3, 4,
One of
5,
the big
6,
ones.
7, 8, or 9.
or 10.
Yeah, I got to check that out.
Yeah, this is one where you jump from the pages of a storybook and come out into the 3D world. You're 2D in the storybook, 3D in the real world.
Great
quote-unquote
design.
real world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like obviously the art, the whole premise of the game. It's like we've talked before on the show. Like some games, like Civilization 7, we know are going to be amazing, but they're hard to make a trailer for. They're hard to kind of show off. This game's the exact opposite, right? Like you see that moment of jumping from 2D to 3D, and you're like, oh man, like it's so cool.
I get it. I want to do that.
Yeah, but I do wonder about the gameplay. It's like, is it going to be interesting to play? Like it's interesting art.
Yeah.
God, you just want everything.
Yeah. I want it to look good and play good.
What a diva. Okay, September 19th is Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, or Dirger, as the kids like to say. And then September 24th is Epic Mickey Rebrush, which is happening over there. I would have said no one was asking for this, but there's a pretty big line of people waiting to check out that game. So
Well, you know, Disney fans be Disney fans.
I guess you're right about that.
I never played it on the Wii, so.
It was a Wii exclusive originally. Isn't that strange? September 26th is The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. I assume we're all going to play that one.
I think we have to.
Hyped.
We are required to play that one. It's true, but also excited.
Yeah, I hope it's good enough to be a Game of the Year contender as well.
I just hope it's not watered down Breath of the Wild / Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to be simplified because it's lacking a camera angle that you can turn and stuff like that, right?
But it could still be,
I think Nintendo has just not let us down in a Zelda in a really long time.
Yeah.
It would just be so unusual.
In
You know,
15
even
years.
the 15 years. I
Or
don't know.
Skyward Sword.
Okay, I was like,
Wow.
I'm trying to do the math on like
You
what.
can't
what
say
would've
that. You can't say that on a thing that people
I said
can
it.
get
I
mad
said
at.
it. What are you gonna do, Sam?
We're going to have to
Skyward
shut down the internet for a week now.
It's me.
So, I mean, a lot of the focus on that game has been on the art style and on how, you know, it's different after Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did their thing with Zelda. But, like, sort of an underrated discussion point is that you play as Zelda, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a big
People have
deal.
been-
Like,
People have been asking for that for a long time.
30 years
Yeah.
people have wanted that. Like, I have two girls that are very excited to be playing as Zelda when they see this game coming out. And, you know, it looks really cool. I share the same, not like Sam, I wouldn't characterize what you shared as concerns, but just like, it's more of an unknown, right? Like, well, let's just see what we get when it comes out.
I think Nintendo is so good now at giving us open-ended puzzle solving. They're the
Right?
only company that's doing that.
The bravery to like,
Yeah, exactly.
just let them put chairs and tables wherever they want.
I think I can see that in this. And if it's
I hope
just
that's what I'm hoping.
yeah, and maybe it'll be simplistic, but like we haven't even seen what dungeons look like, really. You know, we haven't really even seen what the open world's like. Now, it is strange that it's just actually set in Hyrule, like
Yeah,
the
no,
one from Link to the Past, basically that was also used in the sticker wall game one. But maybe there'll be a variation on the world or something like that too. You know, we got the depths, we got the dark worlds, we got Majora's Mask type stuff. We'll see.
September 30th is the Starfield Shattered Space expansion. Then getting into October, the 4th is the Until Dawn remake, which is cool that that's happening. But then the 8th is Silent Hill 2. And I feel like there hasn't been a lot of buzz about that one. I mean, I hope it's good.
I'll go back in.
Yeah.
Like Silent Hill 2 is a major game for me.
Yeah.
As a huge horror fan, so. But the stuff I've seen feels like it's missing the gut punch of the original Silent Hill 2. Like they've just sanded the sort of sharper edges off. So.
Really?
We'll see. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know the series at all. You can tell that already, that it just looks like kind of dulled.
Yeah. I mean, for me, but maybe that's, you know, I'm being nostalgic.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that would be like a leader in, survival horror games usually are a leader in graphics, and they just are the best looking games around, and this does not look like the best looking game around. That's okay. It could be a really fun game, but that's one thing about, I think the horror genre is good at, is pushing the limits of like, this looks next gen and it looks amazing, especially if it's a remake. So like Resident Evil 4, I mean, oh my God.
And Dead Space remake.
Yeah, and they just push the limits. I love those games.
Yeah. So we'll see how that one turns out. Sam, on October 17th, you're gonna play Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Yeah, that's my spooky season game.
Cool. It is pretty spooky.
Really spooky, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I usually review the Mario Party, so we'll see if that happens this year. This one, it looks better. It looks like the whole idea is that they're trying to address that there's not enough content in those games, that it's not enough just to have 5 game boards and move on. So,
The day after is the game that we were talking about last week, the Retro Realms, the new Halloween and Evil Dead games. Did you catch these, Justin?
No. What?
Yeah, I know. They're making 2 different 16-bit platformers.
What?
One of them is based on Halloween.
Cool.
I mean, maybe.
What?
I hope so.
What do you mean?
well, he's concerned that like in Halloween, you don't really go on a stabbing spree. It's more about
Halloween is a very slow-paced, methodical.
predatory.
But you're playing as Mike Myers, just slashing through dozens and dozens of people. So it's a little bit like, okay, it's a little bit more Texas Chainsaw
You got to
Massacre.
break out of the mental institution somehow.
Yeah, that's true.
You can either do stealth.
I mean, it makes sense for
or stabbing.
Evil Dead.
Remember that scene in Halloween where he's just driving the car?
Yeah, that's what the movie is. It's not just.
Yeah, but in this, there's a
Let
bunch
him
of
have
people
some
in front of the
fun.
car.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. Have some fun. October 26th is Black Ops 6. No, big game.
Yeah.
Launching into Game Pass, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And then, Rachel, on Halloween night, you're just going to be home playing Dragon Age: The Veilguard? That's a good Halloween.
Pretending I'm not in for the trick or treaters. And
Okay. Yeah. No. Just
Yeah.
lights off outside.
Yeah.
All the lights off. Just playing. Do not disturb. I'm playing Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
It would
Man,
be really
we can
cool
see you
if it
through
was
the window. We know you're in there.
It would be cool if it was like a Halloween-y game. You know, we didn't know that. That'd be cool. But I don't think so.
There'll be some scary parts in it.
Maybe.
If there's a skeleton in it, then it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's very purple.
November 7th is Mario and Luigi Brothership. I'd almost forgotten about that one.
Yeah, that one looks good.
Yeah, that game
Remind
came
me.
out of nowhere at either the last Nintendo Direct or one of the recent ones and like instantly won everybody over. They're like, okay. I'm in for some more Mario and Luigi.
Yep.
I mean, it's a great franchise. I mean, I like out of all the Mario RPG franchises, it's my favorite. I like it more than Paper Mario. Yeah, I always have. I think they're sort of silly and goofy and a little bit more lighthearted. Well, so is Paper Mario. I don't know. I like them. I like them all.
And then November 14th is Dragon Quest III, the HD 2D remake.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I've never played 3. I know, like
Oh.
Jared Petty, friend of the show, and many other people that have played all the Dragon Quest.
Drockway.
Drockway. Is that 3 and 5 are sort of like generally considered some of the very best ones, and 3 I've never played, so good candidate for a remake, I think.
And it just looks so good.
I just can't wait to have these as an anthology. Just like, this is the way you can play Dragon Quest for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
The day after that is Assassin's Creed Shadows, which I believe we're all excited for.
Oh, yeah.
Then the 20th, this is an interesting one, Stalker 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's a wait and see for me. I've never played Stalker 1, so.
Well,
I'll wait and see how turns
that is kind of doing what I'm talking about, which is like kind of pushing the limits of like graphical intensity with horror. I mean, it could be a game that's like a real looker.
Could be.
I just want to point out Darth Vader's walking by.
Oh my gosh. Everybody be cool.
Sorry. Sorry.
And then, of course, December 9th is Indiana Jones. And then sometime in December is Lego Horizon Adventures. Which is, again, a little bit of an
This
odd.
year on Switch too.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting.
PS5 and Switch.
That's what I mean about these games being like again, sometimes you just get a vibe from a game. Like, oh yeah, I can tell that's going to be great. But like Lego Horizon, maybe that game's amazing, right? Like maybe it's so fun and so cute, and then maybe it's just kind of meh. Like, yeah, just have to get our hands on it and see. Read the review.
I think all
on
these games sound
IGN.com.
so playable.
Yeah,
like it
playable.
just sounds like a fun fall.
I think so too.
It's not. It doesn't have an immediate AAA standout. Maybe Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty or something like that. But like I'm really excited to try everything. It's a good fall. Suddenly, suddenly like that.
I know Rachel's number 1 pick is Dragon Age. So if you're going to pick the one game you're most excited
It's
for,
Zelda.
Sam. Zelda. Echoes
Yeah,
of
yeah. I mean,
Wisdom.
but both Ubisoft games are just right there.
Yeah. I'm definitely into the Ubisoft games. What do you think, Justin? Number 1.
I can't pick just one.
Yeah, you can.
I blacked out. I don't remember any of the games we just talked about.
I will assign you a game, and it will be Shadow of the Ninja Reborn.
Great. I mean, that sounded cool.
Yeah, it does sound cool. I'll pick Astrobot. Very excited to play
No,
that.
no, I forgot about it.
Okay, you can have Astrobot.
You can have
I
Shadow
pick
of the Ninja.
Shadow of the Ninja
Great.
Reborn. A couple other odds and ends to pick up that have fallen out of Gamescom this week. Borderlands 4 was announced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, after that movie, they left them wanting more, and here we are.
Which is it? Was that planned to sort of like be a victory lap after
Well,
the movie, or was it like in
jokes-
the wake of the movie? We're like, let's get a little teaser trailer
I think
together.
it's planned. And jokes aside, like Nintendo should have announced a freaking giant Mario game after the Mario movie. Like, it made so much sense. Now, even better than that would be when the things are out concurrently, like
That's
the
the way it
good
used to
old
be.
days where every movie had a stupid video game with it, including Chronicles of Riddick.
I would like us to stop getting a graphic and us calling it
Oh.
like an announcement. Like, I'm still sore about
What about a tattoo?
Elder Scrolls.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
stop showing us just a title card.
Yeah.
That's basically what this. I think it's like 90 seconds long, but all it is this.
Yeah, Randy
What-
Pitch would have said, oh, there's secrets in it, but
What about the Mass Effect legs?
Yeah. 10 years ago or
well,
whatever
also
it was.
it's always like, oh, that massively successful series, we'll probably make another one.
Should we make another one? Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's for investors or what. It would be nice. I mean, I don't mind if they do that. If like the next day there's a trailer, and then like a few months later it's out. Like that's fine.
I mean,
give
they
me the
do-
title screen. But when it's the 10 years after the title screen,
Like, I
Metroid
understand
Prime.
you have to announce your video game. Like, yeah, we're working on this video game, but teaser trailers are hard to get excited about. But, they're mood pieces always, right? Like, I don't know if you're going to bring it up. Like, Mafia announces a teaser trailer. Like, okay, I'll play that
Best
game.
one ever, Fallout 3.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
That was the...
Because you got a full
yeah.
sense of what was going to happen just from the stupid teaser, and it was playing that song, about setting the world
Yeah, I
on
think
fire. Or whenever
Rockstar
it
do it
changes.
best. They just go, here, look, bam, like here's...
Yeah.
is the next GTA.
Smell a feature here. Best teaser trailers.
That's good.
I like it.
But no, the listeners don't. Just forget that. We'll let us handle that. I don't know about Borderlands. I liked Borderlands 1, loved Borderlands 2, got pretty bored with Borderlands 3. It just feels like peak Borderlands was like 2012, and here we are.
What if they made a Lego Borderlands?
I mean, sure, you can make a Lego out of everything.
It was also like, everybody talks about Handsome Jack and the writing and the memorable characters, but like it's also in 2012, like RPG shooter hybrids and character powers was a lot more kind of innovative, fresh thing than it is now, where now that's just kind of every video game.
Yeah.
So, you know.
It was the only one doing that kind of humor as well, like kind of taking the mick out of itself, whereas like now it's that's pretty standard for a lot.
I think it's
gonna
tough
be
for
something
find,
to stand out.
Yeah, what is Borderlands' place in the shooter category today? That's Randy Pitchford's problem, not mine. And of course, the biggest news of the week is that Balatro is coming to Dave the Diver.
I am so fascinated to see.
It's
crossover of the
We don't know
century.
to what extent. There's announced a partnership trailer, and one of the partnerships is that Balatro is going to be playable inside Dave the Diver. Presumably not the entire game, but to some extent, you can just play Balatro inside Dave the Diver. And I think that, I mean, they already put Godzilla in it, and now they're putting, it's like, Dave the Diver, how are they wooing me?
Are they here? Do we need to introduce you?
Yes. There needs to be a meet cute between me and Dave the Diver Den.
It's all been a
Between
secret
you
love
and
letter.
Godzilla.
What's that?
Between you and Godzilla.
Also a meet cute between me and Godzilla.
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe they'll put like, you know, some kind of murder in it too, and then it'll be the perfect game for you.
It's not murder, it's gore that I like.
Okay, well
No,
that's worse.
sometimes
I
it
was just
comes out
trying
of
to,
it.
I was
It's
trying to
hard to
soften
get-
it for the audience.
Trying to get.
Not murder, it's gore.
See that the number that's ticking down? 5 seconds. That's how much time we have left. 5 seconds.
Okay, Splatterhouse.
Splatterhouse. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining us for this very special Gamescom edition of GameScoop. I hope everybody had fun. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Justin. Thank you to everyone that's walking around the booth here and being part of the show. Everybody, please come to the front of the IGN booth. We have waivers for you all to sign. Please don't leave before you do that.
He's walking away. That guy's walking away.
Corrado, can you go get that guy? Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes to make this episode possible. We're going to call it a day here at our Gamescom studio, but be sure to join us tomorrow for the Gamescom Award Show, celebrating the best and most innovative games at Gamescom. It's going to be a big, crazy, exciting show. We can't wait to bring it to you. Until then, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nice.